If I could have your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. There'll be plenty of time to talk more later on. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our conference on Desocializing American Medicine. My name is Ray Scher, and I'm one of the organizers for this event. Before introducing our first speaker, I would like to ask everyone to please put your phones on silent. Thank you. Our first speaker is Greg Salmieri, Senior Scholar of Philosophy at the Salem Center here at the McCombs School of Business at the University of Texas in Austin. And Greg is going to give his talk on freeing the medical mind. Greg?
Ray, just one moment to note, Ray. Sorry about that. I have several hats on today, helping to run this conference as well as speaking at it, and needed to deal with a matter of business. But now, to the business at hand. We're here today to confront a great and consequential evil, to name it, to understand its nature, and to try to understand how it can be fought. Every year, world over, tens of millions of people die and suffer needlessly, all because we've organized our societies in a way that makes it impossible for them to access the health care that would prolong and enrich their lives. Sometimes this evil takes the most obvious form, the form of simply prohibiting patients from using and doctors from prescribing the treatments that they judge best. More often, it takes the form of making it the case that such treatments are financially out of reach of people who ought to be able to afford them. But most often, it functions in a much more insidious way, by preventing the process of thought that makes such treatments possible in the first place. It's this that's going to end all of your lives earlier than they need to end, and going to lead to tremendous suffering for you, suffering that could be avoided. In general, for human beings, poverty, misery, and premature death are not due to some people's lacking resources that other people have. Poverty, misery, and premature death is generally caused by the fact that the resources needed to prevent it, needed to prolong and enrich life, haven't been produced in the first place. Think of all the kings and emperors throughout history who died for lack of antibiotics. Not because they weren't rich enough or powerful enough or couldn't command and lord over all the resources at their disposal, the resources at the disposal of the society, but because the resources that would have saved them, resources that are dirt cheap for us, hadn't been discovered, hadn't been made at all. In general, when people die, that's why. Not because some have more than others, but because the knowledge, the technology, the values needed to sustain them haven't been produced. Healthcare, like all other values we need to survive, needs to be identified, valued, and produced by people, produced by the human mind. And in fact, all the points that I'm going to make in this talk are more general than healthcare. They apply to all industries and all values, because all values need to be produced, and all values need to be produced by the mind. But I'm going to talk about how that applies in the specific case of healthcare to frame what it is that's preventing us from having the medicine we could have, from having the life-extending technologies we could have, and from accessing well in ways that integrate with our life and our other values, even those technologies that have already been created. Human beings, as I say, live by producing values, values which we must first conceive of before we can set to work making them. And both conceiving of and producing values is the work of the mind. Think of what this work involves. Conceiving of, thinking of new values, things that fulfill newly identified human needs or fulfill already recognized needs in new ways. Think of the idea of we can end disease now that we know, end certain diseases now that we know what causes them, certain microorganisms, if we can find ways to kill those organisms, kill them without damaging their hosts. It wasn't that people in ancient times knew that and were looking for such potions but couldn't find them. The whole idea of something that could do that could have only come about once we understood what causes sickness, what causes particular sicknesses. And then new ideas are coming up all the time for ways to do these things. New ideas for new technologies that haven't even been thought of to fulfill newly identified needs or fulfill existing ones in new ways. People then need to find ways of acting in pursuit of these values, ways to spend their time developing these new things, delivering them, creating them, producing them. And people need to organize their lives around this pursuit in order to be able to create values at any scale. And then one needs the freedom, one needs to be able to use one's mind to use and dispose of the values one's created in ways that one deems best for oneself. One needs to be able to organize with others as one judges will help one to achieve the values one's seeking to achieve, and to disassociate from others when doing so, that is, associating with them, does not help one achieve these values. All of this requires thought. Human life requires thought. And thinking can only be done by individuals. They can cooperate, but only under the guidance of their own thinking. So if this sort of thinking is going to take place and be implemented, if people are going to discover, create, and produce the things we need to survive, both the medical technologies and everything else, individuals need the freedom to act, each on their own judgment, interacting or not with others as each deems best. Throughout history, very few people had these freedoms, with the result that little was learned, little was created, and people subsisted tenuously in a state of poverty. Without medical care, without much to eat, without much of any kind of technology, for almost all of human history, until about 200 years ago, when suddenly everything started getting better. A little at first, and then very quickly. People had worked out how to live, how to interact with one another, such that enough people were free enough to devote enough of their time to thinking of and creating new values that the human life expectancy has doubled. All those emperors and kings and paupers who died of infections that could have easily been fought with antibiotics, and of a million other things, now live. Yet, the causes of this, the role of the mind and the freedom that it needs to extend human life, has never been well understood. And so, in this period, where we've organized societies better for the first time, freed people up enough that they can create the things they need to live, and to live at scale, there have been many experiments with rolling this back, many experiments with not letting people function and live as individuals, as they've just been starting to be able to do, but with collectivizing human life, with binding us together so that people can't make choices for themselves, can't think for themselves, can't work to figure out and create the values they need to meet their own needs, but are rather yoked to one another. Industries have been collectivized. Economies, nations, lives have been collectivized. In the most obvious and horrific examples, for example, farming in Russia and China was collectivized, leading immediately to millions of deaths, to people not being able to produce in ways they even could before, with old knowledge not being able to be implemented in the way people need to even the simplest and most well-understood tasks in support of human life: famines, death. People backed off from these most dramatic experiments with collectivism, in which even known ways of producing were unable to be implemented. But the effects of binding us to one another, of reintroducing the fetters that hold people together and prevent them from each thinking and living on their own, have been less obvious in many fields. Less obvious where the fetters were less tight, and where what was possible was less well known because less had been accomplished already. Where the effects haven't been obvious horror, but the slowing, the failure to create things that could have been created, the boredom and mediocrity and ossification of what could have been and should have been dynamic, life-enhancing industries. There's a myth that America has something like a free market in medicine, that we're in this way different from other developed countries, which for better or worse have socialized systems, that the Republicans or business interests or the AMA or the right or someone has been fighting against socialized medicine for generations and creating, for better or worse, this free or more capitalist system we have. But it's a myth. It's not true. Most medical dollars are spent by the government in America today, as in other countries. And more importantly, the government controls every aspect of almost every detail of how this money is spent. And the point here isn't that the government is evil or bad. It's that when things are controlled through a government, it's us, it's us controlling one another, not each of us living with the freedom that we need to achieve what we want. Many of the moves towards socialism have happened under allegedly Republican administrations. Many of the moves towards controlling, collectivizing medicine. But more to the point, there's been no real moves backwards, no real moves towards freedom, none to speak of. We're going to hear about the history of this from Amish Adalja in the next talk. What I'm giving now, or trying to give now, is a very general framing for how to think about freedom, individualism versus collectivism in general, and specifically now in medicine. The overall point I want us to focus on, and I want us to think about all day, as we hear from Dr. Adalja about the role of the government in American healthcare throughout its history, as we hear from our panels later about the role of the nature of healthcare financing in America and the nature of healthcare regulation, and as we hear from Don Watkins later about what kind of movement, what kind of change might be possible. What I want us to think about is the role of the mind. Values come from the mind. And anywhere where there's unfreedom, anywhere where there's collectivism, anywhere where people are bound together, the effect of that is always the same. The effect of that is always cutting off and preempting thinking. The effect of that is problems unsolved. Problems unsolved because people aren't free to solve them. And I want to think here about what are the roles that the mind plays in the provision of healthcare. It's the same role that it plays in the provision of every good and service, but how does it look in healthcare, and how is it stifled? First and most obviously, the mind, thinking, is responsible for new medical knowledge and technologies, medical research. A new drug is invented and tested, has to be determined whether it works. The idea for it, from the fundamental research through the clinical trials, something someone has to think about, figure out how to do this better. What are things worth testing? What's the right way to test them? What's the best method? This is the work of the mind. Then, once these results are found, once the drugs exist, once it's known what their effects are, how they work, likewise for surgeries or technologies or devices, there's judgment needed to apply this knowledge and these techniques in a particular case. There's the judgment of the physician, diagnosing his patient. Once he's diagnosed him, thinking about what treatments are best for him. There's the judgment of the patient, because a patient isn't just a thing acted on by a physician, but a person who's seeing the physician because he's pursuing his own health. And he has decisions to make about who to see, what services to get, when to get a second opinion. So there's his mind, there's his thinking. There's the clinical judgment of the doctor, and there's the judgment of the consumer of medical care. Behind that, there's the valuing of health and healthcare. It's often assumed, well, everybody values health. Health is an intrinsic value. Health is something everybody needs. But like all values, it's something that has to be integrated into one's wider pursuits in life. People make trade-offs, make decisions all the time take risks to their health. And even within, and decide what things are worth risking, what things are not worth risking. How much do I want to invest in this or that health improvement? How much do I want to change my life? How much do I want to pay for a certain service or treatment? How are these things all related to each other? How do I make these decisions about how to chart my life, how to chart my course through life, pursuing my health and pursuing all the other values that I have in a way where they are harmonious? Moreover, when we think about pursuing health, is it just one thing? There are many decisions to be made There are many metrics you might be trying to optimize for, many things you might be trying to improve. Is it longevity exactly? Is it health span? Is it ability to do certain activities that you want to make sure you can do for as long as possible in your life, depending on what you want out of life? And as medical technology improves and medical wisdom improves, there are going to be more decisions to be made. There might be certain ways to comport your life if you want to be able to, say, run marathons in your 60s, and others if you want, there might be other things you might want to optimize for. Right? How do we make these decisions? How do we know? This is part of the thinking that doctors have to be doing for patients, that patients have to be doing for themselves, that researchers have to be thinking about. Recognizing that there's not just one thing, the health of the population, or even the health of individuals that need to be maximized, but many different health-related values to be pursued, that different people might weight differently if they had the options. So whatever health values we're pursuing, they're values that need to be integrated by a mind into the whole set of what it's pursuing and guiding its life by. Not just something that everyone needs to have or everyone needs to be provided. And finally, there's a lot of thinking, and I think the kind of thinking that's least obvious and most destroyed by collectivization schemes. There's a lot of thinking involved in business models. Thinking about how we should interact with one another, not in the most broad abstract principles by freedom or coercion, but literally, who should I be dealing with, on what terms, what's the arrangements, how many people, how large or small a practice, how should we be sharing this or that? What people am I interacting at, in what ways to achieve the values I want? What are the businesses? What are the business practices? What, if you think about all the different values to do with health that people might be pursuing, or all the different values of any kind that people might need to pursue in life, we pursue them in association with one another. We pursue them working with one another. And there's a lot of thinking to be done about what ways of working with one another, what arrangements are best to achieve what we each want out of life. Different ones for different people at different times. Entrepreneurship is about figuring this out. What are the opportunities? What are the ways of orchestrating things? What are the kinds of organizations that could be set up that could create things that would be valuable to people, values they might not recognize already? There's a lot of thinking there. All of this thinking has to happen in order for people, for the values that would prolong and enrich people's lives, values in any field, but we're focusing on medicine now in particular, to be created, to be available to people, for people to live as long and as healthily as they would like to. But what goes on today? All of this thinking is collectivized, which means that most of it is preempted. Most obviously, we have collectivized payment for medicine now. People don't make their own choices about what kind of coverage to have, even what individual procedures to get, or rather, insofar as they do, they make those choices in a way that's isolated from the cost. You don't decide, how much is it worth to me to see a doctor today? How much is this operation worth to me? How does it relate to other things I might do? Cost is not a factor when you're thinking about that, which means weighting it in your value hierarchy is not a factor when you're thinking about things like that. That thinking is cut off. Moreover, all of the business thinking about what kind of products should be offered, what kind of services should be developed, on what terms might we interact, is skewed or cut off by the fact that people don't have this freedom. All because payment is collectivized. Because the value choices, the choices of how much is this worth to me, aren't in the hands of the people from whom the money is ultimately coming, aren't in the hands of the patients. And because physicians, insurers, hospitals, other kinds of businesses aren't able to therefore come up with different things to offer them to cater to the range of values they might want to have. Do you want your reproductive health care to be paid in the same way as your emergency services care? Do you want mental health care to be bundled with that or sold separately? Do you want to have this kind of health care? Do you want to pay for it? Does it matter to you? What are your convictions on these issues? Some people view certain kinds of health care as immoral that others view as essential, and yet they're all forced to buy them in bundles together. the payment, the deals, the interactions between people are all collectivized. Again, we'll see more about how later. Second, decision-making about what counts as healthcare is collectivized. Who can provide it, in what ways they can provide it, and what kind of care they could have. The judgment about what drugs are safe and effective, about what people are competent to care for other people, are made by central bodies. There's an FDA, there are medical licensing boards. What do these things do? What they do is they take decisions out of the hands of the people who they most directly affect. They tie us together in making these decisions. How do I understand this? What do I mean by this? There are stories, you see movies from time to time, about someone who knows a certain drug is good for his condition, or a certain device or a certain treatment, but it's illegal in his country, and he goes to somewhere else to get it. And maybe he's right. Maybe it works. Maybe there are these people who know better than the regulators what's good for them, and they can do an end run around them, and it's sad when they can't and heroic and exciting when they could. But most people who try to do this are fools. Most people who think they know better than the authorities and the establishment whether a certain vaccine or a certain drug will help them don't. The problem isn't that there are a whole lot of people who know better than the FDA, than the medical licensing boards, and they're prevented from acting on their knowledge. The problem is that the kind of work that would be involved in knowing better than these agencies isn't able to happen in the society we have. It takes a lot of work to figure out what drugs work. It takes a lot of work to figure out what treatment modalities work. All of these things have to be done. Money, time, resources have to be invested in figuring this out. And what a centralized regime of approval of physicians, of drugs, of technologies does is it nationalizes, it socializes, it collectivizes all of that thought. All of the resources that go into working out what drugs to take, what ways to take drugs, what protocols, all have to go through one channel. If you think you have not just you know better what drugs to take right now, but a better way to figure out what drugs would be safe and effective, it would cost you $1 million, $1 billion, many people's man-hours over a long time to figure it out. It's not that you know we should take Paxlovid or not, but you have some ideas about how to figure out how to do that. You can't implement them. How could you do it? How could you possibly make money? How could you possibly get a return on the investment when the only one who's allowed to decide whether you're allowed to take it is the FDA? Or in some other country, some other organization. It's all through one decision-making process. And so anyone who has a better idea about the decision-making process can't find a way to do it, can't implement it. The knowledge work can't get done. And this, I think, iterates throughout every aspect of a controlled economy and every aspect of medicine. There are lots of things we don't know. There are sometimes somebody who knows better than the regulators about some particular thing. I should be able to take this drug, it will work, and he can't do it, and that's sad and awful. But it's nothing compared to the stuff that's not known by anybody. Because nobody is free to be able to do the intellectual work and get a return on their intellectual labor. Maybe you're free if you were able to self-finance and fund it to, sit in your lab and do something all on your own, although even that you're sometimes not allowed to do. But if knowledge requires work, then knowledge requires resources. And resources to do the work, you need to get the knowledge. And if you're not allowed to act and implement on that knowledge, then there's no way to monetize the values you create. There's no way, therefore, to afford to do the work. What we have then is whole sections of the economy, whole sections of productive intellectual activity that are forced to happen in a regimented way, and a way where no new, fresh, innovative thinking is possible. Nothing that deviates from the beaten track. Things have to be done as they have to be done, and better ideas aren't welcome. Not just better ideas about particular things, but about how to run this part of the economy, how to create these things. The way I think of it is sort of like a three-legged race. except it's not 3 legs, it's tens of millions, maybe billions. You know how a 3-legged race works? One of your legs is tied to the leg of the person next to you, and then you have to walk with him, and 1, you can't go different places because you're tied together, but 2, you can't even go the same place if you both want to go there without walking very slowly and gingerly and trying to arrange how you each move your leg together. And it's kind of funny and fun because it's an obstacle to overcome when you're walking with one other person. Suppose you're walking with 1 million, each one's right leg tied to the left leg of the person next to him, and the people, except on either egg, having both of their legs tied. You can't direct your action yourself. You have to kind of somehow merge into a consensus about how to move, and the consensus is unnimble. It's a kind of lowest common denominator lurching forwards. If we can't even walk together, we certainly can't think together. Not like that. And yet that's how we have to think in so many fields. What is happening when we have centralized regulation of how we pay for medicine, of what medicines are allowed to be taken, of who's allowed to prescribe them? What is going on? The problem isn't that there's some work being done by the government or under government orders that shouldn't be done. Again, sometimes that happens, but like extra tests or a 3rd round of trials or whatever it might be to clear some hurdle. It's not that there's busy work or that certain things are being prevented from being done. Again, occasionally that happens. But the bigger issue is that the work is being done in a collectivized manner, in a manner that's subject to all kinds of political pull and machinations, in a manner that's subject to least common denominator effects, in a manner that saps creativity and innovation. What freedom requires is, or rather, what freedom enables is thinking, is everyone thinking for themselves. And what economic freedom is the realm where people are able to do the kind of thinking that we all need to do to chart our lives, to form values, to figure out what we want out of life, to figure it out in detail and in nuance, not just I want to live rather than die, not just I want to be healthy rather than unhealthy, but like the specific weightings and choices that are needed to be made. Other people then figure out how to provide services that make that possible, discover knowledge that enables new thinking, both on the part of business people and on the part of doctors and on the part of patients, about what kind of health outcomes they want to pursue by what means, and how much they want to pursue them, so that people can then think about what things to offer them, so that prices can develop. There's not an invisible hand that orders the economy to everyone's benefit, that creates a greatest social outcome, if only somehow magically it's allowed to do it. Rather, all the problems inherent in human life have to be solved by human thought. Individuals solve their problems, alone and in consultation and in deals with others, when they're free to do it. And they need the freedom to do it for those solutions to be found, to be implemented, to them to be meticulously tailored to every individual's needs and purposes, because it's the individuals doing the tailoring and their tailors. It's the people who they interact with for this purpose. For new values to be discovered and marketed to people, for people to be inspired to pursue them. There's a kind of dynamism that's possible when people are free to live. And when they're not, what do you have? You have not people achieving and pursuing values, people who want something out of life, know what they want, and shop for it, find people who will give it to them. Other people advertising their wares as, this is what's good for you, I think, I'm going to try to convince you, and here's how to get it. And new and dynamic ways of coming about. What you have is not mutual respect of one mind for another, each trying to achieve their lives for themselves. Rather, you have pittances being doled out by resentful drudges to their wards. And that is the state of healthcare in America today. You show up at the doctor for your pittance. May I have my CAT scan, my MRI, my emergency surgery, my appendectomy? May I have my pills? Please, sir, can I have some more? And the gruel of healthcare is dispensed by people who aren't free to come up with better ways to do it, who are often resentful, to patients who are often resentful of the people giving them the healthcare, resentful of the situation in which they have to get it in. No one knowing why they resent one another. No one knowing why this experience is bad. No one thinking about what it could be. No one thinking about why only these treatments are available and not others. No one thinking about what hasn't been found. No one thinking about why going to the doctor isn't like going to an Apple store. And why? Why do we live this way and die this way? A digression on dying. How do we die? In hospitals or hospices, in some institutional setting, often being kept alive at great expense in periods where we can't do anything that we want in our lives. Often a tremendous amount of the healthcare dollars that are spent on us in our final days, days when many of us wouldn't even want to be living. There are political issues of who should have the right to end life when and how do you decide it. But even putting that aside, there's something strange about the fact that either cost is no object when we're dealing with end-of-life care, at least not for the individuals making the decisions about whether to be kept alive. They have a right to this care, supposedly, to be kept around like ghouls. Or, on the other hand, no, we have some panel that decides, people imagine, rations out end-of-life care, doles it out. Here's your pittance, your respirator. No thinking about what shape we want our lives to take, how much we want invested in healthcare at different times, what we want the ends of our lives to look like. No customization, or hardly any. And where there is, no thought of price, which means no thought of how much people value the different things they're getting and when they're getting them. Why? Because there's no thought to any of this at all. It's Oliver on the line in that old movie where the gruel, the pittance, is being doled out to him. Because we're not free to even form values about what we want out of our healthcare, or our freedom is so badly constrained. But why? Why can't this be like the products we're free to create and pursue? Why can't there be a free market in healthcare? Well, because people need it, so we're told. And when someone needs something, when they'll die without it, it's heartless or wrong to expect them to pay. Certainly not at the point of service. It's heartless or wrong to regard it as a good on the market. It's obscene in particular if we have a system where the rich can get better health care than the poor. Notice that this way of thinking, though, regards health care as a static and intrinsic value. The idea that it's something we're all entitled to. One point is, who are we entitled to it from? The people who have to produce it. But I have an even, I think, deeper point. What health care is everybody entitled to? What health care is it wrong to deny them? The standard of care in 2020? Or 2023? Or 1910? Or 1540? Or 1965? If you think of health care not as some static good that needs to be doled out to people, but as something that has to be produced, you recognize that it's produced differently in different times as more knowledge is found, as better things are formed. The mindset where people are owed some kind of basic standard of living is a medieval, pre-modern, static mindset. A mindset where we all have some basic needs that have been met in the same way forever. And it's sad if somebody hasn't been given their gruel, if someone hasn't been given their pittance. They're owed it. But what we want isn't pittances. What we want aren't basic needs. The kind of health care that even the poor among us enjoy now was impossible to anyone, to emperors or kings 100 years ago, certainly 200 years ago. All the values that we seek in life are, could be, and should be dynamic. They're products, and they're not static products. They're values that somebody thought of as new ways to answer newly discovered or newly better understood needs by human activity. The standards can and should always be changed, always be advancing, and that change is driven by the people who have the resource and interest to devote more time, effort, capital to experimenting with things that are new. Equal healthcare is inherently static healthcare, which means bad healthcare. Not all people do or even should value healthcare or even health equally. There are different risk tolerances, different assessments of what matters most in life, and different amounts of resources. But when we look and say, how sad that so-and-so can't afford the healthcare that so-and-so, some other person can, how wrong it is, we need to create a system that ensures that everybody gets this basic standard. What we're indulging in is a looter mentality, a mentality that sees values somewhere and sees someone else lacking them, that doesn't think about where they came from, how things can get better, how there can be more of this in the world, but just thinks he's got it, he doesn't. We need everybody to have what he has. And so we try to arrange things to get the current standard, the thing that some of the better off or upper middle class or whoever has, and make sure everybody has that. We think of it now as the pittance that everyone is owed. But in order to do that, you're standardizing, you're chaining people together, you're cutting off the liberty that people require to come up with new types of values. And so maybe everybody gets the pittance if you manage it, but no more than that. New things aren't discovered. Standards don't advance, or at least they don't advance as much as they could, as much as they should, as much as they would if we were free to do it. The medical mind needs freedom because the human mind needs freedom. It needs freedom from one another, freedom to each act on our own judgment about what we want medically, what our own health goals are, if we're patients, our own judgment about what things are possible and would be good for people, and people would want them if I could create them or bring them to market, if we're medical researchers, if we're entrepreneurs, if we're doctors, the freedom to arrange in whatever kinds of business organizations we deem best to offer these services to people, to convince people of them. The freedom to make decisions. And it's not, again, just the freedom to decide among the options that are there now about how best to satisfy our current desires for healthcare. Because we can't desire even what we're not free to think of. And we're not free to think of things if we don't have the ability to spend our time and resources on coming up with, testing, trying new ideas. People before the iPhone didn't want an iPhone. People before antibiotics didn't want antibiotics. And if the people in line for their pittance, the little bit of food or gruel doled out for them, want lobster or steaks, it's because they see someone across the street with them. But in a world where everybody is like that, there's no across the street to look at. People don't even form the desires, the conception of what they could have, unless there are people free to work for it. We're not in a totalitarian state. It's not like there's no medical freedom or no freedom in other fields, but there's so precious little. And that's, I think, what we're going to see as we go through the other discussions in the panels today. And what I want to think about as we talk about each problem, each difficulty doctors face, each difficulty people in the pharmaceutical industry face, each difficulty patients face thinking about how to achieve their medical goals. What I want to think about is not who's the good guy or the bad guy here. What I want to think about is not who's the person or bureaucrat or something or other standing in the way of their doing more. Not even what's the wrong law. But what I want to think about is what thought is not able to take place here? What processes of thinking are people can do them but they can't act on them, or even worse, they're headed off at the pass. They're undermined by the fact that there's nothing to do if you come up with a new idea. There's no way to implement it. and so therefore no way to afford to devote resources into this line of thinking. What avenues of thought have been preempted and cut off? Why are things static? This talk is called Liberating the Medical Mind, or Freeing the Medical Mind. So far I've just talked about unfreedom, about the force we live under. What is there to do to set ourselves free on this and in the other field? We'll hear some about solutions later, but I want to say a few things. First, I think understanding the problem, understanding what's wrong with a system you're living under, is valuable even apart from any kind of action, existential action you're going to take to change that system. Understanding why people resent doctors and doctors often resent their patients. Why, if you go into a field because you're excited about solving new problems in this field, because you're excited about helping people, you're excited about providing certain services, you're excited about using your mind in certain ways, why there's so much drudgery, why there's so much misery, why there's so much stagnation, why so many of your days are so gray. Likewise, if you're pursuing healthcare as a patient, or if you're working in any of these industries, why is it? What is this problem? The more you can identify its source, the more you can conceptualize it, the less incoherent the world seems. And the more one's able to focus on the aspects of the industry, the aspects of the product, the aspects of the work that one loves. To see them as islands where, as aspects of it where you are able to use your mind, to think, to do what you want, to pursue your own values. To think about how you can expand them or reach further them even in your own life. But just, I think a lot of the desolation of living under force, to any extent and in any field, is there's something incomprehensible about it. What's happening? Things feel wrong. I feel at odds with people. Not because their politics are wrong, although maybe that's a reason to be at odds with them, but just like, why is it that these relationships are strained, that I can't get what I want out of them? Whence this frustration? And I think understanding when one's living under force, and when there are areas of thinking that one would do or could do that are cut off from one, I think that perspective is just very valuable for sanity and for doing one's best work and one's best thinking and shopping from a patient's perspective in a situation where so much of what one should be able to do is precluded from one. But then, if we want to not just endure the system and do our best within it, but we want to change it and improve it, we need to find political solutions. We need to be advocating for something different, for change. And a first step in advocating for change is knowing what we have now. We don't have a free market and we're trying to preserve it or trying to upend it by replacing it with a socialized system that will somehow be fairer. We have a gray, ossified, thoughtless, socialized system in which we're all chained together, each trying in little bits to do his own thinking, his own valuing, pursuing what he wants in his career for his life, but so manacled to one another that we're barely able to move and so able to make so little progress in this. That's what we have now. We have to understand that, and that is the problem before we can think about what are solutions to it. What is the solution? Well, the political solution to everything, I think, ultimately is freedom, which means capitalism, which means treating medicine like all products should be treated, as something that needs to be produced by human minds that need to be free to do it, which means that we have a government that respects the rights of people to choose and protects it, that respects the property rights of people who create things to their property, that understands relationships as trade relationships, and that doesn't try to provide services to people. Concretely, that means we get rid of Medicare, we get rid of Medicaid, we get rid of medical licensing boards, we get rid of the FDA, we get rid of every organization that nationalizes, that socializes, that collectivizes some aspect of the thinking, choosing, directing, producing process by which human beings live, in medicine and in every other field of life. But what does it look like to move towards that? One, there need to be people advocating that. And the advocacy of that needs to be connected with the advocacy of smaller steps, steps that are in that direction, that can be implemented before the whole thing is changed, but that are seen, at least by many of their advocates, as steps towards a better way of living, a better way of organizing our lives. Just as socialists implemented lots of little steps, which they saw as steps towards the collectivism which they viewed as the moral ideal, people who value freedom need to think about what are the steps on the road to it. Some of these steps have been thought of, and we'll hear about some of them later. But they need to be thought of as steps that people might become convinced of, even if they're not convinced of the whole goal, as things that can be advocated for piecemeal on the way to the whole solution, but understood as part of this whole solution by many of the people advocating for them and many of the people getting on board with it. Second, I think in thinking about this progress, what we should be focused on each step of the way is the freedom required by the mind. People need choices. They need choices over their health care. They need choices over, if they're in the healthcare industry, over how to do their work. Everything human beings require to live well has to be produced by human work. And human work can only be done when people are free to choose, when they're free to do their own thinking and act by their own judgment. And we have to view, I think, every issue in this space and in every other space, every issue of policy through that lens. Whose thinking is being preempted? Whose ability to act on their thinking is being flustered? What kinds of thinking about how to organize, how to deliver this service, not just at the level of, is this drug good or bad, but like, is this research program good or bad? Is this way of capitalizing a research program good or bad? What kinds of thinking like that are being prevented? Where do we see those things being cut off? And then what can we do to loosen the chains? What can we do to give people more scope for this kind of action? Understanding this as a step towards liberation. That's how I think we have to think about it. I think we have to understand also that this is something in which we can and should all be united. We won't be, because people hold the premises that we're our brother's keeper, and that what it is to keep our brother is to give him his pittance of gruel, rather than to give him the freedom he needs to create the values he wants for himself. But the respect in which we can and should be on the same side as this is not a situation in which it's doctors versus patients, or insurance companies versus hospitals, or drug companies versus something else. Every one of these organizations, as they exist and as they understand their interests in the current economy, is in some sense set at odds with one another. They're set at odds with one another. They have interests and interest groups conflicting, and there are organizations trying to get prices down from insurance companies, and insurance companies, everybody's lobbying different organizations for different laws, and the system of laws and regulations is so complex that nobody understands it. Not the people in it, not the analysts of it. It's a maze of horrors. But there's a more fundamental interest at stake. We all have an interest in living under a system where we can pursue our own health by our own judgment. And anybody who's in the healthcare profession for honest reasons, anyone who's interested in developing drugs, in figuring out ways to finance the development of drugs, in serving patients as a doctor, in figuring out how to organize doctors profitably to make money serving patients, in figuring out how to advocate for patients' needs, anyone who's interested in doing any of these things, not because of the details of the incentives right now, but because they want to make a life doing this kind of work, needs to know that it's possible to make an honest living doing these kinds of things, if only we were free to interact with one another only voluntarily, and to find the kinds of interactions that would let us all formulate and achieve our goals for our own health. That's what it looks like to liberate the mind in medicine. Okay. Thank you. I'm thinking about the practicalities. Where are we on being ready for the next talk? Very good. Okay. In that case, sorry, this is now my stepping into organizer of the conference over a minute. So we're able to access the screen? I stepped on my ending. So I'll take a question or two if there's time, and then we'll go to Dr. Amish Adalja, if you can get his slides up and ready. There'll be time for a lot more talking and questions later. Yeah.
I agree with the vast majority of what you said, but the manner in which you pitch it strikes me as not calculated to appeal to a wide audience, because the vast majority of people are not going to create new things, especially in the healthcare world. All of us who work in this field know that there are many patients who actually want to be told what's right for them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it strikes me that really what you should be pitching this as is not so much as the freedom of the individual mind to create new things, which people, most of them, are not going to do, but simply to increase both the level of innovation in general and also the prosperity of the economy so that people can afford these new things. Because what they really want, people, as you said, before antibiotics were invented, people didn't want antibiotics. But what they really want is somebody to tell them about antibiotics and to recommend that they take the antibiotic, and then, of course, the means to pay for the antibiotic. So I would pitch this more toward the sort of average consumer as saying, this will bring more things to you in a form that you can actually afford to get them. And there you go.
So there's the question of who I'm talking to and whether I'm giving them the right message. I don't think anybody's going to come and listen to me who has the set of concerns you're evincing. Just why are things so expensive? I think there are people who will be listened to if they're addressing those concerns. I think the kind of platform I have, the title of this conference, the kind of people I'm able to gather here are not those people. They're people who sense that there's something wrong with the field not being free enough. And what I'm trying to do is say what I think that amounts to at the deepest level and what it looks like to organize one's thinking of medicine around that insight. Now, what would it mean then to create a movement organized around that insight? You'd have to reach out to all of the different people who are ill-served in different ways by the medical field. And you'd have to talk to them about why they're so ill-served. And it's true, most people aren't going to figure out new things. But most people can and should be taught to value the freedom that's required to do that. Not because they're going to be the person who invents the iPhone or who comes up with antibiotics, but because they know that only if people are free to do that will new things be being offered to them. Will new things become more available more cheaply all the time? Will their sense of options that are within their ability to discern get better and better? People don't, there's a division of labor, and there's a division of labor about decision making. Right? It's not the case that if we didn't have the centralized FDA, everybody could or should review every medicine on their own and decide what to take. It would be ridiculous. Not even every doctor could do that, or not even every 100 or 1,000 doctors or medical practice could do it. There obviously have to be large decision-making bodies that put in all the work to come up with sets of recommendations, which recommendations then other people consume and make their decisions. But what we have is an ossified system where people who have better ideas about how to do those things can't do them, can't implement them, can't act on them. And so the options that you get offered are stale and not thought out, and there aren't enough of them. Probably, in a better world, there'd just be one or two options on most things that had any kind of currency to them, because that would be what would be selected by a market, what would be selected by the kinds of consensus of the people who are spending their time and effort thinking about this. Like there's, Android and Apple are pretty much the two phone operating systems people have, not 100 million, et cetera. But those are systems that rise to the top in a situation where people who have ideas for better things are free to act on them, and where the incentives of everybody in the industries are able to align on coming up with what are the best things that are most anticipate and serve most people's needs, all things considered. And that's what I think we're lacking in the healthcare industry. Okay, we are now, I think, over time, so I'll have time to answer more questions later as part of a panel. And I bring up now Dr. Amish Adalja.
or I do at least. Our next speaker is Amish Adalja, practicing infectious disease physician who's an expert in this policy work on pandemic preparedness response, biosecurity, amongst many other issues. Amish is going to give his talk on government and American medicine. Please welcome to the stage Amish Adalja.
Thanks for the introduction. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks, Greg and Ray, for organizing this this conference. I think it's a very important topic that doesn't get enough attention, at least not the attention in the right way. So what I'm going to talk about today is kind of the history of government and force in medicine. And one of the things I want to caveat this is that I'm an infectious disease, critical care, and emergency medicine doctor. I'm not and a pandemic policy expert. I'm not a health policy at large expert. I'm not a health economist. So have that caveat in mind. But I am somebody that interfaces with the healthcare sector in many different ways all the time. And I'm also the son of two physicians, so I've been around medicine and seen how it's changed over the last decades. So this is going to kind of be an exploratory talk through what's happened from the last 100 or so years in medicine, and hopefully you'll get an idea of the trends that are there and why we are where we are. And I think Greg gave a great underpinning of how this all, what's going on in the thoughts and the culture. And then I'm going to kind of take that piece and say, if you had that as what's going on in the culture, it shouldn't be a surprise that we are where we are. So all the opinions are my own. I have lots of affiliations and organizations that I work with and for. This is all my own thinking. So don't construe this as anything as an opinion of the U.S. government or any of the universities that I'm affiliated with. So in this talk, I want to do a few things. I think you're not synchronized. Yeah, no, you're not on the same slide as me.
Next slide of the previous
No, after all, this should be, no, your slides are not in order. Sorry, 1 second. Should be objectives and outline. Sorry about that. They have to project these as GIF files and not the actual talk. So 1 second. Should be slide 3, but. So what I'm trying to, sorry about that. So what I'm trying to do in this talk is describe some of the major U.S. government efforts with healthcare, and then see that these trends were present from the very beginning of the industry, and then understand what the current status is of medical care in the United States, and then identify the restrictions that we see in areas of non-governmental medicine, that sliver that's left. And part of this is going to be to kind of explode the myth that Greg alluded to, that we have some kind of different system than other parts of the world, and that we're not a primarily social medical system. And I think lots of people, their turning point with this was the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, where they thought something really changed. But as hopefully you'll get from this talk, many things didn't really change. This was just kind of not even a culmination, just an incremental move in a process that had been going on for some time. So the overarching theme that I'm going to talk about is, and this is something that Greg alluded to earlier, is that medicine is something that's new. This is something that really only came about in the last 150 years in terms of being efficacious. And it only became highly efficacious in the last 80 years. Antibiotics, antisepsis, so people like Louis Pasteur and Joseph Lister, all of those names are what made medicine something that could actually cure people, that people didn't get more sick, that this was something that worked. This is something that was valuable and allowed humans to flourish. Evidence-based medicine, procedures, everything changed. And when that happened, medicine started to become regarded as efficacious. This is something that works. This is something people should want or pursue. It became an intrinsic value, meaning that everybody should want it, everybody should have it, and this is the same thing as clean water. This is the same thing as a warm house in the winter. And that's the consumer ideal. That became a consumer ideal, that healthcare is not ideal unless anybody can get it anytime they want it for no out-of-pocket cost. That this is something that's just there, like the air we breathe or the clean water that comes out of our faucet. It's kind of a Garden of Eden mentality that this is something that's there and it's good and it's just there for society to take. And it became a foregone conclusion that government was the vehicle that was going to that was going to provide this. And this isn't unique to medicine. We see it every winter when we read about heating oil crises and the government providing heating oil subsidies to people. Initially, something like broadband internet was thought of as a luxury, that only certain people have it. Now that's considered an intrinsic good, and broadband internet has to be given to everybody or have to be provided by everybody by the government. So something that becomes, when something gets thought of not as a luxury, not as something frivolous, not as someone's hobby, then it becomes a societal goal to achieve universal access to this value by any means. And that's what happened with medicine. Initially in the United States, I think what was unique about it is that they allowed we had a private sector that was very robust, and government's role initially was, if the private sector fails, if we see that it's not achieving this consumer ideal, then it's a role for government. But if the private sector can do this, then there's less role for government. And I think that was the only thing that's really unique about the United States, is that they gave the private sector a role, and that's why we have a unique type of socialized medicine. The other point is that people talk about the American Medical Association, of which I'm a member, as this major bulwark against this. And I would say that that's a misconception. The AMA is a guild, and they're not really a bulwark against any of this. Basically, their function was to make sure that doctors came out ahead, or came out okay, that we still had the ability to drive fancy cars and be called doctor, or to get a nice parking place at the hospital and have all of that societal prestige that doctors have. And then the rest of it really didn't matter. And I think that's kind of what we are now, that we've got a workforce of healthcare professionals that are esteemed, that have a lot of social status, that are considered in the United States upper class. And it doesn't really matter about all the other stuff because we've been taken care of. And that's what the AMA tried to secure, and that's what they still try to secure, is making sure doctors are paid high and have all of those perks and are in a different echelon of society, but not really caring about what the underlying aspects of this was, so long as it was positive, at least to the doctor lifestyle. So this is something that's been going on, as I said, for a long time, and I've got some, I think, quotes that I've pulled that I think are really good from Democrat and Republican presidents, and I'm just going to go through these because it's important to remember that the whole idea of universal health care or socialized medicine or one payer didn't start with Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton or Barack Obama. It starts way back, even to before these presidents, to Theodore Roosevelt, a Republican president. So just a couple of quotes I want to read. This is from President Truman. "We should resolve now that the health of the nation is a national concern, that financial barriers in the way of getting health care shall be removed, that the health of all of its citizens deserves the help of all the nation." So we are our brother's keeper. This is tying everybody together in that three-man race that Greg was talking about. That's President Truman articulating, and he was probably the first major advocate for this, even though Theodore Roosevelt had talked about it. And he also cited the fact that only 20% or 1/5 of our population is able to afford the medical care they need. Now that means that there are 110 million people in this country who can't afford proper medical attention. That is a disgrace to the richest country in the world. So this was seen as something different, that you can't have any kind of inequity, and had to be remedied by government. President Eisenhower, a Republican: "American people are going to get the medical care to which they are entitled in some form or another." So this is already being seen as an intrinsic good, that you have to achieve this consumer ideal. If the private sector isn't doing it, if there are people that are having difficulty meeting their medical bills, then government has to intervene and take action. And then Lyndon Johnson: "Whatever we do or hope to do depends upon the health of our people. We cannot be satisfied until all Americans have available to them the best medical treatment that the best medical men can devise." No answer of how you create a system to do that. They just assume it's going to be there. It's an intrinsic good. We're going to be the government's going to be the vehicle, just like the government is the vehicle for clean water that comes from the earth into your faucet. The same way, the medicine is going to come out that way, and it's going to be great. And Lyndon Johnson was instrumental, but President Kennedy, his predecessor, really, I think, illustrates an important point. At this time, the United States had a semi-free medical system, even though it wasn't completely free, but they were looking to Europe for inspiration. Europe was what everybody emulated. Europe was what the avant-garde liked, and there's philosophers in this room that know that better than I do, that this was that they set the intellectual tone. And there's I think, really telling quote from Kennedy there, that the fact of the matter is that what we are now talking about doing, most of the countries of Europe did years ago. The British did it 30 years ago. We are behind every country, pretty nearly in Europe, in this matter of medical care for our citizens. So they're already viewing this as a goal. This is an achievable goal. This is something they're striving for, and we're behind. That it's a race to provide this. So this is not surprising that if you've got these leaders talking about this, that you get the system, and they're reflecting what's in the culture. This is what's happening. And you're starting to see this rhetoric, and that rhetoric is going to lead to government programs. And I think this quote from Senator Kennedy, President Kennedy's younger brother, really illustrates what the problem is here. As Ted Kennedy said, healthcare is not just another commodity. They're thinking about it differently. So this is not a Corvette. This is not some fancy luxury thing that only certain people could get. This is something that should be thought of as you get this irrespective of your ability to pay for it or the ability of anybody to provide it. It has to be there somehow in this Garden of Eden mentality. So I want to just take a little bit of a historical tour because, as I said, this was already something the government was starting to do. And if you look back, and I think the health policy people probably, I think they can correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time you see the government involved, the U.S. government involved in healthcare, which was the Adams administration, so the second presidential administration in 1798, the Marine Hospital Service Act of 1798, where they were starting to now deduct money from the wages of seamen to fund medical care for sick and disabled seamen and build hospitals for the treatment of seamen. Here's a quiz question. Does anybody know what the most famous marine hospital is that still stands today and what it's called? The National Institutes of Health. It's the NIH. This was the funding bill for the NIH. The NIH was the marine hospital system that turned into the NIH. And this passed the House and Senate on a voice vote, which means there was no opposition to it. And President Adams signed it into law. So they were already thinking healthcare is something different we have to provide, even though at this point we're just 2 years after Edward Jenner made the first vaccine. So we're still at a very early age and a while away from antibiotics and efficacious medicines. So another important part of medicine is not just the federal issues, but the state licensure of physicians, and Greg alluded to this. So in the early frontier times, I guess, the United States, we had state medical societies and medical schools that would say this person graduated, or the state medical society would vouch for someone saying that this is a way that this person could be a doctor. And there were penalties for unlicensed practice. However, interestingly, there was a blowback against that type of state-level regulation against medicine, and that was during the presidency of Andrew Jackson, where many of these laws were repealed. And then they had a second wave of licensing laws in the 1870s. And then State Board of Medicines, which were basically populated by individuals from the AMA and their state medical societies, started to develop education and training standards, including for doctors trained out of the U.S. And this is how it stands today, that there's state boards of medicine that regulate who can practice medicine, what type of training they need to be licensed, and what types of standards they need to maintain their license. They also, when you think about issues of bringing doctors from outside this country to practice here that have been trained, they set those standards as well, saying that they have to do a residency here. So, for example, if you're a doctor that was trained in England and you come to the United States to work, if you do not do your residency training here, you have to start over, which disincentivizes immigration. The only country that has an exception to that is Canada, and U.S. have reciprocity, but that's what state boards of medicine do. They restrict the supply. They also are bulwarks against what we call advanced practice providers, or some people sometimes call them mid-level, so nurse practitioners, physician's assistants, nurse anesthetists, midwives, optometrists, psychologists, all of those individuals who have the ability to do some kind of healthcare delivery, but not all of it. They restrict how much they can do, and it varies from state to state. So they still continue to do this to this day, restrict who can come in from other countries and what training requirements, and then what other people, other healthcare professionals can do. And this is a way that the AMA has sort of worked hand in glove with government control of medicine. They've used it to their advantage to protect those high salaries, the Porsches, all the things that we want to have as doctors. The other thing that they do is that they restrict how you prescribe medicine. And I just use this as an example. Again, this is not completely exhaustive, but doctors have to, one way that we deal with force or government every day is when we prescribe narcotics. So as early as 1915, narcotics started to be treated differently, that they could only be prescribed in good faith and in the course of a doctor's professional practice only. So they were already auditing the way people used certain drugs. And from there we get the Controlled Substances Act and the whole Drug Enforcement Agency and the Diversion Control Program. So one way, a very concrete way that doctors deal with force and how much we're stipulated what we do. So the DEA dictates even what type of paper we can write a prescription on for a narcotic. Not a certain type of narcotic has to be written on this type of paper, but not on this type of paper. You can only call in this many refills for this narcotic, but 0 refills for this one. You can't even call a pharmacist for this one. It has to be on that special paper. And it has to be faxed. It has to either be electronically transmitted or faxed. You can't give it to your patient. There's so many restrictions. That's how granular it can be with the DEA in terms of controlled substances. And it's not just there are other drugs that they have special monitoring programs too, but this is just an example of, but you grew up with that as a doctor, so you don't even notice it because you've always known that there are special requirements, that you have a DEA number, that I can recite my own DEA number off the top of my head just now if I need to. That's just how you have to be able to interface with the government on any daily basis. What's your DEA number? And you can do it. What's your national provider identification? You have those memorized in your head because of how much you have to do. So I'm sort of jumping around here. And the other point I wanted to make is about the way people paid for healthcare. And this is trying to setting the landscape of what's happening before Medicare. And I think this has been identified by a lot of individuals, and Greg talked about it as well, is that when you separate the purchaser of healthcare services or the receiver of healthcare services from the one providing it, where cost doesn't become something they think about, you really have massive, massive distortions. So we know from World War II, during the wage freezes, that employers needed ways to recruit individuals, and they made healthcare cost deductible from the income of a corporation as a way to encourage people to be employed at that organization because they couldn't raise wages, but also as a way to provide health care for individuals. And then employer subsidized health insurance is the norm. That's what every person, the majority of people here probably have that. And that third-party payment issue, the fact that there's no concern for costs, really showed how unsustainable it was. And the thing is, this isn't insurance. If you think about what insurance actually is, in terms of what you do when you get your Allstate car insurance, you still worry about costs. You still think about what your insurance is going to provide and what you're going to pay out of pocket. But you're already starting to see that move away when third parties are paying for this in a way that's very, very different than any type of insurance model. And if you look at the history of this, many insurance companies didn't even want to get involved in health insurance because it was so different. The life insurance companies, they were not that interested in their health insurance because they saw once this was happening that this was not sustainable to their business model. So you had the rise of groups like Blue Cross and Blue Shield, which were not-for-profits, but very different than traditional insurance companies. So a couple of things happened before Medicare and Medicaid were passed, and I think Medicare and Medicaid is the turning. It's the closest pivot point that we see in American medicine. So in 1921, the Shepard-Towner Act, funding for state maternal and infant health care programs. So they're already giving money for health care for certain groups that they think are vulnerable. The Farm Security Administration was giving federal subsidies to states to create health care programs for farmers. Federal subsidies also for insurance for the poor, elderly, and underemployed. So at this time, states had their own health care programs, but the federal government is starting to now augment them by giving more money. In 1946, the Hill-Burton Act, federal subsidies to states to build nonprofit hospitals. So they're getting more and more engaged each time with trying to enter this industry and have states build up a robust system for their citizens. And then in 1950, the Social Security Act was amended to supply state welfare officials with resources to directly pay medical vendors. So they're becoming the payer now for many forms of health care. And one of the things that they're doing is that they've got this huge federal workforce now, and they can use this as carrot and stick to these insurance companies to play with them to do all of this stuff. Is you want to insure all our federal employees, then this is kind of how we're going to do it. The government's going to take an interest in this. So all throughout this thing, that they're using that as a big the insurance companies are sort of putting up some resistance, but not complete. And one of the carrots they get for this government stick is you can insure our federal workforce, and that becomes more and more compelling to people. The other thing that happens is that states are regulating insurance as well. So we talk about what Obamacare did or the ACA did by setting this kind of level that what things needed to be covered, which things had to be part of an insurance plan that would be approved. But states were doing that long before them. Not all states. Some states had differing requirements, and that's why people once used to think about interstate insurance as a way to kind of get around some of that restrictions. But states were doing this for a very long time. Insurance was, I think, basically non-existent if you think about what insurance means. And I alluded to this earlier. Insurance involves weighing risks and making decisions on who or what to insure, what benefits, how to charge people. And if you're thinking about you want this consumer ideal of healthcare for everybody without any thought of cost, the best healthcare that you can get, health insurance can't actually do that. It's not insurance anymore because it's a totally different thing. It's a social welfare program. It's not really insurance. And I think that's what's striking to me to think of it that way, is that we villainize the health insurance companies all the time. Every doctor has problems with health insurance companies, but you have to realize they're not even acting like insurance companies anymore because they've basically been legislated out of existence. Their whole practice is dictated by government of what they can actually offer as a product. And they're not able to make decisions the way anybody would to try to weigh risks of should I get, like if you're buying an investment, if you're investing in something or you're buying a house, you might ask questions about is this a place where there's earthquakes? Are there tornadoes? Does it have a basement? You can't do that in health. These insurance have to issue it. There's a concept called guaranteed issue that you just give, you provide the health insurance if someone actually wants to purchase it without any kind of idea of who you're giving it to. You get very little ability to discriminate amongst different risks or different plans, and then you have to give everybody whatever the government says has to be included in an insurance plan, or it's not really insurance. But it isn't insurance to begin with when you start having the government dictate all of that. But the government then redefines what insurance means. So it's a very complicated mess. But in general, what it does is destroys the entire concept of insurance in a way that's very unique to health insurance versus life insurance or car insurance or other types of insurance products that people sell. And now I'm going to move to Medicare and Medicaid, and I just have a little bit of facts about it. So as I said, this was something that Theodore Roosevelt started talking about, Truman pushed very heavily, Kennedy pushed very heavily, and then Johnson eventually got passed. And in the interim there, you had Eisenhower, who was also going to had his own different plan, which was very similar to Medicare. It was bipartisan, and there's a quote from LBJ there. Mr. Eisenhower is now for it. Mr. Nixon is now, or this is around that, or this I can't remember who actually made the quote, but Mr. Eisenhower is now for it. Mr. Nixon is now for it. Mr. Kennedy is now for it. I don't know anybody in government who is against it. So to think that this was something that Democrats did and Republicans didn't go along with that's another myth that needs to be blown up, that this was something that was bipartisan and it would have happened in one form or another, irrespective of LBJ. It would have been something that both parties were moving towards. And what Medicare and Medicaid do, for people that don't know, it starts out as something for elderly individuals above the age of 65, and then gets expanded to individuals with certain disabilities, end-stage kidney disease, Lou Gehrig's disease, or ALS, and it has a couple different parts. It started out with Part A and Part B. Initially, it was really about paying for hospital costs because that's where the rise had been in terms of cost, because, again, medicine got efficacious, more procedures, more surgeries, more things were being done in hospitals, prices rose, and that's where they were worried about elderly not being able to afford. So initially it was hospital and skilled nursing care in Part A, and then Part B was part of that, which was medical insurance that you would take to your doctor. And then several years later, they made something called Medicare Advantage, which is basically a very HMO heavy, I'll get to that in a second. It's more meant to more mimic the private market in insurance, and you can opt for that. And it was all initially financed through a payroll tax, which was around 2.9% that both employers and employees had to pay, and then it's increased to 3.8%. And that's how it started. And almost immediately after it started, it was underestimated how much it would cost. And now it's over $990 billion, the budget of Medicare. And Medicare was also passed along with something called Medicaid, which is where federal government gave matching funds to states to provide medical assistance for individuals who are below a certain poverty line. So those two things were codified in 1965, and that I think really marks a turning point where you have the government being the primary payer of healthcare for almost everybody. Another thing that Medicare does that's not quite noticed by the general public, or that they don't understand, is that they fund graduate medical education. So once you finish medical school, you do a residency, a fellowship. That is usually provided for by Medicare. Medicare pays hospitals. They pay them a lot. So they pay a resident. When I was a first-year resident, I got paid $36,000 a year. But the hospital that I worked at got paid about $100-something thousand to have me there. So that they, in that way, indirectly influence specialties, how much money they're going to subsidize for slots in emergency medicine versus vascular surgery versus infectious disease versus whatever. They control that amount of money, which hospitals respond to, and increase or decrease the number of slots that they're going to offer because they want that Medicare incentive, that money. So they also control the supply of physicians in that way as well. So they really almost cradle to grave in medicine. They have an aspect of what you're doing. And when you want to become a doctor, you will engage with the government no matter how much you try to avoid it. And that's just Medicare and Medicaid. You can also think about the Veterans Affairs medical system. It's over 100 hospitals, and initially began after the Revolutionary War. So I didn't include this so this was before the Adams administration, where the federal and state funding was going into a system to take care of veterans. And then in the 1920s, veterans' homes started providing not just kind of places for them to live, but hospital-level care. And then by 1947, over 100 hospitals. And VA hospitals are all over the place. They do liver transplants, they do kidney transplants. They're just like any other type of hospital in many areas, and they are one of the biggest cabinet bureaus. If you think of, like, the budget for the VA is very, very high compared to many other cabinet-level positions in the cabinet-level agencies in the U.S. So it is a major issue. And then that's not to mention things like TRICARE, which is the civilian health benefits for U.S. military dependents and retirees, which is administered by the Department of Defense. So I'm giving you these as examples of how much the government does in the sector. Or the Children's Health Insurance Program in 1997, where they give matching funds to states to provide child health care for those who are not Medicare eligible. So it's raising it up. How many children are covered under that? That was done during the Clinton administration. And the thing is, you're getting more and more of these types of programs where they're covering more people, and then they're also dictating what you can do. So all this funding is out there for these hospitals. They all want it because they wouldn't otherwise. They would be giving charity care, and it's much better to get some reimbursement rather than none. And they use that as a carrot stick as well. And in 1986, they passed a law called EMTALA. The Reagan administration passes this law, and it stands for the Emergency Treatment and Labor Act, which basically says that if you participate in Medicare, and almost every hospital participates in Medicare, you have to give a medical screening examination for anyone presenting to the emergency department and stabilize that condition, irrespective of anything. So now this is basically mandating, if you want Medicare dollars, which all hospitals need to have to survive, you have to treat everybody, at least stabilize them, as a condition of getting that money. So EMTALA means you cannot turn anyone away. This is, again, going back to what Senator Ted Kennedy said, healthcare is not just another commodity. That's what they're doing here. A couple of other issues. So the Ryan White Care Act in 1990, payer of last resort for HIV/AIDS. All organ transplants, bone marrow and cord blood transplants, all done with government permission. There are major government organizations all run through the Health Resources Services Administration that decide who can get a transplant, what are the criteria, how do you match donors and recipients, what types of procedures and protocols have to be in place. And they also outlaw any kind of remuneration for anybody that donates a kidney, or even they're trying to get some kind of reimbursement just for the medical expenses is even very, very difficult because of the way the government has written this. They do allow some compensation for bone marrow donors. They cover anybody with leprosy or Hansen's disease. That's automatically covered by government. We also have federally qualified health clinics, which are run by the federal government to provide primary care. The Indian Health Service, over 24 hospitals in the Department of Interior that takes care of all of the healthcare needs of any tribal citizens. And then we also have state and local health department clinics. So in a given town, for example, you may have a place where the STD clinic or the tuberculosis clinic, that's run by the government. So these are just more and more things that the government does in healthcare. As we talked about, they also tell you how to practice. There's restrictions on certain medications like narcotics. For example, methadone. Methadone can only be given at a special federally certified center. You can't give it anywhere else. And it has to be given only one dose at a time. It has to be given in a way that they can actually look to see that you've taken that medicine, that you didn't pocket it or suck it in the side of your lip. There was another drug called buprenorphine, which is another narcotic drug that's used actually to wean people off. That was also restricted. You had to take extra 8 hours of time you had to spend to be able to license it. There are other medications as well. Certain cardiac medications, you have to have special permission to prescribe from the DEA, from the FDA, from organizations that are restricting it. I didn't even get into abortion-related restrictions. There's so many that what you can actually tell a patient, what you have to do. Do you have to have admitting privileges if you're going to provide abortions at a hospital, or are you just doing it in a clinic? What you do with the abortion pill, all of that stuff regulated completely and dictated by government. IVF restrictions. Can you use 3 people to make a baby, which somebody did? That's an interesting story on its own. Illegal in the United States, but can happen in other places. And then they also use these things called Medicare performance measures. So somebody writes a paper that something works really well, that they do a study, and for example, let's say sepsis, that people do really well when you give them fluids really quickly. You do this, you do this, you do these types of things, and it's a paper. And it starts to change people's behavior. They start to do it. Then the government makes that a performance register for Medicare, saying, if you don't do it now, we're going to deduct points off of your Medicare reimbursement. We're going to knock 3% off or 1% off. So when something looks good in a medical paper, then it becomes almost force of law, not quite force of law, but very akin to it in terms of what hospitals now have to do in order to get their full Medicare reimbursement, which is what they need for their viability. So they basically tell you how to practice. So now there's certain things that happen. So there was a very famous sepsis paper, and some people in the crowd probably know about it, about all these things you need to do for a septic patient. And the sepsis is the end stage of an infectious disease. And it worked. The paper was really great, and it changed practices. But sometimes it doesn't apply to the patient in front of you. But now you have to write this paragraph. I did not apply I didn't give this patient 30 milliliters per kilogram of fluid because I thought it would be deleterious to the patient because of this person also had volume overload from this. You have to put that in the thing, or they'll ding the hospital. Or if you give a person, or for a stroke, if you need to give them a clot-busting drug within 30 minutes, and if you don't, because you're on the fence, you don't know if it's a stroke, there's some issues. You have to say, I didn't follow your 30-minute recommendation because of X, Y, and Z. You have to actually include that in the medical record so the hospital doesn't get in trouble. So they do come down to that point of how to practice. We've also heard a lot about health maintenance organizations. They were sort of this devil that people talked about, but again, they were really thought of as a creation of the insurance companies. But what they were was a burgeoning model for health insurance delivery that got a huge push by a Democrat, by a Republican again. The HMO Act, 1973, Richard Nixon passed this, which subsidized them, made them the kind of norm that people wanted to do. So you have them looking at healthcare. So the government is the one subsidizing. Health insurance companies are sort of in the mix there, but they're all looking at trying to contain costs because this whole third-party paying thing has gotten out of control. So they're now trying to ratchet it all back. And by subsidizing HMOs, that's one way they think they're going to decrease healthcare. So this is just another aspect of government creating a problem and then creating another problem to try and solve that problem, which makes the problem worse, which then they want another problem, then they have another solution to solve. So we also talk about medications, the cost of medications. And I want to give you a few examples, not to belabor you with all these little details, but when the cost of medications has gone up, government started to pay, has been trying to pay for them. And we talk about the idea of price controls for drugs, as if they don't already exist in the United States. So these are several programs. So the Medicaid drug rebate program. So you get rebates based on sales to Medicare beneficiaries as a condition of having their products covered by Medicaid. So if you want your drug to be covered by Medicaid, you have to give patients a rebate. And then there's this whole other process called 340B, where drug manufacturers have to provide outpatient drugs to certain eligible healthcare organizations at significantly reduced prices. This is now certain individuals get their medicines cheaper than other individuals. So they're already dictating how much, or they are dictating how much an individual pays for medicine based on their whatever demographic or social factor that they're trying to use. And the thing is, this creates middlemen and people who do these negotiations, and now you have a whole industry running around with the Medicaid drug rebate program, 340B. They're called pharmacy benefit managers, and they spend a lot. They get a lot of money working as middlemen, and they become an industry. They become a lobby unto themselves, who then kind of make these things stay forever in place. Vaccines for children under the Clinton administration, no-cost vaccines to uninsured children, and then the prescription drug benefit added to Medicare, again, not by a Democrat, but by President George W. Bush, which was the single biggest entitlement increase in the history of the country. So when you do all of this, what you've created is a major wedge to quote-unquote negotiate drug prices. So when we think about the fact that people talk about price controls, there already are massive precedents there, and Medicare itself is the wedge to get all of this to happen because that covers so many people. Hospitals themselves are also regulated, and this is something that came out very clear during COVID-19, is that we had no healthcare capacity, that we couldn't handle that surge of patients, that we were in crisis standards of care. And people think that, well, why can't hospitals expand the way Zoom expanded when people wanted to use the internet? Why can't they do that? And it's because of many different laws at the state level. So there's something called certificate of need, which is basically if you want to expand your hospital, even if you want to expand your ambulance, if you want to make a new ambulance service, you have to petition the government, the state or local government, and your competitors to say, is there actually a need for this? We want to make a new wing in the hospital, but your competitors say, well, no, you don't really need that wing. And it doesn't happen. So there are many states that have certificate of need laws that have made it much, much harder to expand hospitals. You have to have a licensing of facilities. So you might have room in your hospital for 5 extra beds, but those aren't licensed beds, meaning the state hasn't approved you to have those 5 extra beds. So you have to apply to the state to say, can we license those 5 beds to use them? And then the staffing ratio. Some hospitals, some states will say you have to have this many nurses for this many patients. All of that stuff can be regulated at the federal or state level, and it's just makes it impossible to run a hospital even like a business. It's the opposite of that. It's basically completely constrained by multiple levels of regulation. So now with all of that background, and most of that this is all occurring before the 2010s and the election of Barack Obama. I don't think anybody at that point would say that we had a free market in healthcare, or that this was free enterprise health system. So when you see the Affordable Care Act, it's basically just taking this hodgepodge of all these regulations and kind of codifying them together. So there were certain things. So there was certain things that were new. So the mandate for health insurance, where you had to buy health insurance as a condition of life, or face a tax penalty. That's been removed, so the mandate is not there, but that was one of the new things. But it's interesting to know that mandate was because the ACA wanted guaranteed issue, meaning they wanted health insurance companies to not look at any pre-existing coverage. So the health insurance company said, well, we can't do that unless we have more in the pool to cover those pre-existing conditions. So that was kind of a tit for tat with the insurance company who were negotiating the ACA with them. Dependent until age 26, which means you can stay on your parents' insurance. No limits on benefits, restrictions on differential premium pricing. You can't charge different people different things. Must cover preventive services without cost sharing. Exchanges to sell policies, and so those are the exchanges that people can buy on. 80 to 85% of revenues of the insurance company to be spent on benefits. So if you're an insurance company and you can't use that for anything else other than benefits. So they're already saying how much your profit can be. Medicaid expansion, 41 states took that expanded Medicaid. Cadillac tax is a 40% tax on employer-sponsored healthcare. So if you got a really great insurance plan from your employer, now that's considered income. So you have to pay a 40% tax on those benefits as well. And I think it's important to remember that this was mostly borrowed from the Republican plan in Massachusetts, which I just kind of put them side by side. It's almost identical between Romney Care and the Affordable Care Act, which was, again, a Republican plan that was used as the template for the Affordable Care Act, only with some federal changes in it. And I think, and before that was the Clinton healthcare plan, which failed in 1993. And it was almost, it had very similar things as the ACA, but it was a lot more stricter. It was basically going to force people into all of the exchanges and over time kind of almost outlaw private insurance, de facto outlaw it. But that was something that was defeated mostly because of mostly not so much because people disagreed on the ideal. I think it was defeated because people first of all, didn't trust the people that were advocating it, and there was much more about you choosing your doctor, getting in between the physician-patient relationship. That's how it was really, I think, defeated, is because people were trying to say that this is going to create a wedge between doctors and patients and worsen care. But in the end, I don't think it was much of a, it's not surprising that it was passed, and I think we're almost there with Obamacare. So a couple of things I wanted to talk about towards the end are some of the market-based solutions that people have been advocating for. So the first things were medical savings accounts, which are now called healthcare savings accounts. And these are tax-free accounts where you can take money and put it away tax-free, just like you do for a 401k. But it's not just like that. You can't just put $50,000 away one day in it. You have to ask, the government gives you limits. So any year, and the current limit is $3,850 per year. And you can't just have a healthcare savings account. You're required by law to have a high deductible insurance plan to couple with it. You just can't use your own money. You have to have a health insurance plan with it. So you're doing this by permission. There's also flexible spending accounts, where employers can spend money tax-free on qualified health expense. So you have a certain amount of money. So these are all things that the government has created to sort of give you some semblance of control. But you can see what they do there is they basically kneecap the entire thing. They make it not a threat to the other system. You'll hear, I think, in one of the panels about concierge care and direct care, where a patient can directly contract. But the way they've done this is they've made it really hard to make this a viable alternative outside of certain specialties like like primary care or ophthalmology or plastic surgery or dermatology or pediatrics, because what they do is say if you take care of anybody that's eligible for Medicare and you charge them differentially you can't charge them differentially for anything that Medicare covers. That if Medicare covers it, you can't charge them anything different, which makes it very hard to do this for many specialties. And number two, if you work in anything in a hospital, you're going to be taking care of Medicare patients. So if you're a hospital-based doctor, you're not going to be able to do anything direct care because you're going to have to take Medicare as a condition of being on staff at that hospital. So you can't opt out. And it makes it very, very difficult to actually see this becoming a viable challenge in all of medicines. So as I said, this is, one cannot charge a Medicare enrollee different price for covered services. And I think that, as I said, all major medical centers are Medicare participating institutions. You cannot live in the healthcare world without Medicare because it's the biggest thing, the biggest entity or the biggest issue in medicine. And what it's done is created this whole atmosphere where you can't get around it and it controls everything else you do, even if you don't want to do it. So I think that if you think about what Greg said earlier, that this is a myth, I think hopefully some of that concretizes what it's like in medicine. And the thing is that we all grew up, all of the doctors here grew up when all these things were already de facto. So we don't know what it would have been like without it. This is how it all started. That medicine was always regulated in a very heavy manner. So it's all unseen. As medicine was growing up as a field, as it became more efficacious, the controls were going with it. So they were maybe one over the other. So you don't actually know what free healthcare would look like, what things weren't pursued, what healthcare could be like. And I think that this is basically de facto socialized medicine. And one of the things that I think is that everything that you do that's outside of medicine or outside of government healthcare is done by permission. You're not doing anything because that's just an area that the government has left alone. They know about it, and you have to have permission. Like if you want to donate, if you want to give money to your healthcare savings account, they tell you how much you're allowed to do. More than that, it's illegal. If you want to work in a direct primary care practice, they restrict on which patients you can see, so that you don't cannibalize their patients. And I didn't even talk about things like the FDA at all. This is a whole other talk about where government regulation. It's really, I think Greg put it well, they call it a myth, because it's just something that I think is just not quite understood. We have a different type of socialized healthcare system in the United States. And I think one of the things is, how is it staying viable? And I think it comes back to, that line from Atlas Shrugged, you'll do something, Mr. Reardon. You figure it out. We've been able to figure it out because there's people that like medicine, that like this field. And I always think of doctors as almost entrepreneurs, taking the findings of science and bringing them into people's lives so that they can actually make them actionable. And if you're fascinated by that, I think that works. But I think we're in a position where many doctors are, next slide, many doctors are kind of frustrated. I'm going to get to that in a second. But I wanted to, the thing is, if you look here, the top table shows you percentage of tax-funded spending and you can see the United States is very high ranked, even higher than socialized medicine countries in terms of total and tax-funded healthcare expenditures. And you look on this table from 2013 to 2024, you can go across 67.1%. So total tax-funded spending is 11.2% of GDP, which is higher than what you would call a socialized medicine, and 67%. So that's basically all of it. I mean, there's not much, and to call us not a socialized medicine country where it's 11.2, this is tax, this is government spended GDP, not all Medicare, not all dollars. 11.2 is coming from the government, and in England it's 7.3. And we talk about the NHS as a socialized medicine system. I don't really know that has a distinction with any kind of difference, because it's more here. There's more government spending of healthcare here as a percentage. And then on top of that, you've got private spending, which will take that up into maybe 25 or 20 to 25%. But it's that little, whatever, that's a mystery to me, is that sliver. Because you can look at Canada there, it's 7.2%. And just yesterday, I had to call in prescriptions for a Canadian healthcare executive in New York City, that she would have someone drive and pick them up because she can't get them there. So there's differences in styles, and we still have some sliver that seems to produce great things. And I don't know how it does or how long it can, but that's what's kind of going on. But I think it's, there's one thing to remember is that there's no principled opposition to this. There never has been. The American Medical Association was not a principled opposition. They were basically voicing guild-like concerns, trying to make sure they were going to be okay. And I think so long as medicine is seen as the intrinsic good and the dominant philosophy, this is going to be the trend. And it shouldn't be surprising that this was the trend. But I think that there's some first things, Greg really wanted to focus on some concrete first steps. And I think that there's some interesting things that at least I think about. And I think it's about allowing the market-based solutions to burgeon and exist, not without permission, but as a parallel program, one that allows people more choice, one that might be more efficient, just like, for example, private schools and charter schools and Montessori schools exist in parallel, and they're allowed to do so, and they've been seen by the general public. Or last night we were talking in the dinner how Uber exists parallel to the taxi medallion monopolies, and people recognize that. And I think you allow that to happen, it may get people to think differently about this. Because, for example, in the UK, they have this NHS system, and then they have a private system on top of that. Their private system is much more tolerant than our private system in terms of how much they get involved and regulate. And I think we can learn some lessons, actually, from them. I think we need to remove Medicare regulations on concierge practices. We just need to allow people to be able to contract with people freely, free association, without this Medicare carrot and stick. Lift HSA contribution limits. It shouldn't just be $3,500. It should be whatever you want to do. I mean, the same is probably true for 401ks. Allow tax deductibility for individuals so that they can buy a health insurance plan and not have income from pre-tax dollars. Expand the scope of practice for APPs. We need to stop this guild mentality of if doctors can do this, nurse practitioners can do that, and all that fighting. I think that will make more freedom in this field. And then allow different insurance products to be sold. So, for example, last night we were talking about these guilds that come together, these mutual aid societies. But I did do some looking into that, and you can't. They were kind of exempted from the ACA. So, if a mutual aid society exists, but you had to have been in existence since 1999. If you weren't in existence after 1999, it doesn't allow you to exist as that. So there's a lot of innovation that's being stifled because they don't want a competitor to the system that they have. And I think that we have no idea what the alternative business practice models would be. And just going back on a couple of things, when you think about people say force in medicine, it's not as if that there's, as I said, a government person in the hospital telling you do this, you do that. It's much more subtle than that. It's just the way you're brought up in that system to be responsive to all of that and to basically take as a foregone conclusion that it's the government that's telling you how this field should be run, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, what guidelines you should follow, what guidelines you shouldn't follow. And you've all been brought up in that, and you don't know anything different. So when you think about most medical students today, would support universal health care, would support all that stuff. It's because they don't know anything different, and they've only grown up around that system, and we have this mongrel mix where there are bad things that happen, and we don't really, and most bad things get blamed on the whatever sliver of private insurance is left, but it's that private insurance is not really even fully private. And I think that's one thing that happens, and you don't get they always talk about, the best and the brightest not going into medicine because of that. And I think that's probably already happened. I think we have a lot of people who memorize, people that they're bright, but they're not the brightest, and they know that they're going into medicine for a good job. And I always get frustrated because I tend to be obsessive about medicine and reading and keep refreshing the page on the New England Journal of Medicine website when a new issue comes out to see. And I always ask my parents, why aren't people like that, or why don't they? I used to ask them that, and they would say, well, I would always be frustrated. Nobody's keeping up. Nobody does anything. They don't really care about medicine. I'm like, why did they even become a doctor? They should have done something else. And my dad said it's better than ditch digging, and that's basically what's happened is that people think of medicine. It's a good living, and you learn all that stuff. You memorize all that stuff in medical school. You keep up, but it's not considered. I don't think it's the best and the brightest anymore. I think it's people that, yes, they get paid. Yes, they're above average intelligence, and they know how they're competent, but it's not where you're seeing it's stifling innovation. And then I think it does turn into, if you think about burnout and all that, all these every medical journal has things about doctor burnout. I think that's part of it, is because yes, you're making it into ditch digging, and that's why people are getting burned out, because there's no freedom, but they don't know anything better. Maybe they just said medicine isn't all it was cracked up to be, because they don't know anything, and they hear about what it could be like, or they see these TV shows like on TV show ER how cool it looks, but it really isn't like that. So I hope that was interesting to you. That was kind of a whirlwind tour of my own thoughts on this, and hopefully that concretized some things and blew up some myths about where we are, and I'm happy to take questions. Yeah, Robert?
Yeah, I was surprised at how early the inroads the government made into medicine began with the Adams administration. How bad was what happened during or after the Revolutionary War? And I ask because you can imagine, since military is a legitimate function of the government, that if a soldier gets their leg blown off, that it would be proper for the government to attend to that for the duration of however long that is needed. Was it something worse than that? Were the programs you mentioned already violating rights more than you would expect from?
No, only in the sense that some of them may have been funded through tax funding, but no. But they were basically direct payments, almost like that they would just cover the care for people that were injured or needed or became some issue service connected to what they did in the Revolutionary War, which is still the core function of the VA. Still does that. It's just the argument was that the VA, when they were building on what happened in the Revolutionary War, they could have just paid it straight out as part of your contract as a soldier, that we're going to cover this through some means, but. It's kind of more after that, but in the beginning, no. I think it was just very clear this is related to your service, and that's part of the agreement we have with you that you became a soldier. We'll just go this way, that way, and then back. Okay, I'll just go these two.
Yeah. This might be an incredibly naive question. I can't decide whether it's super naive or super complex. But in your opinion, how would you characterize the root of the Garden of Eden mindset? Like, where does it come from? Why are people that way? Why isn't freedom more compelling? Why are people so vehement that these things exist and we can just distribute them?
So I'm not a philosopher, so that's a better question for Greg or one of the philosophers here. But I think it's very common that people don't understand that medicine has to be produced, that it's not just something that's there for the taking. But I think the Garden of Eden mentality is present for many different things, not just medicine. People think about it they think of that as an ideal, that you don't have to work for what you want to consume, that the goods get there somehow, and that they don't is some deficiency of this world, is how I would think about it. I think it's a really great quote from Ayn Rand that I think that she says something, whatever existed in the Garden of Eden was not a human, something like that really concretizes it for me. It's just a total different view of what life is about, I think. But I would defer to the philosophers for any more. That's how I think of it, though. But it's a long-standing problem. Yeah.
Couple quick comments and a question. You mentioned the creation of a number of veterans-related care spend a lot of time on scope of practice, and especially in Texas, I think that's, because we don't really have certificate of need here, but we have onerous scope of practice rules. So I just want to emphasize that as well for our state in particular. But my question is, you said that there was a first round of physician licensing that got repealed in the 1830s, largely in the 1830s, and then it came back in the 1870s. In that period, between the 1830s and the 1870s, what sort of either, I don't know if abuses is the right word, but like, was there bad stuff happening in sufficient quantities that people had a valid reason for wanting more licensure in the country as it existed in the 1870s? Or was that just basically protectionist?
I think it was basically protectionist. I don't think anything, because we're still at a period where medicine is not very efficacious. So you're going to a great doctor, a bad doctor, there's probably not much difference because there was really no evidence base that they were operating from. But I think it came to the point that then doctors started to get more organized, more medical schools started getting built, and they wanted to make it a profession, and then they wanted to bring those licensure laws back. Christy?
I think you did a great job of laying out the history, which is really interesting. One of the things that we've noticed as heavy consumers of the American medical system is that it tends to put patients in boxes. So like if you meet this criteria, you get this treatment. If you meet this criteria, you get that treatment. And it's not really very individualized, and you can't get what you actually need because you have to navigate all these boxes. And you kind of alluded to that, but I wonder if you have more thoughts on like, have we created a system that's maybe not designed for the individual?
Yeah, I definitely think that there's definitely much more emphasis on trying to put people into categories within you can then fit them in easily into a guideline, which I think is what happens when you kind of get cookie cutter medicine where people are trying to do what's best within the constraints of the system, and you get you want that patient to be able to be easily treated by what we already know, and it's very hard to individualize treatments that might not be covered by an insurance company, by Medicare and Medicaid, so you're trying to get them into that box in order to make it fit, even if it doesn't completely fit. There is a generalized trend for precision medicine and individualized medicine that's been going on, not in every part of medicine, but it's definitely taken off in places like oncology, for example. So it's coming back, at least people realize that you get better outcomes with individualized medicine, but it's not everywhere, and you do spend a lot of time trying to navigate to get certain treatments that might be individualized paid for from insurance companies because that person doesn't fit neatly in a box. So I think the system almost forces it to be you have to put people into kind of different categories and then follow those guidelines, and those are easier without any kind of problem where you have to call an insurance company for prior authorization before you do so. It's a big mess, but I think it's bureaucratic in most of its nature.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time just trying to figure out how to get the thing that you actually need.
Right. And there's tricks, and doctors get good at that, and you have like an office manager in an office that knows really well how to navigate all of these things and get things. Sir, any more? Like we can do you and you, if we have time.
Why don't we save the questions for when the image is back at the end, because I think we're going to
Oh,
cut into lunch.
all right. You want to end it now, or where you want?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I'll in the panel, or you can come talk to me here.
So we're going to break for lunch now. Lunch is outside. And for the people that are watching online, we'll be back with you in about an hour. Thanks. Welcome to our first panel for this workshop on the doctor-client relationship. My name is Ray Scher, and I will be the panel moderator. One of the themes of this workshop is the role that force plays in healthcare and the destruction it does. And this panel will focus on the role that force plays in interfering in the doctor-client relationship. To introduce our panelists, we have Art Astriano, a practicing ophthalmologist and co-founder of Americans for Freedom of Choice in Medicine, AFCAM. We have Michael Cannon, Director of Health Policy Studies at the Cato Institute, also author of the new book, Recovery, of which we have free copies at that end of the room, so anyone here in person who wants a free copy, please take one. And we have Richard Parker, emergency medicine physician in Texas. And we have Mike Garrett, concierge physician, also here in Texas. So we got a lot of Texan physicians here. So we have people on this panel who have thought and worked a lot on thinking about how to conceptualize problems in the healthcare system and solutions. But before turning to the solutions, I would like to start with you, Art, and your story and how you got interested in these topics. And I think you have a very interesting story.
Sure.
Share how you got into this.
Yeah, okay, thank you. As I was saying, I started an organization called Americans for Free Choice in Medicine, but I graduated medical school really with just engineering and medicine and nothing about health policy. So in 1988, when I started practice in ophthalmology, shortly thereafter, you come out, you're basically also an entrepreneur, you have to run a business, and I started getting these contracts across my desk, which were, the fundamental principle behind them appeared to be that I would do better the less I cared for my patients. And they were actually what we all know now as HMO contracts, and the fundamental aspect of it was capitation. And it seemed like that was an antithesis to my concept of the doctor-patient relationship. And other economists will go into more detail as to the rationale behind that rationing perspective, but basically I just didn't think it made sense. Then tried to think about why didn't it make sense, and what could we do to change it. And at the time I had thought about it, came up with a concept that I called health banking. It's actually other people in parallel thought of it, and they called it medical savings accounts and high deductible insurance. And started to think about that, maybe this is one way to reform health finance, because I didn't like what was coming down the path with the HMO concept. Also, at that same time, the Clinton administration was starting the Clinton healthcare plan concept. And what I saw coming down the road with that was this huge bureaucracy. And it was with so many offices, more regulations. Already I was dealing with Medicare in the beginning and so forth. And during that same period of time, doing this thinking, I heard a quote, and I want to read it to you. And it said, "He has erected a multitude of offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance." Does anyone know where that came from? Right. Yeah. So I was driving. It was the 4th of July, and I was driving to see an emergency patient. And the radio station was reciting the Declaration of Independence while I was kind of thinking of all these things. And that sentence, just like a light went off, and I just said, this is an issue of liberty. It's amazing that we're having to deal with this. So I got a little more active, and if you want to go, went to a healthcare policy.
Yes, please.
Went to a healthcare policy conference in D.C. My father instigated that. Said, you should really present your plan there. And I was very fortunate because I was able to hear other speakers and met some people that understand this a lot better than I did from a policy standpoint. People from Cato and NCPA and the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, AAPS, Jane Orient. And I really learned a lot. And so I came away from that conference, studied more, and came up with 3 fundamental principles as to what's happening in medicine, finance. And it's consistent with everything else. about the history. And you've heard the history this morning, and so I'm not, fortunately that's great because I don't need to repeat it. But what we took out of that is, if you recall the tax code change, prior to that, individuals were responsible for their health coverage. And it makes sense, right? You're the one that's most interested in your health care, you know. But when they created that tax incentive, what they said is it's cheaper if you let someone else pay the bill. And the market responded to that. And for the 20 years between 1942 and 1965, there was a huge switch. Prior to that, there was essentially no employer-based health care. After that, it became 70, 80%. Now it's like 95% employer-based health care. And we ingrained in the American psyche that health care is something that someone else should pay for. Now, during that period of time, we found that health insurance still didn't rise tremendously high, any higher than inflation, because still people didn't want to go see doctors and have a bunch of procedures. But what it did, it created that psyche and it destroyed insurance, as was also discussed this morning, because somebody else was paying the bill. We separated the consumer of healthcare from the payer, and the mentality is in America, you got to get the best. I mean, so we did that. So we set up a system which he talked about the Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and this is really kind of critical to understand the finances. When Blue Cross and Blue Shield were set up, they were set up to fund hospitals, because at the time, hospitals were were starting to become successful, but they needed capital. So they created a concept called cost plus financing. And cost plus financing means that you will, basically the census that you have in the hospital of your insurance, 20% Blue Cross or Blue Shield, you pay 20% of the cost of the hospital plus some profit. So then when Medicare came in, that's when things changed, and Medicare really boosted up the demand for medical services, and they paid the same way. So anyway, I don't go through more of the history. The point is, what we did with Americans for Free Choice in Medicine, we looked at all three sectors, charity, private, and Medicare, and we developed medical savings account type models for each of those. And I presented that to the Clinton Healthcare Task Force at the White House. And I showed, they listened, there were like 3 or 4 of them around the table. I went through how individuals saving money throughout this period of time, how the market forces of the individual payments would start to drive the market down, how the insurance companies would start to respond with different levels of deductibles and different plans and so forth. They listened patiently, but at the end of the presentation, they said, well, Dr. Estorino, that's really, really interesting, but you know, what we really would like to know is, where are your controls on the providers? So I looked at them, and you know, I just realized that they had no concern for people making their own decisions, spending their own money, you know, building a great medical system. Their concern was really to control the doctors, control medical care, and have all the funding flow through them to have that control, which may be cynical, but that's what I realized. And so then I knew I really had an educational thing to fight, and came back to California and started giving lectures and started Americans for Free Choice in Medicine and tried to help develop this program or this plan.
And what's the most important lesson in terms of, especially arguing for tax equity during the 90s when you were fighting against the Clinton bill?
Right.
Why didn't that work? What can we learn from that today?
Okay, so typically if I went through the history to explain to people what most people get, I'd say 80% of people get it. They can understand this, and they can understand the concept. Get that, you know, if you separate the finances from the provider, that eventually you can have a system where you lose choice. That's our name, Americans for Free Choice in Medicine. And what I didn't say is the principles are personal responsibility. We destroyed that with our tax code. Free market economics, we destroyed that by destroying the vehicle of insurance and healthcare. And then we'll destroy choice. And so the HMOs came, and now you can't choose your doctor, you can't choose your specialist. Doctors can't choose how they practice medicine. They have protocols. Hospitals can't choose how many beds they can have. You know, all the stuff that we went through in the beginning. So the complete lack of choice. And I think that that's what we have to focus on in the education process, is that we need to provide that choice to individuals, and that the way to do that is through many of the things that we're going to discuss today. And I think the whole point is just figuring out a way to get that politically viable. And they're starting to do some of it. Like medical savings had to get through, and we did stop the Clinton plan, but we didn't stop the Obama plan.
Thanks for that. Michael, you've got your new book out. What do you think are the biggest barriers to the kind of solutions that you're proposing? And would you like to comment on Art's story in terms of reflecting on past battles that we've tried to launch?
Sure. I'll lean into the mics
Yes.
so that the folks in the interwebs can hear me. I want to first say thank you to Salem. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Ray, for having me here. Thank you all for coming. And also thank Greg and Amesh for great presentations with a lot of information about how often, to what extent, the decisions that happen in the U.S. health sector are not a result of people exercising their right, their fundamental human right to make their own medical decisions, their own health decisions, but are instead the result of coercion, the result of coercive processes. And if Michael, if you could call up 4.1, I got a couple slides that I think will help illustrate just how pervasive coercion is in the U.S. health sector. The figure that Michael's going to bring up is from that we put together at Cato using data from the OECD. They compared advanced nations. The OECD compares advanced nations on all sorts of things. You've seen measures of how much more the United States spends on healthcare than other countries, and on a per capita basis, and as a share of GDP. But they also collect data that I don't think I've seen anyone else publicize other than we at the Cato Institute that show or that measure the extent to which health spending within a country is the result of voluntary choice by individuals versus government coercion. Now, you would think, if you listen to the rhetoric about health policy debates in the United States, that the United States would be among the lowest, among advanced nations, we would have among the lowest shares of health spending that are the result of government coercion. Instead, the opposite is true. We're among the highest nations in terms of compulsory health spending as a share of overall health spending. It's about 85% of health spending in the United States is spending that either you devote your money to this type of medical spending, the way what the government tells you got to use it for, or there's going to be penalties. The government is going to fine you, ultimately imprison you, unless you do what the government wants. The largest about half of U.S. health spending, so 50 percentage points of that 85%, is direct government spending, the Medicare program, the Medicaid program, the Veterans Health Administration, and so forth. But another 35% of it is what we call, quote, private health spending. It's employers spending on employer-sponsored health insurance. We heard a little bit about this before, and the tax exclusion for employer-sponsored health insurance. What that really does is it says to workers, either you let your employer control really $24,000 of your earnings and use it to choose your health plan, a type of health plan that the government really mandates, which is employer-sponsored coverage, which, by the way, is terrible coverage. It's terrible. Everyone in this room who has employer-sponsored insurance, you have terrible health insurance. If for only one reason, which is that when you change jobs, it disappears. What kind of crappy health insurance is that? Would you ever buy that insurance on your own if the government weren't penalizing you otherwise? No, you wouldn't. But if you take that $24,000 as cash wages and go to buy your own health insurance, the government taxes you on it, and with an average marginal tax rate of about 33%. So you lose $8,000 of that. And if you decide to assert your freedom and say, no, that is unjust, that is unfair, I, as a free autonomous individual, I'm going to spend my money, exercise my right to make my healthcare decisions however I want, I'm not going to pay that $8,000 to the federal government. They'll fine you, they'll put you in jail, they'll take away your freedom. That's coercion that is propping up the system of employer-sponsored insurance and adding that extra 35 percentage points to the total here on this graph, which means the United States is about number 8 in terms of compulsory health spending. Not at the bottom, which is, I think, Mexico. Is that who it is? Yep. At about just over 50%. But 85%. That is more than the OECD average. That is more than a greater share than in Canada or the United Kingdom, which have explicitly socialized systems. And it's only just a couple percentage points away from the Czech Republic, although that's 2020. I think it might be Norway now that's at the top. They bounce around a little bit, but we're still at number 8 and still only 2 or 3 percentage points away from the nation where the government exerts the greatest amount of control over health spending. And I'll just show you one more chart right now, if Michael will oblige. Figure 4.2, which is the one that looks just like this, but is a little different. It shows those same data, but instead of as a share of compulsory health spending as a share of health spending, it shows compulsory and voluntary health spending as shares of GDP. One thing that you'll notice is the United States here isn't number 8, we are number 1, because we spend so much more on healthcare than any other country. We spend the largest, the greatest share of GDP on healthcare, and that also means that compulsory health spending in the United States is larger, consumes a larger share of GDP in the United States than in any other advanced nation. It's about 16%. That's so high, not only is it greater than the share of compulsory spending that every other nation, share of GDP that every nation spends on compulsory health spending, it's a greater share of GDP than total health spending in any other country. So when people lament the U.S. health sector, why do we spend so much and why are we out of line with all these other OECD nations? The answer is because our government forces us to spend that much. It will put us in jail unless we spend that much. And when it does that, it takes away our right to decide how we're going to spend that money. It tells us we have to enroll in an employer-sponsored plan. We have to give money to the Medicare program. We have to give our money to the Medicaid program, and then the government gets to decide how people spend that money, and that violates, not only our rights, but they don't spend it the way that we would spend it. A lot of people would prefer to enroll in HMO plans, but they cannot because their employers don't offer those plans. And we heard a little bit about HMOs a moment ago, but I was just texting my sister-in-law so that she could remind me what was the name of the tumor that she had removed from her brain. Vestibular schwannoma. It was a benign tumor. She also called it an acoustic neuroma. It was right by her acoustic nerve on her left side. They had to cut her acoustic nerve, so she's totally deaf in this ear. If you know my brother, that's maybe a blessing and a curse. But when she describes the experience she had, of course, the surgery, this is a traumatic experience, but when she describes the quality of care she received, she speaks in superlative terms because the staff was compassionate. Everything about it was as easy as it could have been. If she had to fill a prescription, it was in the same building or on the floor below. If she had to talk to a specialist, if she was with her GP and had to talk to a specialist, the specialist was down the hall, and so was the other specialist and the other specialist. And the reason for that was she was in an HMO. She was in an HMO called Kaiser Permanente. It's really the only fully integrated HMO in the United States, at least on the private side. Not totally fully integrated in the DC area where I live, but close enough that she had a wonderful experience that would have been just so much worse in her view, and probably mine. If I were undergoing what she went through, I think I would like to be in a Kaiser-like HMO because she would not have had the convenience of having all of those individuals working for the same institution in the same facility, making things so much more convenient for her. There are people out there who prefer those types of plans, but not only does the government penalize them if they choose those type of plans, it effectively penalizes employers if they choose those sorts of plans. And so we all think that the norm is independent practice, where physicians in small groups or independent groups work at arm's length with other physician groups and hospitals and pharmacies and so forth. I think one reason we think that that's the norm is government intervention, but the main point is that the government takes away your right to choose whether you are going to sign up for a health plan with what we call fragmented or independent a fragmented delivery system or with an integrated one, and that has not only the giving government the power to make these decisions for us has not only taken away our right to make these decisions ourselves, given us a government-dominated health system, it is also the primary reason why health spending in this country is so high, healthcare prices are so excessive, and the quality of care is not what people claim it is when they say that the U.S. health sector has the best health system in the world. The quality of care is actually alarmingly poor in many areas of the U.S. health sector, and we can trace almost all of it back to this chart and what it tells us about who's making those decisions.
Thanks for that, Michael. So the big picture perspective is that we want patients and doctors to regain control over the funding of healthcare. And one way to do that is to, again, push for tax equity so that individuals can purchase their own healthcare. They're not punished for not buying employer-based health insurance. But how do we actually convince people, both patients, doctors, the whole system of that? And that's a question to the whole group. Yeah.
Well, we kind of talked about this last night. I personally think that, you know, in a democracy or in a semi-democracy or constitutional republic or whatever you want to call what we have, in order to affect change, I mean, the powers to be are the individuals that can have the power to make decisions for us. And in our system, it's politicians. And when you think about it, there are two things that politicians are interested in. One is money, and the other is votes. And so money is a bit difficult sometimes, but votes, you have to have a constituency. And I think, and that involves education. I think that's one of the things that we talked about, that, you know, you talked about and Mike did. So now how to go about that, I think, is something that's, you know, kind of difficult to try to, off the top of my head, to try to, you know, think about. But I think that's essentially what we have to do is education, and I think it has to be brought home in direct terms to, you know, to people what all this really means to them on a day-to-day basis. Mm-hmm. You know, what is it that they are losing when they think that they're getting quote-unquote free health care? You know, and I think a lot of this goes to what Greg said. You know, all the things that you don't see, that don't happen because we are being controlled, we are being regulated. And so just kind of in general terms, that's kind of, I think, that's where my thoughts are right now on that.
Thanks, Richard. Did you want
If I could, if I could just tweak what Ray said, I would say the important thing is not to allow patients and providers to control the health spending. It's to allow the patient to control the health spending. As a provider of health policy analysis, I would love to control the money that funds my activities. I would love to be able to go to Cato Institute sponsors and tell them how much, and have control over the money, how much money they give to the Cato Institute, what they can, what sort of expectations they can have and work they can expect. But we don't allow that in any other sector of the economy. And so I think it's, and when we do, the problem with the health sector is that the providers do have too much control over health spending. The reason that we spend so much money on healthcare in this country is not just because government asserted all of that control over all of these health decisions and then said, you know, it would be great, more spending, more wasteful spending, more spending on inefficient business models and that sort of thing. What happened was government got these powers, a lot of the powers it got at the behest of physicians, and then, as often happens whenever government gets power to regulate or subsidize part of the economy, the people whom the government is regulating or subsidizing, then because they have the greatest interest in how these how the government makes these decisions, they launch intensive lobbying campaigns and they end up capturing the processes that determine how much they receive in subsidies, and how the government regulates them. So I just want to tweak what Ray said by saying that we don't want providers to have control over health spending. We want consumers to control that spending, because then the system, the providers, will serve the consumer's needs rather than the provider's needs.
Yeah, thanks for that. I just wanted to clarify. So by control, I meant voluntary control. And surely it's not only the patient's rights to control healthcare funding that we should defend. We should also defend the right of doctors to organize into groups, and medical corporations. They also have a right, and their rights also have to be defended. And that's what I meant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, I want to chime in. So, number one, I agree with you about Kaiser certainly was done before the HMO Act. Kaiser started with the railroads. And it is a different model than the HMOs that were developed after the HMO. And HMOs have definitely evolved since the Act to provide sometimes excellent care. And my principle isn't about choice, but it's interesting you say providers shouldn't control the dollars, because that's exactly what happens in Kaiser. That is, it's Kaiser Permanente of doctors. And the doctors are the ones that get the money, and they control the care. And yet you said you like that system. So
right.
Is there a contradiction in what you just said?
I don't think so. So Kaiser, if the consumer is the one who's choosing a Kaiser type plan versus another type plan, then it is ultimately the consumer who is making that decision about and controlling the resources. And the doctors only get those resources if the consumer says so. And that's how it works in every sector of the economy. The independent practice physicians also, if consumer in a free market, would only get to control the money that the consumer gives them, and the insurance companies and all down the line, if the consumer, if the consumer consents, if the consumer is the one who's making the ultimate decision about who's going to get to control those resources. So they're the ones who are in control. A problem exists with Kaiser that exists with all other types of health plans, which is that workers basically get to choose only those health plans that their employers make available to them. Usually employers only offer them one plan. If they offer them two, it's just two varieties of the same plan with different levels of cost sharing or out-of-network coverage. And it's rare that an employer will give their workers a choice between a Kaiser type plan and a non-Kaiser type plan. My sister-in-law, I can't remember. I mean, she works for a large school system, and I think she does have the choice between a Kaiser and non-Kaiser type plan. My wife worked for the federal government. Of course, Congress and federal bureaucrats have more choice than most Americans do when it comes to health insurance. They could choose between a Kaiser plan and fee-for-service type plans. But what makes the Kaiser model able to pull off those dimensions of quality is not that the doctors are controlling the money per se, but the way they organize themselves into an integrated delivery system that has a health plan that is basically part of the same corporate entity, so that they face totally different incentives than the rest of the health sector faces.
Just had a question, just to get you clarification on this. When you say doctor controlling resources, what exactly do you mean? I mean, when a patient comes to me and they're sick and we decide, well, we should do a CT scan to treat this. Where is there? I don't understand what you mean by control. Who's controlling the dollars there? Isn't that a joint decision that's being made?
So if the patient, there could be a couple of different scenarios here. One is if the patient is paying with her own money, then the patient decides whether the resources are going to go toward a CT scan or not. If the patient is paying through insurance, then the insurance company is going to have a say, or through the government, then the government is going to have a say.
Right.
And if the patient is choosing her own insurance company, then the patient is still in control here and can choose a different insurance company that has different prior authorization rules or whatever. And if there are more permissive rules, the premiums are going to be higher. And if they are willing to pay that cost, that's fine. But I think in all of those cases that I've described so far, the patient is the one in control. And while that might frustrate doctors, I don't think it frustrates doctors nearly as much as what is the norm right now in healthcare, where it's either the government paying, and so the patient doesn't have a whole lot of say. I mean, actually, let me come back to that in a moment. The patient is enrolling more often than not in a private health plan that their employer chose under prior authorization rules that the patient might not prefer, but the government penalizes her if she enrolls in a different plan. So there, the government is controlling that decision and controlling those resources, and also delegating some of that control to an employer to make on the enrollee's behalf. I wanted to amend what I was saying about government plans, because whether it's Medicare or Medicaid, the patient doesn't have to enroll in either one of those. The patient, if a patient enrolls in the Medicare program, then they're basically voluntarily signing up for whatever limits the government imposes on their coverage because they want that enormous subsidy that the Medicare program is providing them. And the patient might not have the resources to do it, but at least has the freedom to go outside of the Medicare program and pay for you by not enrolling in the Medicare program and pay for that CT scan directly, in which case the patient does control the resources.
Thanks for that,
Yeah.
Michael. I do want to move on to another topic, and it's a topic, Richard, that you said that you were interested in. So one way that the doctor-client relationship is interfered with is the issue of price transparency, or rather the lack thereof. And it's something that Greg mentioned in his talk, is it's by seeing a price that we are able to weigh our values. And Congress passed the No Surprises Act as a solution to this. And Richard, could you start by explaining this act and the consequences of it?
Sure. Well, the No Surprise Act was passed in 2020. It was, it was a big bipartisan bill, and I think it was the last bill, one of the last bills that Trump signed, and it took effect in 2021. And what this piece of legislation essentially does is that it, talking about control, in essence, it pretty much gives insurance companies, so-called quote-unquote private insurance companies, the power to essentially to deny claims at will, to essentially through the government to set prices for physicians that are out of network. Mm-hmm. So basically, so I have two choices as a physician. If I want to deliver care to a patient, if I want to deal with privately insured patients, and I put that in scare quotes because I think what we learned today is that it's not really private, but and I can negotiate with the insurance companies up front what I can charge you or what I can bill you for certain services. If the insurance company and I can't come to an agreement, then I have a choice to quote unquote go out of network, essentially. So then I can bill at cost, or I can bill beyond cost, whatever I and the hospital group or whatever decide what they require in order to meet those services, to meet that demand, essentially. Mm-hmm. So what the No Surprise Act does is it takes away that the ability to negotiate with insurance companies out of network prices, and it puts a arbiter in between, which the government, of course, picks. So then you have a third party, an arbiter determining what the insurance company must reimburse me for, and the price basically is determined by whatever the arbiter thinks. So right away, whatever free market mechanisms that existed at that point are gone. It's an arbiter. It's somebody else. Mm-hmm. Another person decides, well, yay, nay, this should be this much. So, and the insurance companies, it's what happens in practice is that they delay, they deny, they delay, they delay, they delay. And so it can take you up to 2 years to be reimbursed for a service that you provided 2 years prior. So, and what insurance companies can now do, essentially, and again, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of this because it sounds like what you have is two pressure groups. You have doctors, and then you have insurance companies, and now they're at each other's throat. But it's because of government force that that's happening. And in the industry, and my colleagues and the physician groups that I'm involved with, this piece of legislation is more significant than Obamacare. It truly is.
Because of the
Because
controls?
because it's price controls.
Now, the original reason for that was supposedly so that patients aren't surprised by unexpected bills at hospitals. And so, which I didn't even hear anything about because most likely, and I don't know this bill, that's why I'm asking you. So how is it that you got that unintended consequence from a bill that's supposed to just say, oh, hospitals should let patients know what they're going to be charged, when services are provided?
Well, because
Which I assume is what the purpose of that bill is supposed to be.
that's right. Because of lack of transparency.
Right.
Right. So, yeah.
But how did that result in this arbiter between doctors and an insurance company? I'm just curious as to how do they throw that in?
Seems like
It
an
doesn't-
extra
it seems
step.
like it doesn't even relate, but it may in some way.
Well, I think the purpose, at least the stated purpose of the government was to increase transparency. I mean, that's the stated purpose. I think the real purpose is to drive us further into single payer, basically. So, I mean, I don't know, does that answer your question, or?
Well, yeah, but I was actually going to make another point with that, is that, I mean, for the audience, that whatever we put into these bills and whatever they're titled as to what they're expected to do, it never results in that because of the administrative state that it creates afterwards. So I just want to give a quick example. If you know anything about Medicare, you know that it basically sets your prices, it fixes it, tells you almost what you can do or who's qualified for this. I mean, I think it's 10 stories worth of paper of regulations. However, in the original act that was signed, it said the following. Section 1801 states that nothing in the title is to be construed to authorize any federal office or employee to execute any supervision or control over the practice of medicine, the manner in which medicine services are provided, or personal policies of practices of healthcare, or the operation or administration of medical facilities and personnel. So that's what the law states. Now, so when we talk about trying to get certain wordsmithing in a bill, it's almost irrelevant because of the administrative state and the policies and regulations that come down after it. I mean, I'm not stating we shouldn't do it. It's just we have to be aware that someone's got to also reduce the administrative state because it's going to, the reason that happens is because we're basically allowing them to finance the care. You can't have someone else paying the bill and not eventually, because when this bill was set, the politicians said, all we want to do is pay the bill. But we know as a fact through this whole third party that if you give the person the right to pay the bill, eventually they're going to tell you how to spend your money.
I've got a question for Mike now. How does direct primary care fit into this?
So I think largely direct primary care is a response to all these problems. I mean, we have this, Frankenstein's monster system that's largely socialized, and people are, both doctors and patients, very frustrated and fed up with this system of regulations and controls, and trying to seek little pockets of freedom or ways outside of it. And I think direct primary care essentially and concierge practices have arisen out of patients' frustrations with the system, with getting access to care, timely care, physicians that have time for them, and physicians' frustrations with the system, with basically working for a third party instead of for a patient. So the direct primary care model it's removing the third party from the doctor-patient relationship and restoring that relationship to making it a direct financial relationship between the patient and the doctor, and it basically is a free market solution that allows their interests to align. I mean, a lot of these problems that we're talking about are because that someone else is paying for it. And so you get, when you have a big, largely collectivized system like this, you naturally end up with different people warring and trying to sort of get their piece of the pie, where the third party's paying for it, and they're all lobbying to get their part of that. With direct primary care, basically you're trying to align the interests of the physician and the patient has to, or the provider, the physician or provider has to show the patient the value for them to get the money out of their pocket and make a choice to come. I have to show them the value. They're not gonna, it's not because their employer says they should do it, or Medicare says they should do it, or Medicaid, or anyone else. I have to provide the value to them that they see, it worth them paying for that. So I think it's arisen largely as a partial solution, a little pocket of freedom to try to avoid some of these problems that are inherent in a collectivized system.
I think there's a way to tie together a lot of things that we've mentioned here, and Amesh provided it very ably in his talk, whether it is the lack of options like DPCs, which are, to my mind, really small-scale partial Kaiser Permanentes. They share features with them. But also the No Surprises Act, the lack of price transparency, the HMO Act, we've mentioned that. Some of the things that have come up before is these are all downstream effects of the government interfering in healthcare and then causing problem after problem after problem, and then government trying to solve the problems that it created, but never actually doing it, and certainly never fixing the original problem. The original problem, what I like to call the original sin of U.S. health policy, is what's responsible for that 35% of health spending that is ostensibly private but still compulsory, employer-sponsored insurance. The tax exclusion for employer-sponsored insurance, which emerged before World War II's wage and price controls did. It's the main reason we have an employment-based system that covers 57% of the public, and is the cause of or exacerbates every single problem that we see in the U.S. health sector. By the way, these charts come from my book, Recovery, which is available right over there. I've also got in the book a list of just some of the things that Congress has tried to do to fix the problems that the exclusion created. The exclusion threw people out of their coverage after they retired because you lose your job, you're not working anymore, you don't have employer-sponsored insurance anymore, so Congress created Medicare. It increases the prices for medical care and health insurance to the point where some people couldn't afford it, so Congress created Medicaid to help those people. It punishes health maintenance organizations for reasons that I mentioned before. So Congress created the HMO Act of 1973 to promote them. It punishes electronic medical records. The COBRA, HIPAA, CHIP, all responses to try to fill gaps in the health sector that the Congress created with the tax exclusion. The HITECH Act, which encourages electronic health records. The exclusion punishes electronic health records because it punishes Kaiser-type plans that just naturally offer them. I mean, Kaiser's been offering some form of electronic health records since the 1960s. And to this day, bills itself as providing higher quality, more convenient care to people, in part because it uses electronic health records and did it without any government encouragement. And finally, the Obamacare in 2010 and then the No Surprises Act in 2020, Obamacare exists to fill cracks in the health sector for people who lose their employer-sponsored coverage before age 65. And the No Surprises Act, well, what that act is about is people getting these surprise medical bills where the prices are outrageously high, and government trying to, as we were discussing, come up with a price that's not quite so bad, which is government price setting. And
I take exception to that.
And it's a terrible idea, but the reason we have it is because there's so many. It's because of the tax exclusion, which encourages the proliferation of surprise medical bills through a number of mechanisms. One of which is discouraging Kaiser-type plans where that's less of a problem, and also encouraging higher prices. So when those surprise medical bills hit, they are conscience-shockingly high in many cases.
Richard, would you like to?
The real purpose of the problem with the No Surprise Act is the out-of-network, in-network pricing, and the confusion that arises around that when patients go into a hospital, and the hospital is in network, and they're told that hospital is in network, and then they're seen by a ER physician, or they're seen by an anesthesiologist, and that physician is then not in network, and then he or she,
And the patient doesn't know.
and the patient doesn't know, right? That was the problem. It was not outrageous prices and all that. That was the essence of the problem, and at least as stated by those legislatures that.
So that's very consistent with what I was describing, because in an integrated system, the anesthesiologist works for the system. So you're not going to get a surprise bill that way.
That depends on the system.
And if you want examples of outrageously high prices for surprise medical bills, I can provide them.
Oh, I know
Kaiser Health News does a series called the Bill of the Month series that's all about just how ridiculously high these are. In our audience, one of Cato's adjunct scholars, UT Austin Professor Charlie Silver, professor of law here at UT Austin, wrote a wonderful book for us at the Cato Institute that had example after example of these unconscionably high surprise bills that people were receiving. We made videos about them. You can find them on our website. Some guy got charged, I think, $86,000 for antivenom that costs $150 because he went to an out-of-network provider.
By the way, those prices are never paid. But anyway, that was the purpose of the bill.
Right. Richard, I am interested in how should we think about the lack of price transparency? Is this only a problem that we can solve long-term by changing the system, or are there specific policy proposals we can put in place that address real issues? Because there does seem something strange about a patient going into a hospital and getting a surprise bill if they're not told that they've been seen by a doctor that's out of network. So is there some kind of solution that...
That's one of those questions, what would the healthcare system look like if it were not government control, or if it were not, force wasn't being used in the healthcare system? That's something that's very, very difficult to answer. I would imagine that if there were such thing as a free market system, the marketplace would take care of that. I mean, if you had a hospital that was charging, I mean, if I go to Apple and they're charging me $20,000 for a phone, and then I have the freedom to go to Microsoft or Samsung, and they pay, and they charge me $1,000 for the same phone, where am I going to go? I mean, it's just, so it's one of those things where because we have force, everything gets skewed, and then lack of price transparency. I have problems when I go to the hospital trying to figure out, is this anesthesiologist, is this person on my network or not? I have to ask. But I think the free market would take care of that problem very, 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 very quickly.
Yeah, on that note, I think we talked about what's happening in India last night at our discussion, and one thing is to free up the ability to make hospitals, right, with the certificates of needs. Our hospitals are it's institutionalized, that cost plus finance that started has just made hospitals so ridiculously expensive because the original accounting had nothing to do with the service the person got.
Right.
So they had to actuarially take their costs for that month and distribute it into the services that the patient had, and so that's $10 Tylenol bills and other things. And I think that mentality is maintained, the concept that it should be less costly to do care. If we had an ability to create more freedom in hospitals, it's interesting, he was discussing in India, they'll have hospitals with only 15 beds or something. I mean, there could be all kinds of different systems in the market developed for certain kinds of emergencies or non-emergencies or whatever, and we'd have a whole variety of things very cost effectively, which is to your point, that the market would provide that. And
it wouldn't take very long.
Right.
In fact, it would take overnight. So.
With that, I would like to turn to another topic. It is quite interesting that often the way physicians are able to practice medicine has a lot to do with their specialty. And I wanted to ask both you, Art, and Mike, what's it like operating for you, Art, as an ophthalmologist, and you, Mike, as a concierge physician, in your ability to practice medicine, because you have a relative amount of financial independence? And then I'd like to follow that up with questions of how can we create systems like that for other physicians and other healthcare networks?
Want to go first, Mike?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, I mean, in my model, price transparency is a key thing because, again, I'm outside that third-party system, so I'm asking people to pay. I have to tell them the fees, like it's a market solution, so they have to be able to know. And with direct primary care or with concierge, they can plan, as far as their primary care, the entire year. They can know in advance what they're going to spend. So, it's predictable, it's knowable, they know it in advance, and they can then make a choice whether they want to choose that, that level of care or not. And then from the provider standpoint, I think what part of your question raised, just I have autonomy in terms of my practice model, my financial decisions. I mean, it has to be reality based in that I have to, price it at such a rate that people will be willing to pay it. But since I'm outside of that third-party payment model, I do have some autonomy in deciding what those prices, can be. Now, there's all kinds of ways in which my, independent judgment autonomy is affected by, government regulation at every single level. But in terms of just the financial part of the practice, I do have autonomy for that. I'm able to do that, and I just have to make it, be a good value proposition for each individual to decide, and that makes it economically viable.
What feedback do you get from your patients?
Pardon?
I was going to say, what feedback do you get from your patients going from the care they used to have to the concierge practice you're able to provide?
So I generally get great feedback, and that's true of direct primary care models and concierge models. The system is so broken, and everyone knows that they deal with so much bureaucracy and frustration, and they don't always know, they don't understand what all is behind that, why it's that way, but the experience is different. I mean, they call and a human being answers the phone. They need something and they text me and I text back. I mean, it's a totally different experience than what people are used to in kind of the traditional third-party payment models. So, patients routinely give, feedback that they love that. And again, I mean, part of it is they'll tell me all these horror stories of experiences they've had before, and rave about the experience that they have in a concierge type model or a direct primary care model. But part of it is, they're voting with their wallets and their dollars. Like, if they're coming back and paying you month after month and year after year, and you go out of business if they're not, that they're satisfied with the care. None of them are being sent there because their employer says this is the only option, and I'm on a list of 8 providers in Austin or something like that.
So I've got a question about that. To what extent do you think that the kind of expectations and culture has changed for physicians in terms of concierge medicine being more as a viable option than it was a couple of decades ago, and also with patients, like how many more patients are seeing that as something that they can actually do?
So with concierge, I'm not really sure. I mean, I know that's been around for at least a couple decades, more than that, I think. The direct primary care model, which is very similar, shares more similarities with concierge than differences. That's really grown tremendously in the last 10, 12 years. And it's essentially a very similar model to concierge, except at usually a lower price point. And the doctor will typically have, in a concierge practice, often they'll have 200 or 300 patients on their panel. In a direct primary care practice, they'll have 500 to 600. Traditional primary care doctor may have 2,000 to 3,000 that they're responsible for, and that's why then, because of the third-party payment model and the collectivized system, it's why people realize that their doctors are seeing 20 to 30 patients a day. They have 10 to 15 minutes. They don't have time for them. So yeah, it's definitely become a more viable model with the introduction of the direct primary care model, making it much more widely affordable. With a concierge model, that does, there are fewer people who have the means to be able to afford those higher price points. But direct primary care, I mean, when I was practicing that way, I would routinely tell people, if you can afford a gym membership, a cell phone, high-speed internet, you can afford high-quality, personalized, individual care with a primary care doctor who knows you. You get unlimited office visits, no copays, and essentially everything they do in that office for a very modest monthly fee. So it's definitely a more viable model over the last 10, 15 years.
Thanks, Mike. Michael, I've got a question for you. How can we reform the payment models to allow other doctors, let's say, for example, Amish, who's an infectious disease doctor who's tied to a hospital, to gain more financial independence so that they can gain more clinical independence?
I don't like talking about payment models and reforming payment models because it makes it sound like the reformers should decide what the payment models or the payment systems should be. I don't want the government deciding whether Uber charges me by the mile or according to zones, which is how it used to work with cabs. I don't want them deciding what the prices are going to be for within those different models. I think the way to reform payment is to change who controls the money and let consumers, without a thought to whether this is a capitated model or a fee-for-service model or some sort of bundled payment hybrid model, chooses their health plan and their healthcare providers based on price and quality. Different models are going to promote different dimensions of quality, and different models are going to have different impact on, are going to have higher and lower premiums. Let the consumer control that $4 trillion that we're spending on healthcare in this country and let them gravitate to the models that they like best. There was an interesting survey that Atul Gawande did of HMOs, of health insurance choice, and they found that that consumers who had a choice, you remember in the 1990s, everybody hated HMOs. They were limiting what doctors could, what the insurance companies would pay for doctors to do. There's this huge backlash against them. In the midst of all of that, he does this survey and finds that actually people who choose their own HMO like them. And it was the people who didn't like their HMOs were the people whose employers chose it for them. So let them choose, let them control the money and choose among different payment systems. They won't even know they're choosing among different payment systems. They'll just know about the things they care about, which is prices and quality. And how do we do that? Well, $4 trillion is a lot of money. Even 85% of $4 trillion is still a lot of money. And it's not all in the same, it doesn't flow in all, in just one way. There are different revenue streams, funding streams there. One of them is through millions of employers. The biggest source of compulsory health spending in the United States is employer-sponsored insurance, $1.3 trillion of compulsory spending per year and rising. To change that, and so that it's not the employers who are controlling it, but the workers, you need to change the tax code. In the book, Recovery, I propose a way of doing that so that workers can control that $1.3 trillion of their own earnings. On an individual basis, level basis, if you've got family coverage, that's like $24,000 of your earnings that you don't now get to control, but you would, 17,000 of which you don't even realize is part of your compensation. So it would be like getting a salary boost of $17,000. Let them choose that. Let them choose their employer plan or any other plan without penalty. And it would be helpful if we could give them alternatives to Obamacare so that they'd have a broader choice of plans. With regards to the Medicare program, I also talk about in the book how to reform that. Instead of giving people what is essentially a voucher where they can choose between a government-run Medicare, traditional Medicare fee-for-service plan, or these private Medicare Advantage plans, really level the playing field between all of those options, like the public option advocates say we should. And the only way to do that is to give seniors their Medicare subsidy in the form of cash, unrestricted cash, where sicker people get a bigger check, healthier seniors get a smaller check, wealthier enrollees get smaller checks, lower income enrollees get bigger checks, and then let them choose the health plan that they want. And you will get much more dynamism in the health insurance and healthcare markets for health insurance and markets for healthcare delivery, and you will see prices plummet. You will see healthcare come within reach of people who cannot afford it today, because when those seniors are spending, and the 6% of the population who have employer-sponsored insurance begin spending all of that money, we're already talking about more than $2 trillion, more than half of health spending, begin spending that money as if it's their own, because it would be. where they get to see the savings from comparison shopping, you will see prices plummet. And that is the most important thing we can do to make healthcare more universal, is to drive down prices. I've got another chart in the book where I explain, where I present evidence showing that when you make consumers price sensitive, they beat insurance companies at negotiating lower prices with providers. So those are just two reforms. There's also the Medicaid program. The book has something to say about that, and the Veterans Health Administration, but I'll just stop right there.
Oh, Michael, what about the barriers that Medicare imposes on physicians who want to operate out of the system, especially specialists?
Out of which system?
The Medicare system.
There aren't any.
There are no barriers.
No.
I see.
What do you mean by barriers? Why do you think there are barriers?
Well, aren't there barriers for some specialists in terms of how they get paid, and they're basically have no other options?
There's something you have to understand is that the entire debate about healthcare in the United States is so physician-centered, physician-friendly, that it's basically pro-physician propaganda, okay? Pro-physician cartel propaganda. And this is one of those manifestations. There are no barriers Medicare presents no barriers to how physicians practice medicine. What it does is it says we won't subsidize certain stuff. Okay? That is very different. Licensing presents barriers to how physicians practice. Medicare does not. Medicare just says we're not going to pay for certain stuff. But physicians have convinced most health policy people who talk about these things that not subsidizing me the way I want the government to subsidize me is a barrier and a threat to my freedom. It is not. That passage you read are from the original Medicare statute saying that the government shall do nothing to interfere with how physicians practice medicine. That was carte blanche to let physicians do whatever they wanted and the government was going to subsidize it. That wasn't a good provision of the law. That was an awful provision of the law. And it was not, because what it meant was that physicians could provide all sorts of low value care to patients, and the Medicare program couldn't say anything about it. And the best research available has shown that 1/3 of what physicians order up for patients in the Medicare program does absolutely nothing to make them healthier or happier with the care they're receiving. That is hundreds of billions of dollars that taxpayers are wasting on zero value care for people. Money that could be spent on high value care for other people, or on better housing or better nutrition or education that improve health outcomes. But because physicians basically captured the Medicare program, no, the Medicare program just keeps paying and paying and paying for low value care. Another example of this is when physicians talk about reimbursement. Do we talk about reimbursement when we talk about any other producers in our economy? No, we talk about prices and we talk about payments. Reimbursement makes it sound like physicians are doing us a favor in ways that other producers aren't by going out of their way to provide, to go to medical school and to provide these services. Stop talking about Medicare creating barriers to physicians practicing medicine the way they want. Stop talking about Medicare reimbursing them. Medicare is just not subsidizing them the way they want on one hand, and talk about prices and payments instead of reimbursements, as if the Medicare program has a duty to provide physicians the payments they want for what they want to do.
Right, thanks, Michael. I think we get the perspective. I'd like to
Okay.
hear.
Yeah, I'd like to qualify. So the reason I brought
I'm
up
on a panel with 3 doctors, by the way.
the reason I brought up that act is not because I support the Medicare Act.
Right.
My point is that it's impossible to do that. Okay, and what would be interesting? I mean, the AMA. People listening should look up. Dr. Ed Annis in 1962 spoke against the Medicare Act very eloquently in Madison Square Garden. And in that speech, he kind of predicted exactly what Medicare would turn into. And so, I mean, I agree with the first panel discussing how the AMA is also a very rent-seeking type organization. However, at that time, the president knew enough of what would happen, by socializing essentially that part of medicine. As far as Medicare and restrictions and, impositions on physicians, I've been able to practice without having the reimbursements, without focusing on the reimbursements of the insurance companies have done because of the specialty I'm in. I just decided that was not going to influence my doctor-patient relationship and what I choose to do for them. Some of the reasons why in ophthalmology we can do that is we have a lot of specialized equipment and staff that can collect a lot of the data I need to make my decisions ahead of time, such that it can make my time much more efficient when I'm with the patient to really just address their issue. And in our surgeries, although they've cut what they reimburse for cataract surgery to a tremendous level, fortunately we were able to get excellent lenses and other procedures through that Medicare doesn't cover. So what you want to do in a specialty is find things that Medicare doesn't cover, because then you can let market forces work. And just like he found in the, Medicare's not covering his services. So there's certain services I can provide that they don't cover. And essentially they subsidize them the rest of my practice. And I can set the fee at what's reasonable for me and my patients. But as far as restrictions, they varied throughout the time. There were periods where if a Medicare patient wanted cataract surgery on their insurance, they still had to submit their visions and a whole bunch of other things to Medicare for an approval board before they could get cataract surgery. There are other periods of time in Medicare where even if you elected not to be on Medicare, they said you still can't charge a patient over 65 a certain amount of money, even privately. So they do affect a lot of things. But, and as far as medical decisions, like I said, for me in my specialty, the only time it influenced me the most was when every single patient that had a cataract surgery, we had to submit it to an agency and send everything in and get it approved. There was a period of 3 to 5 years or something where that was happening. But I know that it happens a lot more in other specialties. Did you accept Medicare at any point?
I mean, when I worked in emergency medicine, the billing companies had to bill Medicare. So yeah, but now, I've been opted out of Medicare for years. But I think, and I'm no expert on that. There are, I think, tens of thousands of pages of regulations for Medicare. I've been distanced from it for a long time. But I think you have to opt out for what Michael said to be true. If you're a physician that accepts Medicare, there are all kinds of regulations and restrictions that are placed on you. You can't charge a patient anything separate from what Medicare, allows for any given service. You can't negotiate privately with a patient. If you accept Medicare, you're forbidden. Am I wrong about that? You're forbidden from independently contracting with a patient who has Medicare for any service that they cover.
For a Medicare covered service.
Correct.
Which is a restriction on Medicare subsidies. Okay, if Medicare allows you to do that, that would make the Medicare program more attractive. And could increase Medicare spending. And there are lots of examples of this, like physicians complain about the ban on physician-owned hospitals. There's no ban on physician-owned hospitals. Physicians can start their own hospitals, so you just can't get Medicare subsidies for it. And if we're talking about, and we have to be really careful about this when we're talking about the amount of coercion in healthcare, because physicians make it sound like, Medicare's coercing us by not letting us open a hospital. But if you gave the physicians what they wanted in this case, that would mean that physician-owned hospitals could bill Medicare, they could get Medicare subsidies, and that would lead to more coercion because those numbers would get bigger, not smaller. Those numbers would get bigger. More of US GDP would go toward compulsory health spending, and that means there would be more coercion involved in healthcare, not less. So this is, if we want to be advocates of individual choice and freedom in healthcare, we have to be very careful about this question of, is Medicare, when and where is Medicare coercing people? I submit the only time Medicare coerces anyone is when the IRS collects taxes to fund the Medicare program and nowhere else. Everywhere else, we should want more restrictions so that the amount of money that Medicare spends goes down, the amount of tax revenue they have to collect for it goes down, because that is what reduces the amount of coercion that the Medicare program engenders.
So one of the ways to reduce coercion and achieve that without getting rid of Medicare also is let Medicare set whatever fee it wants and then allow physicians to just balance bill. That's something that AAPS, another physician organization, has been promoting, which, it's not what we produced, which was very similar to what he's talking about in 1990, whatever, too, about transitioning Medicare into a voucher. If an HMO can get their money every month, why can't they get it every month? And turn into whatever insurance they want, which is very consistent with what we produced. So, so there's that. But I think that if you balance bill, it allows physicians to want to provide better quality, buy more expensive equipment, or whatever they need to do. At least it lets Medicare patients see those patients. They're not restricted from that quality. Right now, the only way to get that quality is if Medicare does not allow the service. Like, they don't allow special implants, so I'm able to charge for those. But if I want to provide better service or a concierge type service to a Medicare patient, you know, and do a serve and, you know, and let their Medicare pay for it, I can't balance bill the difference. And so by allowing that, it would start to have market forces work, because then patients can shop for all the doctors that don't want to bill any different. They'll just accept what Medicare did, and prices won't keep going up. But patients that want to choose a different kind of service can. So that's a very simple thing, but we've had a hard time getting that through, because I think basically Medicare still wants to control all the doctors and the prices.
So, I mean, one way to think about what we're talking about is, one approach is to try to reform things from the inside. Another is to try to create pathways for practice on the outside. And last night during dinner, we had interesting conversations about different potential pathways of how we could, let's say, Uber medicine by creating something that is so valuable such that people really demand it. And there were two potential mechanisms for that. One of them was the health sharing ministries that you brought up, Mike, so I'd like to hear about that. And you, Michael, you talked about using U.S. territories as a basis to potentially sell healthcare that's more consumer friendly.
Yeah, so I have some experience with health sharing plans or health sharing ministries, as you know, it's a natural fit with private pay practices like direct primary cares. At one point, I think 15 to 20% of the patients in my membership-based practice were on a sharing plan. I don't know what it is most recently, but basically these are things that were carved out in the ACA. They've been around since at least the 1990s. Started in the Christian community, and basically they're like a mutual aid society like we had before we had insurances. These are, you know, communities that basically agree to share in their medical expenses. It's not insurance, but it's got an ACA sort of exemption, which I think gets these people out of the tax penalty, although I think the tax penalty was rescinded anyway. But at any rate, it's basically a more affordable way for these people to mitigate the expense or the risk of catastrophic care, like what insurance should do and would do in more of a free market setting, at a much more affordable rate, at, you know, typically I think around 1/3 or so the cost of what now is an insurance plan.
So Obamacare has caused premiums for people in the individual market to leap by 100%, 200% in many cases. We know that this is the case because in the so-called short-term market for health insurance, type of health plan that's exempt from Obamacare, you can get insurance. Some people, many people, can get insurance that at premiums that are 60% less than the lowest cost Obamacare plans. There are limits on the short-term market. They can only last for so long, and the Biden administration is trying to cripple them. But there are other Obamacare-exempt alternatives, alternative sources of health insurance. In 2014, the Obama administration exempted all health insurance plans in U.S. territories from Obamacare's costliest regulations. So you've got another market there that, like the short-term plans market, is exempt from those regulations and could provide coverage that is not just short-term, but long-term coverage, again, at premiums that are 50%, 60% less than the lowest cost Obamacare plans. And all you have to do, all that a state, and you don't need an act of Congress to give people in the continental, the 50 states, access to these plans. Each state could pass a law saying, we recognize as being in compliance with our health insurance regulations any plan that any U.S. territory licenses. You do that, and residents of Texas, individual consumers, employers could purchase plans from well-known insurers that already operate in the territories like United Healthcare, Humana, Aetna, the Blues, and at premiums that are far lower than Obamacare premiums, without any sort of direct assault on either Obamacare's regulations or the regulations that are in place here in Texas. And once you do that, you could maybe create constituencies that would then preserve that freedom to purchase health insurance across state and territorial lines, and expand that freedom and make those reforms durable.
Michael, can I ask a question? So would that, to make that happen, would it have to be something that the Texas legislature would have to do? This is not a national issue. In the example that you gave with it being Texas, the Texas legislature would have to pass something to make that a viable market for Texas consumers?
Yeah, it would have to be an act of the legislature, unless for some weird reason Texas law gives the insurance commissioner the ability to authorize those sorts of plans, which I think would be great if there were such a weird feature of Texas law. I'm not aware of one.
Thanks, Mike. With that, I would like to open it up to the floor for questions. Please just use your voice. The panelists will, or I will, try to repeat your question for the people that are online. And if you could direct it to a particular panelist or the panel as a whole, please do so. Okay, thank you at the very back first.
Okay, so this is a question for Dr. Kilgren. You mentioned that the direct primary care model is like the area of relative freedom, but you said that there are a lot of ways that regulation limits you to practice the way that you want to. And for instance, Amish said that, I believe he said that doctors who operate in the direct care model are not able to charge for services more than doctors who operate under the Medicare model. So does that restrict, are there services that you wish you could provide that you can't because they're not being restricted?
So I'm supposed to repeat the question, but I didn't get the gist, like the essential part of the question was.
You said that there are ways that regulations do restrict you to practice concierge practice. You give some more specifics to what those are.
Yeah, so they're not so much from the standpoint of pricing or regulations related to Medicare, since I'm opted out of the Medicare system and completely independent of that. I'm just talking about all the things that both Greg and Amish referred to earlier, which is, there are things I can give you concrete examples of patients that I've had that a woman that I had was a very dearly beloved patient of mine who had idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. She was progressively losing the ability to get enough oxygen. There was a medication she was taking orally that's available here in the United States, and it was available in some other countries as a nebulized form, which was showing great promise and may have extended her life. And we had I knew about it. I could kind of think about it, but I couldn't get it for her. I couldn't prescribe it for her. There are countless examples like that where the regulations, even in the sort of pocket of freedom that we have, are preventing me, and the FDA is the source of a lot of those, where availability of treatments or medical devices that are widely available in Canada or other European countries, other nations, are not available here. And this is something that when we were talking about this, I think Michael mentioned that, like, if we're talking about trying to find steps towards little positive steps or baby steps, that would be an easy regulatory thing to say, rather than giving the FDA this exclusive ability, this life or death power over United States patients and physicians, to say if a drug or device has been approved in one of these other locations, another major country in Europe or Canada or something, that you can't prohibit a United States patient or doctor from using or considering that therapy. I mean, that seems like an easy step in the right direction to me. So that's an example, and there are many more, but the FDA drives a lot of those.
Sorry, I'm not keeping track of hands.
Okay, I think this question is for Dr. Garrett, but for anyone, I don't know if you've read Peter Attila's book Outlook, which is bestseller this year. It seems to me that his thesis is that preventative medicine would actually make a big dent in what we're spending up here if we have that mindset. And I'm wondering if you guys see a connection between further government freedom in medicine, letting people see how much they're spending when they get sick, and maybe sort of changing the approach to medicine to be a little bit more health-oriented, preventative, or if that would still be it, or if we would still have kind of what we have today, which is people go to the hospital when they get sick.
Yeah, so I'll repeat that question and take it, and then if anybody else wants to comment. I'm working my way through his book. I'm about a third of the way through it maybe right now. But the question is about Peter Attia's book, Outlive, and him talking about sort of health optimization and lifestyle strategies and trying to improve our both health span and lifespan and focusing more on that rather than treating diseases, which seems to be our model, and whether if more people embrace that, is that the question? Like if more people embrace that, whether we would have less spending or better health outcomes?
Yeah, I think the more you're aware of how expensive poor health is, the more you might take control of it individually. These kinds of things might be synergistic.
Yeah, I certainly think that's the case, and yes, a lot of I definitely see that, and that's one of the things that's driven me over the last 10 years in direct primary care and concierge medicine is recognizing, you know, some of the flaws in our current medical model. One of which is that it's very based on diagnosing and treating diseases and then considering them chronic conditions. And the mindset when I was in training 25 years ago was just these things are just out there. We just accept that. Now you have type 2 diabetes, and that's just how it is for the rest of your life with no consideration. But what I realized is it's definitely the case that you can often reverse these things and put them in remission and get people off of medications through things like lifestyle. And, you know, I think some of these private models allow for that more. I mean, you're not going to have time with a 12-minute doctor's visit in a traditional, you know, third-party payment model to do that. But yeah, I think it's got tremendous value, and yeah, I hope that's helpful.
I just wanted to say, I mean, I think in a free market, absolutely. I mean, that would be obvious, you know. I mean, if I'm healthy, my health care is going to cost less. I mean, and preventive measures, exercise, diet, et cetera, definitely.
If what you care about is preventive care, then you definitely want a free market in healthcare, and you want to eliminate the ways the government has intervened in healthcare. Because, let me give you two examples. I've mentioned a number of times the tax exclusion for employer-sponsored insurance, which effectively penalizes people unless they enroll in an employer-sponsored plan. If what you want to do is encourage preventive care, you want people to have a lifelong relationship with their insurance company so that the insurance company will have an incentive to invest in preventive care now to avoid expensive episodes of care down the road. But if your relationship with your insurance company lasts as long as your employment with your employer, and the average worker, I think, he switches jobs about a dozen times by their mid-50s, when you penalize people unless they enroll in employer-sponsored insurance, you're penalizing preventive care. Also, both the tax exclusion for employer-sponsored insurance and the Medicare program have encouraged a way of paying providers that discourages preventive care, and effectively one of them subsidizes the competition, the other one penalizes a way of paying health plans and paying providers that encourages preventive care. And again, I'm talking about the Kaiser model. The Kaiser Permanente more than other, and I'm not a shill for Kaiser. I wish there were more examples out there that I could point to, but government regulation has killed all but one of them. That model encourages the plan and the providers to invest in preventive care, cost-effective preventive care, because they really internalize the savings from keeping you out of the hospital. And yet, both the exclusion penalizes that form of health insurance, and the Medicare program has subsidized the competition for 50-some years now.
All right, questions? Whoever was first.
This is a very entrenched business. It's like no other business, the healthcare industry. I've heard a lot of different things. People like my parents have been on Medicare for quite a bit of time right now, so you don't think that's going to change. You have high constituency. They're not going to vote a certain way. You four up there on the panel, what's 2 or 3 things that can happen in the short term, long term that'll have the most impact? Maybe start with the younger generation or let the states divide it. I mean, we're not going to have like a day and night off and on switch right now. I mean, what is like the biggest legislation policy that changed in the next couple of years that can make the biggest impact?
Right, so just to repeat the question for people online, he's asking what's the most concrete steps that we could take towards? Was it reforming Medicare?
Well,
Or-
everything, healthcare industry in general,
Everything.
the biggest impact.
Yeah, the biggest impact policy proposal.
Well, I think the two things are clearly the tax equity for individuals so they can start in the market, and then allowing Medicare recipients to have a voucher, not making them have a voucher, continue the exact same system it is, but let them take the dollars that they would normally give an HMO and give it to the patient, and free up the insurance industry to create products for that market. But you're right, you'd never turn the switch over. The plan that we put in our health plan was over 30 years. People that were 30 and under, they never had to, anything they paid into Medicare was given back to them at a certain time. And then we phased it out and extended the ages and so forth, but allowed everybody to have medical savings accounts to be able to cover for that. And we showed actuarially why and how that would work over a 30-year period. But that, yeah, you can't possibly do it immediately, and it would be unfair. You know, even though the whole system's not really fair, but we're paying for it for we're paying for my health care from my kids and my grandkids. So,
Any quick responses?
Let workers control the $1.3 trillion of their earnings that their employers control and use to choose their health plans. Let the workers control that, again, about $24,000 per worker with family coverage, in an account that's just like the health savings accounts, but keeps the best parts and gets rid of the worst parts. You acclimate, that'll cause prices to plummet. I think it is politically achievable. There's stuff in that idea for both Republicans and Democrats. And over time, it will acclimate people to, accustom people to making their own health decisions so that when they get to Medicare, they really won't want Medicare anymore and they'll demand reform there. You could get a demographic wave of Medicare reform voters that would, you're not going to get right now with a cohort of Medicare enrollees who don't know anything else, don't know anything better.
Yeah.
Couple of quick points and quick questions. First,
I'm not sure we can repeat the points if depending on how long they are.
No, they'll be very brief.
Okay.
First, I want to reemphasize Michael's point that the word reimbursement should be banished from all discussions of policy. Doctors are paid. Reimbursement is a euphemism. We shouldn't be talking in terms of euphemism. Secondly, I want to make the point for the question here that many forms of preventive care are wildly overhyped. Take colonoscopies, according to Vinay Prasad, who I think is the leading commentator on the science side. The only examination of that type that has any robust evidence of its tendency to reduce all-cause mortality is the sigmoidoscopy. There's no such evidence for colonoscopies, yet we spend close to $50 billion a year on screening colonoscopies. That's, an example of low-value care. The question for the whole group, though, was a complete shift, and I apologize for this because it may be unfair. We seem to have multiple crises that are impending at the same time. One is, Medicare is just chronically insolvent. The other is that the baby boom generation is aging out, so we're going to have massive increases in spending, and at the same time, we're also going to have a nursing home shortage. What are we going to do about that combination of things, right? I think we do have a problem that's staring us in the face. So, if I get your thoughts on
Right. So to summarize your points, a lot of preventative care is low quality, and you are advising against using the term reimbursement because you regard it as a euphemism, right? And then your question, right? And then your question was basically, we have all these fires putting out. How? Right. There's so many fires. Like, how do we put them all out? Like in a coordinated effort. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
You can't put them all out. There's no nirvana. Some people are not going to get some stuff, and the problem you're describing is that Congress has promised so much, and the cost of those promises is so exorbitant that either some people are not going to get what Congress has promised, or Congress is going to have to take even more money from people in order to keep all those promises, and then they're going to have to give up stuff like housing or education or that sort of thing. So I don't know what the best answer is in terms of how we should allocate those resources, I think the most important thing we can do to make the coming adjustments or the how often we have to say no to people as painless as seldom and as painless as possible is we have to focus on getting healthcare prices down. We have to make it so that everybody's healthcare dollar goes farther so people can get more of the healthcare that they want. And the best way that I think anyone knows for getting those prices down, which should be job one, and if you care about universal healthcare, is you need to change who controls the money. So the things that I've already discussed, letting workers control that $1.3 trillion, letting Medicare enrollees control the $1 trillion that Medicare spends on their behalf, turn it into an adjunct to the Social Security program. When you give consumers control of that money and make them price conscious in a way that they're just not right now, prices are going to plummet for all sorts of medical services, and we could do a similar thing with Medicaid that could have a similar effect on long-term care, so that more people can access these resources because the prices are so much lower. Mm-hmm. Now, you'll notice I kind of made it sound like we wouldn't be saying no to somebody under that scenario, or we'd be saying no less. We would be saying no to someone. Falling prices are the market's way of saying no to someone. They're the market's way of saying no to high price and in many cases low quality providers who should be making less money. It doesn't bother me saying no to them because they are wasting societal resources that could be providing more value and making people happier in other uses. Falling prices represent the market saying no to those inefficient providers, and I think I think it's imperative that we do that so that we can give consumers more of the things that they want, and that doesn't mean that rationing is still going to exist, mm-hmm. Even though prices are lower, but falling prices mean that rationing has to happen less often.
Art, I'd like to give you the last word, and after that, we're going to go on to our next panel.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to thank you for bringing up, I think Peter Attia's book is excellent. I think it has some very good concepts for medicine, his concept of medicine 2.0, which is where we're at, and developing what we call 3.0, which is really, even in medical school, we really did just learn, okay, someone gets diabetes, you treat it, right? As opposed to actually preventing it, but all of those have to do with what Greg talked about earlier, which is individual life choices. I mean, we all value things differently. Some people value their alcohol, but every sip you take kills brain cells. but you're choosing that because you like it, right? And same thing with diet and eating and how much time you spend exercising. So all that comes into it, but because many people don't spend their own healthcare dollars, they may not even think of the consequences of those activities. They might think about it more. And so I think clearly the things we mentioned, getting the dollars in the hands of individuals to make decisions is clearly the way to start. And the thing you commented on, like colonoscopies, I don't necessarily agree. I mean, Peter Attia in his book doesn't agree either, because he thinks if you got a colonoscopy every day, we'd eliminate colon cancer. But needless to say, the point is that in a market, people would be free to choose their preventive care, right? It wouldn't be the HMO or Kaiser or anyone telling you what you have to do for your preventive care. You would see the people you want to believe and help you. So clearly the markets are the answer. I think preventive care and this 3.0 medicine is going to help reduce costs, but nothing like having the dollars in individuals' hands to make choices.
Thanks, Aaron, and I would like to thank all the panelists. We're going to be taking a few minutes to set up the next panel. We'll be right back. gonna. Sorry, we were just having some technical difficulties. All right, let's get started. Welcome to the second panel for this workshop, Decontrolling American Healthcare. I, again, will be the panel moderator. And for this panel, we would like to talk about how force in the form of regulations interfere in the ability of innovators in healthcare to create value. And there's two areas in particular we would like to focus on. One of them is regulations on the supply and training of healthcare workers, especially physicians, and on the regulations in drug development. And with that, I would like to introduce our panelists. We have Jared Rhodes, founder of the Center for the Study of Health Policy and Individual Rights. We have Dr. Colleen Smith, emergency medicine and former assistant director of the residency program of emergency medicine at Mount Sinai, New York. And we have Jared Seehofer, CEO and co-founder of Enzyme. And on the Zoom link, we have with us Dr. Michael Kaufman, CEO and president of Nereid Therapeutics. We were having problems with the Zoom link, so instead of starting with drug development and regulations, we're going to start with the supply of healthcare workers. And in particular, this is one of the first topics that actually got me interested in health policy, because my wife was in her fourth year of medical school, and then we found out about the match program and all the shenanigans involved of how exactly MDs get distributed throughout the U.S. and the limitations on medical residency slots. So I would like to start with that, and especially your experience also being a educator in a residency program. So for the people that don't know, like I didn't know before I found out through my wife, could you tell us a little bit more about how the medical residency program works and how it forms a part of medical training?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So just, my sense is that there are several doctors in the audience, but also quite a few people who are not doctors. And so I just want to talk a little bit about the process of how you become a doctor, kind of to set the context. And also a little bit about history. So back in the 1970s, there were medical schools opening and many more students being admitted to medical schools than there had been in the past. And the AMA and other specialty societies and like the Pew Charitable Trust came out with all of this data saying, like, in 20 years, we're going to have a surplus of 150,000 doctors. So we have to do something about this. This is going to, decrease our payments. It's going to, make it harder for us to have jobs and to do what we want. And so they decided to cap the number of, in 1980, they decided to cap the number of medical students in the US at the number that it was at. And that was graduating around 18,000 medical students a year. And then they also started lobbying in Congress to try to limit the number of residents. And so in 1985, the Center for Medicaid Services decided that they would, because they wanted their Medicaid and Medicare patients to be getting high quality care, that they would begin subsidizing residency programs. And they also then capped the number of residency slots, so that if you wanted to add a new residency slot to your program, it would not be funded in any way. Any new slot would not be funded by Medicare or Medicaid. So effectively, that was the state of the supply of medical doctors until 2005, when they started, the Pew Charitable Trust and the American Medical Association and specialty societies started to look again at medical care, and they said like, oh, actually now we're looking at having a doctor shortage. And in fact, we were starting to see a shortage in areas like primary care throughout the country. And so, so kind of retroactively now they said, well, we got to do something about this. And so in 2005, the cap on medical student numbers was lifted, and we started to see schools slowly add a few slots to medical student programs. And so now in 2022, there were 10,000 more medical students, so around 28,000, I'm rounding here, medical students graduated in 2022. So that number had been 18,000 until 2005, and then they started adding. And then actually it wasn't until 2021 that they lifted the cap on residency spots. Mm-hmm. So they added, CMS said in 2021 that they will pay for 1,000 new residency spots to be over the next 5 years, so 200 slots a year, new spots. But in a true sort of centralized way, those spots must be either in rural areas of the country where there are not very many medical residency programs, or they must be given to institutions that are already financing extra slots above what CMS will cover. So, I think it's kind of interesting to stop here and say, well, why, if CMS is subsidizing residency positions, why are institutions even paying for their own number of residents above that, right? And the reason is because separate from the subsidy that CMS gives, residents actually are a good investment for an institution. They increase the quality of medical care because at a hospital, because the doctors that are there have to be, at the cutting edge of research in order to attract residents. They actually do a lot of the work of the hospital. So residents work, actually they used to work more, but due to some legislation, they now they're limited to 80 hours a week. So they work 80 hours a week seeing patients, and they are paid, depending on the year of the residency, they're paid somewhere between $40,000 and really $90,000, like $40,000 and $90,000 a year, and so that's that's a great investment. You have especially toward the end of residency, you have this highly skilled worker who you can have working 80 hours a week, and you're paying them $60,000 a year, which is half the lowest rate of an attending, $60,000 is about half of what the lowest paid attending physicians make, right? It's half of what many advanced practice providers make for someone doing twice or more of the work. So it's actually a really good deal for an institution to support a resident on their own. And then you add on, so that's why institutions would even have residents outside of what's paid for by CMS. And then you add on CMS, which pays $80,000 to $150,000 per resident. And this is really one of the major ways that institutions that have residencies make money, is they get a lot of money for the residents that work for them. And so, interestingly, even though I say that there's this cap on the number of residents and it's going up very slowly over the next few years, we actually are graduating fewer medical students than we have residency positions for first-year residency slots every year. So in 2022, I told you that 28,000 medical students graduated. In 2022, there were 36,200 PGY1, so first-year graduate residency spots available. So who fills those other spots? It's international medical graduates. And so they have to fulfill very, very stringent qualifications, and they have to join in this match system, which I'll talk about a little bit also. And so it's these international medical graduates, but actually what's interesting is many of them come from Caribbean schools, and they're US citizens. And these Caribbean schools were actually formed to try to get around the cap on medical students from before. So there's sort of this very complex kind of system going on. So then, you know, once you've finished medical school, you do the match. And the match is run by the electronic residency application system. It's almost, with very few exceptions, almost all residencies in the US and also fellowships accept applications only through the match. You have to decide on your specialty. So there's no changing specialties. You apply for your specialty. When I did the match, I applied to 25 programs, which was a lot of programs. Today, residents are applying to, or medical students are applying to like 50 to 100 programs.
And it costs a lot of money too,
yeah.
and time.
So there's a flat fee for the first 10 programs, and every program after that is an additional $25, I think. It may be 50 now, it keeps going up. So you can imagine how much money someone is spending to apply for 100 residency positions. So the reason they can do this is in part because many interviews have switched to Zoom after the pandemic, and so they don't have to travel as much. But also they're doing it because they're trying to maximize their visibility, and they're not really thinking about where they want to go or what they would want to be doing. So for example, my program, so I was one of the associate program directors for the emergency medicine program at Mount Sinai. We would get upwards of 2,000 applications a year. So there's no way, this is like a very prestigious program. We had 25 spots. We're not looking at all those applications. So we immediately eliminated all the international medical graduates. We just didn't look at them. We immediately eliminated everyone who's had a board score below some number. Just didn't look at them. And that kind of whittled our pool down to something that we could pay attention to. And we would interview around 200 people for 25 spots. Last year, actually, there were, after the end of the entire match, there were 500 unfilled, so for 2023, 513 unfilled match residency slots in the country. So after all of this, after all the 28,000 US medical school graduates and the 13,000 international medical graduates applied, there were still unfilled residency spots. And probably for good reason, probably a lot of those candidates were not strong candidates, like the leftover ones who didn't match. There were about 2,000 medical students who applied who did not end up matching. But, you know, the majority of those slots are, and so then what happens, actually, I should just say this, is basically then the residents rank their programs that they liked the best, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 100, and the programs rank the residents that they liked the best, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 200, however many you interview. And there's a formula, which I sort of think of as like a formula in the sky, that spits out an answer. And it says, like, for the student, it says, you did match, and you are going to Alaska, right? You did match, and for the programs, it says, you filled all your spots, or you didn't fill all your spots. You have 2 empty spots, so you have to find someone who will fill them, and these are your residents, and that's it. Mm-hmm. And that sort of system makes it very difficult to make any changes ever. It happens, but once you're in, you've started a program.
You have to sign a contract before you start the match.
You
and
do.
It's very hard to get out of that. So if you want to practice medicine and you want to go to Massachusetts, but you're going to Idaho. It's like
You're going to Idaho.
Yeah.
That's it. And
Nothing against Idaho, but it's
Right.
like
There-
just to give you a sense of what that's like.
Right.
Yeah.
There's really no choice whatsoever. I mean, a little, right? You did get to rank your programs. And if you really don't want to go to a program, you don't have to rank it. But then you're taking a chance that if you don't match at any of the other programs that you ranked, that is just not an option for you. And maybe you don't match this year. So it's really a very
Strange system.
it's a very strange system, and it really has very little choice. And then you kind of have to ask yourself, well, why is there so little choice? And the system actually came into being because residency programs, like long before ERAS, would promise students things and then not have a spot for them, and then people would be sort of left in the lurch, and students would also promise, like, yeah, I'm coming to your program no matter what, and then they'd get some other better offer and they'd be like, oh, sorry, oops, I'm gonna go somewhere else. And so this was sort of an attempt to fix a problem, but what it did was take away choice. And so then, so that's one area, I think, where you could say that there's, like a lack of choice in medicine. But I think the other area is, like, I talked a little bit about like how grueling residency is, but I think it's important to say that, like, more people don't go to medical school because residency is really difficult. And, if I said to you, hey, man, I'm going to pay you $50,000 a year, you're going to work 80 hours a week. When I tell you to work nights and days, for like half the time, you're gonna have to work 24-hour shifts every 3 days, where you're in the hospital the whole time, you don't get to see your family, you get vacation like 3 weeks a year when I tell you you get vacation, and you're gonna do this for 4 years.
And it's the fact that there's a cap that makes it even harder.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So like, who's going to sign up for that? The people who sign up for that are people who, like, I signed up for it because I thought medicine was really fascinating and interesting, and I thought it would be like a great career, and it is. And some people sign up for it because, like, it's better than digging a ditch. And some people sign up for it because their family has a legacy. Their family has a legacy, and they've seen how great it can be. And there's an end in sight, right? It's not the rest of your life, but I think a lot of people who might go to medical school, who might be great medical students and make great doctors, don't do it because they see this ahead of them. And so why are there not other options for residency?
Yeah.
And the answer is because there's one accrediting body for residencies, the ACGME, and the ACGME is held in place as the one accrediting body by the Center for Medicaid Services, CMS, which will only pay residencies that are ACGME certified.
And I mean, I presume that even if Medicare never got into the business of funding residency slot, that residency would be difficult. But it does seem, and like I see this with my wife and with other doctors I know, that there's like a lot of unnecessary suffering in residency. And there's also a culture amongst doctors where that's accepted, but that doesn't have to be the case. And it discourages a lot of bright, innovative, promising individuals. Like, well, why would I spend 14 years in school to become a surgeon if I can, like, work on Wall Street? And then, like, we're losing
And actually,
people.
you make more money working on Wall Street than you make in medicine ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like medicine, it's absolutely the case that, that you can make a good living in medicine, but you're never ever going to be like making as much money as some of the Wall Street hedge fund.
You're making
right?
you're taking a relative pay cut given other opportunities. Yeah. But I've got two questions for Colleen, and then we should get into licensing because time is not on our side. If residency is an investment for a residency program, why don't they just invest more in it? And what can we do to reform the system?
Yeah, so some programs do, right? Some programs do recognize that they have the capacity to have more residents, and in fact, that having these additional residents, once you already have a program, you're already paying, to have some attending physicians who don't work clinically as much because they're teaching. You're already paying for a lot of those things, and so to add a couple of additional residents, it increases your ability to take care of the patient volume that maybe you see, and even though Center for Medicaid Services doesn't pay for them, you're still getting more work and more patients seen, and for the cost of that one resident than you would if you had to hire another attending physician or 2 or 3 advanced practice providers to do that job, especially after the resident's first year. So they do see the benefit of that. And so, many, especially larger hospital centers do cover on their own the cost of a few residency positions.
Because they can afford it.
Because they can afford it, right. But I think when you see the relative difference in what you get for a resident, when you compare what's coming from Medicaid, from CMS versus what you get for a resident when you're not being paid by CMS, it makes it very difficult, especially for many medical centers that really are operating like right at the edge of a no profit margin to very little, to justify paying a little bit more for something when instead they just make everyone work a little bit harder, right? Instead of bringing in the extra resident, they're also not bringing in the mid-level provider either. They're just having all these extra patients, and everyone's working harder, and everyone's care suffers.
So how can we reform that?
Yeah, so, I think it's interesting to say, like you could just take the cap off. You could just get CMS to remove the cap, but then you're going to have all these programs start to open up and more residents, and it's just going to be a bigger and bigger expenditure for CMS. So I don't really think that's the answer. I think the answer is more to, move to some sort of system where CMS is still paying for residents, but not on like the same per resident basis that they're doing now. Maybe more, so maybe they pay instead kind of a lump sum for a number of residents. So you have 50 to 100 residents, you get $750,000 a year for those residents. You have 100 to 150, you get 1.5 million, which is sort of somewhere in between what they're actually paying now. The way they calculate it now, incidentally, the way they calculate the payment per resident, and the reason it's different is because it actually includes things like it includes things like the cost of care. So hospitals that provide more advanced procedures actually get paid more per resident because the cost of care at that center is more, and so they get paid more. And it also includes the number of inpatient hours it's like multiplied by the number of inpatient hours of Medicaid patients. So it doesn't take into account all the non-inpatient Medicaid and Medicare patients that are being seen.
Right.
And it also incentivizes keeping patients in the hospital for longer, because that means you can add that little bit longer as a multiplier. So I think you need to I think divorcing the payment system from that would be another thing. Like, get cost out of the payment system, get this like inpatient bed hours multiplier out of the payment system. And certainly if a residency wants to move then from or an institution from having 50 to 100 residents to 100 to 150, maybe they do have to apply to show that in fact they have the patient volume or the need for that. But it also then puts more of the onus, it begins to move some of the burden of paying for residents back to the hospital. And it also incentivizes, in cases where it's possible and where the capacity is there, hospitals moving up from sort of one bracket of 50 to 100 residents to the next bracket. And then within that system, it also allows maybe more mobility of residents. So, Mount Sinai has thousands of residents, but the programs can't share. Emergency medicine has its cap of 25, and internal medicine has its cap of 20, and general surgery has its cap of 25. And if one group does not need that many residents and another needs more at some point, there's no passing around of that cap. There's no,
you can't reorganize.
There's no reorganization to fit the needs of the
no
system.
Innovation.
Right. In fact, it's all just this centrally kind of planned system that doesn't have any ability to innovate.
So
or,
if you wanted to innovate in medical education and rethink what different residents could do, you can because of the guidelines of
Right.
ACDME.
The ACDME, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically it. Yeah. And even just as an example, I worked for a month in Singapore and in emergency medicine. And in Singapore, all residencies are 5 years, and the maximum clinical hours that they work is 40 in a week. So, and they do put in extra time because they're expected to do research and do other things, but it's nothing compared to the sort of grueling system that we have in the U.S. They work very hard, and they have a great medical system there, probably actually one of the best in the world. And there's really no reason why we couldn't have a process like that. And the other area that there's no ability to innovate is once you've completed residency, you can't switch profession. You can't switch your specialty unless you repeat a residency.
Right.
And very few people, some do, but very few people really want to do another 3 to 5 years of what they just did when they could be making 3 times as much money.
Yes.
And not do that again.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
And we
That's
could
very
use
enlightening.
other ways to, other methods of cross-certifying, I guess. Yeah.
So that's one side of the constraints on supply, and I want to turn now to licenses. So the rationale behind licenses is that we need them because they keep patients safe. Sorry, we're getting echoes here. And they protect the reputation of doctors. But in effect, very often they're motivated by different things. And Jared, I was interested in what you think about that, and what are the actual consequences of these licensure laws? How are they different from voluntary certification, which is a free market alternative? And what kind of reforms do you think are realistic?
Sure, yeah. So this is and Colleen left off at exactly the right point, right? Because why would anybody go through that whole ordeal? It's because the next step then is to become licensed. You need to do all of that in order to take your three-step USMLEs, your license exams, and that gets you into the guild basically. So maybe one of the first structural things to talk about with regard to licensing is that it's a state-by-state thing, right? So there's 50 state, well, there's actually more because I don't want to get too into the weeds, but there's more because some states unify them between the allopathic MDs and the osteopathic DOs, but other states split them out. Anyhow, there's each state has its own Medical Practice Act. It's an MPA, and that establishes the state medical board, and then that's the body that does this licensing function. So they're basically state actors. In most states, the people who sit on these boards are appointed by a governor and then approved by maybe the Senate. In Texas, that's the case. Where I'm from, New Hampshire, we have a weird thing called an executive council. So you'll get appointed by the governor, and then it's approved by the executive council if you're on there. But the people that are on there are mostly physicians. And that's where sort of that should be the first red flag. Oh wow, it smells a little bit like some protectionism, some barriers to entry that are being erected here. That is the case. There can be some public members of these state medical boards as well, but they're by and large controlled by physicians. And due to the MPAs, the Medical Practice Acts that have established all these, there's no reason for them to do anything other than the process that Colleen just described, with the each step along the way being kind of gate kept by the previous step, which is all from within the profession. You can't sit for the exam, which is sort of like the last step in this, unless you do an ACGME accredited residency, and you can't get into that residency unless you go to an accredited medical school. So the chain of control kind of goes down. You asked what are the implications of, like, what are the negative consequences? The most obvious one is the artificially high, artificial scarcity, basically, that's created, which creates, in terms of number of physicians that we are supplying, that keeps physician compensation high, so it's good for them, I suppose. But does it fill its does it actually accomplish its justified or alleged justification that it's protecting consumers? Because that's the original justification that's always given. I don't think you can ever find a case of at least physician body justifying them based on the beneficial effects to the profession. It's always here's some benefit to the consumer, and here's I think this is really the sort of dirty little secret, which is that I think if you actually removed all licensing, delicensure is sometimes the term that you hear, I don't think the system would crumble. In fact, I think all of the benefits that people think they're getting from licensing are actually coming from other things that are already in place, which is a beautiful thing, because usually when we're advocating for free markets, oftentimes we're saying, well, if you remove this regulation, it creates incentives, and we're sort of like, well, if you just trust me, some entrepreneur will come along and solve that problem because the incentives will be better, and a lot of times we're in the position of saying, well, just trust us, if you make that change, it'll be better. I think in this is actually one of those cases where everything is really already in place. And I'll name a few of them. So for instance, credentialing and privileging. Credentialing is a pretty similar system to what licensure does, what the state medical board does in terms of like the background check and just making sure that you went to the medical school that you said you did and that you passed your exams and stuff. But hospitals do that already through this credentialing process. They have that incentive nowadays to do that. Wasn't the case 120, 140 years ago. But they do have that process in place now. Even beyond credentialing, there's privileging, which is basically saying, well, we see that you are have received training and everything, but here's what we actually think you're good at, and so they'll restrict that even further, and they'll say, well, you have some great experience in these kinds of procedures, but you don't really have a lot of experience in doing this kind of procedure. We're not going to let you do that. We're just going to let you do this subset. So that's another consumer protection that's already happening out there that we already have because of the just the evolution of medicine in the last few decades. A lot of these state medical boards and the medical practice acts were created a long time ago, before medicine had changed a lot. A couple of other quick things. Things again on the theme of things that are already in place. I think you can, once upon a time, the information asymmetry argument was maybe a reasonable argument. I don't think it is much anymore.
Could you just explain that?
Yeah. So the idea would be, well, you as a consumer, you're a patient, you're seeking out care from somebody. And you don't really have the ability to, first of all, pick you don't know what a qualified doctor looks like, and maybe that's difficult. And then even once you do pick somebody, you don't know how to evaluate the advice and the therapy they're recommending. That maybe a long time ago that was a reason. That's maybe a charitable way of even conceptualizing that. But now it's even less so. We all have a lot more information at our fingertips, and there are all kinds of doctor rating things. Some of which aren't that great, but some of them are better. So that's another thing that's changed along the way. Medical malpractice has changed along the way. There has been a change in which how even liability insurance is done. For a long time, it was done on a community rating, and basically it was, okay, here's your specialty, and you practice in Boston. Okay, so we're going to basically charge you what other similar specialists in that area, and it didn't really look at your experience, at your at your track record. But now the malpractice insurers actually will look at that, at your track record. It's much more of an experience rating, and underwrite you based on that. And if you're not, if you create a lot of problems, you might pay 3x or 4x of the malpractice. They'll even deny you malpractice insurance. So those are some of the ways. Possibly the biggest one, and maybe I'll end with this one, is the certification component. And this is really probably the best way of framing the kind of delicensure argument, because I've at least found it's best trying to communicate this when you can offer a really immediate alternative, and certification is a good one that people can understand, I think. Certification, we've all probably heard board certified in something, right? Well, that's maybe it's not perfect, but it's much more voluntary a system than licensure. Board certified, there is a board that if I wanted to compete with that board, I could start a road certified, I'm not clinical, so don't, please don't take what I say. But I could start a whole separate certification organization. Jared, on the other side of the he could start a different one. We could have several different certified, and then maybe you don't want to go to a board certified. Maybe you want to go to a Jared Seehofer certified one. And so there could be all sorts of different certifications that way that provide, like I said, the same it's the function that we think that we're getting from medical licensure now.
What's interesting is that you can lay out all these arguments of why the rationale behind licenses don't really add up. But there's still a problem of how do we convince medical students who are currently going through the system and people that are more established that we should change it, and that in some sense it's not in their interests. Like how do we actually convince people of that long term? That seems to be the tricky part.
Right. And I don't know that you try to convince doctors to change the system. You probably have to convince legislators, right? Because in this particular case, you need probably the laws to change. I don't know. I guess you could try to mount a campaign to get the physicians to have an alternative scheme or something that true alternatives to that whole training series that Colleen explained. But I think it's more, if you can remove the medical practice acts that establish those state medical boards, that's how you achieve delicensure.
And delicensure seems like a long-term goal. What's the more kind of realistic short-term policy actions and proposals we could take to get towards that?
And I don't know that these get towards that. These aren't exactly steps along the way, but they are things that make things better for the time being and are easier to do. And it's basically different types of reciprocity schemes. There is one right now that's been started 7 years ago. The IMLCC, the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, and that has something like 36 states already a part of it and everything. I think it's going to kind of peter out. I think it'll stay at about that number. I don't think it'll ever get all of the states, but you might be able to add a couple more states to that. That is basically a state level agreement that if you join that compact, then any state in that group, you are agreeing that your state will accept a physician from that other state. So as long as they're licensed in that other state, then you'll let them practice in your state too. Now that does nothing for the root supply problem. I think working on the root supply problem through delicensure, but using the rhetoric of as I laid out, explaining that a lot of the benefits that we're already getting from things that are in place, and then adding on the expanded certification role, I think is the way to go. But these, reciprocity is something that does make better use of those who are already license.
Right.
So it's worth doing. I'm not saying it's worth doing. But I think recognizing that one's kind of getting at a more the root of the problem, and but might take more effort to make progress.
Right, and actually
That's
convince
one,
people.
and then this represent. And then there's also unilateral reciprocity that Arizona has kind of pioneered, and a few other states have done as well. And that's basically saying we don't need to join a compact. We're just going to open. It's sort of like an open borders kind of thing, and we'll recognize all states. So that's a variation.
Thank you for that, Jared. That was very insightful. With that, I would like to turn to the issue of drug regulations, and I believe we...
Let's start with Michael. I don't think it's going to be easy to do back and forth with him. Let's just
yes, we can
set it up and he'll be able to talk.
So, hi, Michael. Oh, there's an echo. Let's just wait until it's running smoothly. Hi, Michael, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Like Greg said, I'm not going to do as much of a back and forth with you, but we would really like to have your input on your experience with the FDA and what you think about reforming leadership, both within the FDA and within the industry, of how we can improve things and make it easier for people to use their minds to innovate and create new medical devices and medical treatments.
Sure, thanks. You can all hear me, yes? Is it good coming through? You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks, folks. I'm in Tel Aviv. I couldn't be there. Let's just get right into it. So I've been involved in 3 drug approvals in oncology. I've worked with the FDA for over 25 years, on the other side being from companies, and I'm also a board-certified physician in internal medicine and rheumatology. And I actually think that the system could do a lot better, for sure. I mean, the first problem is a combination of philosophy and leadership. The philosophy at the FDA is, well, the goal of the FDA is, ostensibly to approve drugs that are both safe and effective. And that's a laudable goal, and that's fundamentally, that's what drugs should be. A drug that's not safe is stupid, to be blunt, and a drug that's not effective is a waste of time. It's a placebo. This is very obvious, and it's exactly what we should have. You don't need to be a rocket scientist for that. The problem is that, like any large bureaucracy that grows, especially when I would argue the leadership is not where it needs to be, or at least the support for the leadership in the greater government is not where it needs to be, is that what has happened is we've ended up with drugs that have to be determined to be safe beyond a reasonable doubt, and probably are effective at a statistical level that we would never take into daily practice for almost anything else that we do. And we're not talking about drugs that are going to kill you. We're talking about distinguishing drugs that might be ineffective 5% of the time versus 10%. Right now, the efficacy level is 5%, meaning that our trials have to be statistically significant at that level. And we don't do anything else in our life at that level of certainty. If you're over 85 or 90% for most things you do in your life, you're thrilled with it. And frankly, the argument would be, especially from all of us that are objectivists, it ought to be up to us to determine a lot of that, number one. Number two, the problem has been that especially following the very, very long ago, 40 plus years now, I believe, maybe longer, problem with thalidomide and the fact that the FDA loves to say that we avoided that. And we're never going to have that happen in this country. Well, that's not a philosophy that's consistent with innovation. There's no way you can bring completely new biomolecules or small molecule pharmaceutical drugs to patients or procedures or devices to people who have very tough diseases, who have multiple medical problems, many of whom are rather old and getting older, and they're just complicated as hell. You cannot bring innovation to that group and expect to be right most of the time. It's not going to happen. It's incompatible. This is far more complicated than putting a rocket ship up into space. You don't get to engineer biology or pathology or pathophysiology and so on and so forth. So I think if we're going to make any progress, the first thing we do is we have to get some leadership at the FDA, and it has to be backed by Congress, that says that we are going to start to take more chances, and there are going to be times when we're going to pull drugs. Of course, we're going to apologize when we screw up, but we have to admit that if we're going to be on the cutting edge and we're going to be innovative, then we have to accept there's going to be some false starts. And by the way, we're going to learn a heck of a lot, and none of us want to be the guinea pig that happens to, but frankly, we already do it anyway in our clinical trials. And there's always the first patient who gets a new drug or a new device and so on. So the first thing to do is we got to change the philosophy and the balance. The related objectivist issue is that, frankly, a lot of this ought to be up to the patient and the doctor. Because depending on the disease you have and your quality of life that you want, and whether you want to live at all costs, et cetera, it ought to be up to you to try stuff. So the next thing we got to do is we got to have freedom to try. Now, there's a lot of talk about that, and there's bills getting passed all the time. It is an onerous process. It is a horrible process, and it is a process that fails more often than it works. These so-called expanded access programs and compassionate use programs, they really are difficult to get through. And typically the patients have to be perfect patients in order to get the drug that's not yet approved. And that is exactly the patients who don't need the drug for the vast majority of the time. So freedom to try really has to be a freedom to try. If you have a metastatic cancer that is blown through the currently available therapies, okay, then it really ought to be up to you and your doctor, and primarily to you. And you can sign your life away, because literally your life is going away. That is going to happen. You are going to die from this cancer. It ought to be up to you to make a decision whether to try something new. The next thing I would say is that we cannot continue with these 5 to 10 year drug approval processes with the state of science today. Science is moving at an exponential pace. New technologies are moving at an exponential pace, and medicine is actually slowing down. What I mean, when I say slowing down, what I mean by that is the pace of drug testing, device testing, and so on is slowing down, because there are more drugs to test, the processes are more onerous, the patients are more complicated, and the threshold that we're being held to, particularly on the safety side, are frankly getting a little bit ridiculous, in my medical opinion, speaking as a physician. And I'm more speaking even now on the rheumatology side of things, which generally, is long-term care for people that are relatively younger and are not going to die from their condition usually. You still have patients whose rheumatoid arthritis is refractory to the 7 or 8 drug categories modern drug categories that we have for RA, and they ought to get to try stuff if they want to, with the disclosure to them that bad stuff might happen. These have not been FDA approved. So the second thing, the third thing I'm on to now, is this notion that we have to have some kind of intermediate approval, which doesn't have to be called funny names like accelerated approval, which we call in the US, or conditional approval, we call it in Europe. It ought to be some kind of intermediate approval, which is basically a more blanket right to try or expanded access program that's not onerous. It doesn't require 2 to 3 hours of doctor time with nursing and coordinators time to bring a new drug to a patient to try it. And then, in order to be expeditious here, I think the other kind of things we got to do is we've got to stop with this requirement for these 2 separate double-blind randomized trials. It's a bit old-fashioned. We can certainly require that after the drug's on the market and it's been looked at and tested in real life use, that those data are gathered and analyzed very carefully. And if disturbing trends are seen, and this has happened occasionally, then you might need to pull the drug. But holding a good drug up for 10 years because you want to make sure it's safe enough, while you let 10 years of patients die or become crippled or get into real trouble, have significant medical complications, while you waited for those safety signals to emerge, et cetera. I don't think that's the way you should do modern medicine. We have much better testing now before things get into humans. We have much greater knowledge than we used to. We have all kinds of genomics and proteomics and omics, et cetera, systems biology, and all kinds of predictions. And I will leave out artificial intelligence because no one has any idea whether that's going to matter or not. But I'll just tell you, we have enough analyses now going on before a drug even enters people to have a pretty good idea what might or might happen, but we're not always going to be right. Right? In closing, summary, we got to have a leadership philosophy change at the FDA. It might be the same leadership. There's got to be philosophy. It's got to be backed by Congress so that when bad things happen, and they will, because that's what happens when you're on the cutting edge of medicine and science in complicated patients that are, by the way, outbred, meaning we are all genetically very different. It's tough. We've got to change the philosophy. That's got to be the first thing that happens. And we have to start to accept more risk, but it should be on the individual, not blaming the government every single time something goes wrong. The second thing is related to that, which I mentioned, is the freedom to try, then to have intermediate approval so that we have access to experimental drugs when a patient decides they want to go for it. And they'll have to, of course, give up all their rights and blah, 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 but that's, you know, if a cancer drug works 10% of the time and you have refractory cancer and you're one of the 10%, that's all you needed. And if it's for the 90% it didn't work, well, you know what? They probably weren't worse off than they were before, but if they decided to take the risk, it's okay. The last thing is, after the intermediate approval, is that we got to change the final approval method and move that much more to the post-commercial setting, because right now the $1 to $2 billion price tag per drug attempt, okay, is not sustainable. And if we want to continue to innovate, we're not going to be able to sustain it with the current metrics.
Thank you, Michael. We really appreciate your input. Rather than ask
you some more questions, I'd like to turn to Jared if he had any response to that.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, I generally agree with most of what Michael is laying out here. The question of FDA, you know, is FDA too lax? Is it too constrictive? You know, I think the proper answer is really yes and no. It's a combination of both. And let me explain, kind of unpack what I mean by that. So definitely there's a bureaucratic instinct to pump the brakes on pretty much anything, especially anything new. You know, Michael's quite right that there is a fear that anything that goes wrong, hey, we approved it, it's going to come back on me if there was anything wrong. And so the most easy thing to do is just to say no to pretty much everything, or no until we have absolutely overwhelming evidence. But if there was a regulatory hawk on this panel, Professor Silver mentioned Dr. Vinay Prasad of UCSF in a cost-effectiveness context. He's also a pretty strong FDA hawk. You know, he'd be up here saying, "What are you, crazy? They release stuff all the time, you know, that has very thin or scant evidence. Look at Aduhelm, which was an Alzheimer's drug that was released with what many neurologists thought was not a whole lot of evidence in its favor. Or the, nth COVID booster that we're all told that we ought to get despite a lack of a randomized clinical trial to demonstrate that anyone needs it if they've gotten 2, 3, 4, or 5. So I think the right answer, and the way to hold how FDA thinks, is that there's this sort of general instinct to be wary and cautious, which leads to all of the problems that Michael was just iterating here, while at the same time, like any organization that is part of the government, if there is political will and top bureaucratic cover to go do something, as we saw most recently in Operation Warp Speed, which gave us the COVID vaccines, it will happen. Because any sort of lower level FDA reviewer who might do something and approve something and sign off on something that might hurt a patient down the line, well, they know their job's fine. They're not going to be marked in any way in the civil service system because their boss's boss said, we shall do it now.
Yeah. So, the idea that the FDA is too slow on certain things is a common criticism. But as you said, it's much more complicated than that. I think a phenomenon that people are less aware of is the kind of uncertainty and arbitrariness that the FDA creates for innovators, that it's hard to second guess them, and people don't really appreciate how difficult that makes it for innovators to actually think, to plan, maybe in part because we don't hear from them, because if they complain, they might get in trouble with the FDA. So I was curious about your thoughts on that.
Most definitely. I mean, this is, I spend every day of my professional life trying to mitigate this with, you know, the company that I started. We work mostly with startups. Most innovation in healthcare on the device and drug side comes from the startup environment. And really, you know, an even bigger problem than, hey, we've got to do all of these trials and all the rest of it, and, you know, the 10-year process, as Michael was laying out, and the huge price tag associated with that. You know, there's enough financial return. Venture capitalists will generally say, okay, we'll find a way to underwrite this. But what you cannot underwrite is something where, okay, so say I invest, you know, $50 million in a Series A in this company to try and go get, you know, preclinical, and then we do 100, 150 to do further clinical testing, and then the regulator yanks the plug on you. And this happens relatively frequently, unfortunately. There are a couple of recent instances that are pretty egregious. One of them is in this field called lab-developed tests. That name might be familiar to you if you remember the dark days of the early part of the pandemic, because there were, once the COVID-19 genome had been sequenced, it was possible to go create tests. You know, anyone who had the proper equipment in laboratory. And there were a lot of physicians that were acting on their own accord saying, you know, I'm probably giving Colleen PTSD here a little bit, saying, my God, we've got to find a way to sort of characterize and be able to screen and figure out which patients actually have COVID and don't. And FDA basically, you know, there were a lot of physicians, and I forget, there was one doctor in Seattle who was the one case for this. She goes and creates it, and then, you know, anyone in Seattle can go get these tests and test them. FDA steps in and shuts her down.
Yeah, even though their test didn't work.
Correct, even though the government-developed test didn't work. So this is the type of what's called a lab-developed test. It's a test that you do, you know, created, manufactured, and assessed only in one laboratory. This has been traditionally outside of FDA's jurisdiction. Because it falls under the practice of medicine, which FDA does not technically regulate. And they've always not really liked it all that much, particularly when tests are novel or something with a strong public health impact and all the rest of it. So there have been a lot of companies that have been started up, particularly in this sort of telemedicine field. You know, I can go get in, you know, in Everlywell, which is down here in Austin, and do all these kinds of tests, you know, figure out my blood values or testosterone, estrogen, or what have you, and it's really convenient. Well, they want those tests to go through their medical device and diagnostic approval process. It's been going through Congress many times. Congress has never really bought onto it, so they've never approved it. And so they just decided, like a few months ago, and said, no, we're just gonna go do it ourselves. And so they've created this rule basically saying, we're gonna enact a phase-out process by which at the end of, you know, 4 or 5 year time period, we're going to now consider all of these medical devices, thou shalt go through the process. The clinical community is up in arms. They're kind of proceeding forward in an unfortunately kind of a steamroller fashion. Well, why is this important to innovation? You just blew up, basically in one fell stroke, a ton of capital, and a bunch of companies that were kind of developed under a business model. Their overhead is about to skyrocket. Many of them will go out of business, and investors are going to say, I don't want to touch this field, which is going to be a sort of a chilling effect on innovation. The other big one, which I think is more relevant to pretty much everyone here, is in the field of artificial intelligence as it pertains to what we call clinical decision support. So clinical decision support software is any software that is going to guide and kind of aid the physician in their practice, flag things, do a lot of analysis, say, I'm gonna have to watch out for this, watch out for that. Congress, in a feat of actual smarts and intelligence for once, created this law in I think it was just the tail end, 2016, tail end of the Obama administration, basically saying, look, if this software, if a doctor can independently review the outcome, so the doctor can look through and see how the algorithm figured out. It's not a black box. They can see algorithm, well, like, well, we weighted this patient's lab value here, and then their temperature, and then their history. We added all these weights, and this came up with a recommendation for, you know, X diagnosis or treatment. They said, well, we trust, you know, this is why we have physicians, and we have licensing and board certification, is that, you know, physicians use this kind of information, and it's really just an augmentation of that. And they excluded that from FDA's purview. Well, as FDA interpreted this law, they took what was actually a fairly broad exemption and constrained it heavily, and constrained the more interesting capabilities and possibilities of AI in medicine, like assigning, you know, particular risk scores, or in a critical care facility saying, okay, so this patient has an increased likelihood of sepsis, you might want to watch out, you know, nurse or attending physician. All of those have now been kind of folded under the category of medical device in what many, including myself, consider to be a violation and contravention of the actual statute. And so now, again, back to the effect on innovators, there are a whole suite of companies who are building AI software for medicine that now don't know, am I going to have to go through FDA? Am I not? If I went and convinced my investors, I'm not going to need to go look at the law, look what Congress said. And then my investors are now looking at this, well, they're not going to want to sign another check. My company's going to go out of money, and the whole enterprise will be destroyed. And this comes back to sort of the key problem here, which is it's a kind of an arbitrary process. And the only way to be really safe and to know, you know, that anything that you're going to do as a developer of technology is not going to be second guessed is to wait. Basically, wait until a technology is mature, they figured out how they want to regulate it and apply it that way. But as you know, Michael said in the first part of this section here, what that's doing is that's just basically dragging the timelines for any development out, and slowing down the overall pace of medical innovation.
Right, and that kind of waiting, that kills innovation, because innovation is something that takes, you have to act on the moment, you have bright minds, they could be using their minds for other things. And if you have that kind of uncertainty, you just can't act that way.
Yeah, and if you've got capital to invest, why would I invest in this? And I don't mean just financial capital, human capital. This kind of impacts what people spend years and years of their most productive years doing.
So it seems like one way to address this kind of regulatory arbitrariness and the culture it creates is to, well, just get clearer laws and reform things from the inside. But one thing that we've talked about before in a separate meeting is ways that we can try to circumvent this kind of regulatory arbitrariness by trying to pursue alternative pathways for approval. And so I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. Well, you know, I 100% endorse Michael's policy proposal for a real right to try. We have something called right to try right now. I don't think it's actual right to try. Like he said, there's there's a amount of paperwork one has to go through. You already have to have a completed phase 1 study. So in my mind, that violates the very concept of it itself. If it's right to try, it means no. If it's I mean, personally, I don't think it should have to be life or death, but if we're gonna constrain it within that idea, if it's a life or death, terminal condition, then, no one's telling me what I can do if my doctor is sort of signing off on it. The second thing, kind of seconding Amish's theme earlier during his talk this morning with respect to kind of alternative pathways toward commercialization, mirroring alternative means of practicing. One thing that I think we could do, and it wouldn't take a complete changing of the culture, would be to provide more ways of getting to market that circumvented the one central funnel that is US FDA in DC. So one example would be, for instance, picking a suite of countries whose regulatory systems we trust, say Europe, the EMA, the UK, the MHRA, the Australians, the TGA, and we can make them all Anglosphere countries, so it's all English and all the rest of it, and we all have the same metabolic syndrome and problems of Western diet, so the patient populations are relatively similar, and say, okay, if it's approved in any one of these countries, you don't have to go do it again. So it's approved in Canada, it's approved here. If it's approved in the UK, it's approved here, it's approved in, et cetera, et cetera. Pick a suite of countries that way. That would, first of all, not only provide an alternative pathway, but it would actually reduce costs, because what most people don't know is that, say you have a groundbreaking new medical technology, not only do you have to get it done here, but if you're going to sell that globally, you have to do it in every jurisdiction you want to go sell it in. And this isn't no one takes anyone else's data for granted. And so you're basically scaling your costs with geographies at almost a linear rate, which just makes everything, that much more expensive. The third thing that I would do, this would require either an act of Congress or a Supreme Court that recognized the plain meaning of the word interstate and interstate commerce, and maybe we'll get there in a few years, we're kind of moving in that direction, would be to have basically a state-level alternative to the FDA. So let's say there are already actually a few states that do have equivalents. California is one of them, Pennsylvania. I don't know about Texas, but there are a few of them that usually just kind of like rubber stamp. But you could give these state agencies actual power. We're currently in a state here known for its iconoclasm and its resistance to federal authority, and it also happens to have a great medical system, not only in Austin, but Texas Medical Center is the largest medical center, I think, in the world, and then Dallas with Southwestern and Parkland. Texas could decide to say, you know what, we're going to make different rules. And that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be laissez-faire to start. I doubt anyone would go for that at the beginning, but they could say, you know what, this AI stuff, we're going to be the center of AI here in Austin, Texas, the way that Wyoming is, lax with crypto regulation, and they're allowing a lot of experimentation there. And I could tell you, if that actually came to pass, it would be the biggest boom and boost to Austin. Like, Austin really would overtake San Francisco as a center of innovation, because everyone would flock here for that reason. And then, one more that I would suggest doing, and this would kind of, I think, address folks who are, honest and well-meaning and coming from more of a regulatory hawk side, is that we should really decouple FDA. We shouldn't make FDA so important, because right now on the drug side, FDA approval really means, oh, I get paid for my drug. If you divorced those and you said, okay, the FDA imprimatur does not necessarily mean you're going to get paid for it. All of the health economists and the folks at CMS and everyone who's kind of like nudging FDA to be more and more conservative because Medicare is going bankrupt, would have less of an incentive, because FDA saying yes doesn't necessarily mean that Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services says yes, or any of the payers that follow its lead.
Thanks for that. That's very, very interesting. With that, I would like to open it up to the floor for questions. We have about just under 10 minutes for questions. So if people have a question, please direct it to the person you're asking it to, and they or I will try to repeat it. Yes, Ben.
I think that any number of the problems that all of you spoke about today must have been brought into stark relief by the COVID pandemic. And I'm a little surprised that there hasn't been more, once the pandemic was over, there hasn't been more public debate about what could we do to reform our healthcare system. And you haven't seen it on either side. It's like either the people saying we need more socialism, or the people saying we need desocialize. Why is that? Is there anybody who's working on this? Has anyone been writing books about this? I'm very curious.
So, so just to repeat the question was, Ben is surprised that given the pandemic and how it brought into stark relief relieve many of the problems that we've heard on this panel, why aren't there more people on either the left or the right talking about reforming healthcare? Is that right, Ben? Yeah.
Or are there, and I just don't know?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'll just jump in hopefully quickly. There have been some people that have written about it. Michael, you mentioned Jeff Singer earlier. Jeff Singer from Cato has written about this. Some folks from Mercatus have written, I think I even wrote something about this, which is that on the medical licensure side, during the pandemic with the emergency declaration, there was a lot of relaxation of licensing, but that once that, you're right, once that expired, that sort of fizzled out, and so it's really just limited to a few think tanks writing about it that I agree kind of go nowhere. What I guess your question is really about how do you mount some lasting power to that, and that's always the challenge, I guess.
But
What was Jeffrey Singer?
Yeah, Jeffrey Singer at Cato. Yeah.
But Ben,
physician.
I guess there's two elements to your question. One kind of question is, why aren't more intellectuals writing about this? And the other kind of question is, why isn't there more of a cultural shift in healthcare given what we went through to the pandemic in terms of rethinking things?
Yeah, and then again, quick, on the licensure side, if there was a problem with, if that was such a risky activity, then we should have seen problems all over the places. Massachusetts doctors wreaking havoc in Rhode Island, right? And because they went down there to help out and things went wrong. And that wasn't the case. That evidence body is nowhere to be found. And so we ought to be able to be writing.
Exemptions to let people come in the United States and help out?
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
And they, yeah. And they also eventually relaxed a lot of restrictions on the lab, like the lab lab testing and all sorts of things, but it took some time for them to do. I mean, the former director of the FDA actually wrote about the COVID response. I think there have been several people who have written about the COVID response. I've read some of the books. I think there's a lot of finger pointing at higher levels that make it that makes it hard to kind of move forward from there to make changes, because people like from reading the book, I can't remember his name right now.
Scott Gottlieb.
Yes, yes. Yeah. So a lot of what he said was, here are things the FDA did wrong, here are things they did right, here are all the things the CDC did wrong. And and I think when you write a book like that and you call out the CDC and you're not coming up with a lot of solutions, like then you have everyone at the CDC kind of up in arms, being like, well, we did a lot of things right too, and I think there's kind of because it's so top down, it is very difficult to kind of recover from that.
Can I just say this whole time? I've seen more. I've seen the Scott Gottlieb book. I've seen more coming out about FDA testing, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Where I've really not seen any is the broader systemic issues, like about the supply of physicians. And I mean, a lot of the stuff you talked about.
Yeah.
Has anyone touched that?
I think I'm not even sure that many people recognize that there's an issue with the supply of physicians. Although I do think it's becoming a little bit more clear, because physicians are quitting now after the COVID pandemic. I think people are seeing more of a shortage in nursing staff and other staff. And for example, X-ray techs, CT techs, phlebotomists, all the other people that staff the hospital that help make things move. We're seeing a lot of shortages there. And so, it's partly a money thing, right? Where is the money to pay for more of these people? And it's partly a lot of people got really burned out after COVID. They felt like they were not seen as valuable members of the healthcare team from the bottom to the top, physicians all the way down to like the janitors in the hospitals. I think, and so they're leaving, and there needs to be really a whole kind of shifting of the culture of medicine, I think, for very much to change.
Mike?
Yeah, I have a question that I guess is for probably Jared and Michael Kaufman. And excuse me if somebody addressed this, because I had to step out twice. But but I heard both of you talking about things to reform. This is an FDA-based question, related question. I heard both of you talk about things that we could do to reform the FDA, and I wonder if either of you or anybody else on the panel has thoughts about either fully privatizing the FDA or my favorite solution, which is abolishing the FDA altogether and getting that completely out of, I mean, I think it's such a destructive force. So even that's maybe potentially an ultimate goal, but first steps towards that, and is that, were you both referring to the reforms as a step towards that, or just what we need to do is reform this?
Sure. So the question was with regard to the, the sort of reform steps that Michael Kaufman and I were talking about with respect to FDA. Is this eventually toward getting to an abolishment of it, or is this intended to be sort of an intermediate step? Do we want to let Michael go first, if he could still speak, and then I can kind of give my 2 cents?
Sure. I mean, I think, look, I think maybe I'm just closed-minded, but I do think we need a regulatory body. There's been enough bad actions that we can't have again. And it hurts the entire industry. There was a big trial in breast cancer with high-dose chemotherapy and rescue, and it turned out the data were completely fudged, and it was, an untold number of women were harmed terribly and actually died on this therapy, and it was touted as a breakthrough therapy, and part of it was that the FDA looked into it, and this stuff needs, I don't want to go into a lot more details here just for time, but we need to have, I think, somebody looking over it. I think the size of the FDA that regulates the drug portions and the focus on some of the things is, I think, way out of whack and typical of bureaucracies. I've been in situations where, for instance, the people in charge of the animal testing are saying, well, you can't bring this cancer drug into other diseases because you don't have enough animal testing, when the drug has already been in 10,000 humans and it's been in them for over a year. Why are they stopping us? Well, it's because they have regulations, they have power, and so on. So I think we need to back off a lot. I think we need to get a lot more medicine and practice of medicine into the FDA so that that real actual doctors can help make these decisions. I mean, people that actually practice. I don't mean people that, were in medical school and then graduated and became a regulator. And no offense to them, but you ought to be able to practice medicine and help make these decisions. And I think we need to stop focusing or reduce substantially, and I'm talking 80–90% reduce substantially some of the testing, pre-testing, and the focus on that once the drug has made it into humans. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and to close out, I actually second, I think also, in addition to having physicians, having people who have been either in the drug or device development side actually building the thing, the PhD biochemists or PhD engineers, would also be a benefit. I'll just, kind of close out. I think an oversight body of some form or another will always need to exist. Medicine is too complex. I don't think even, smart physicians like yourself to comprehend everything that is coming out at any point, everything that is new, et cetera, it would just destroy your ability to you wouldn't be able to grab it all in your head. To some in the audience, we would say it would blow the crow. Some of you will get that. And so I think there's always going to need to be something, and then something that has some real, an entity that has some real teeth to it, public or private, where, if you're not forced to, by law, give them, a view into all of your data, you're forced to contractually, because no one will go buy your stuff unless you're giving, underwriters labs for healthcare the ability to look at your data. So I think we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and with that, I'd like to thank our panelists. Thanks. Hi there. Our next speaker is Don Watkins. He is the best-selling author of Free Market Revolution and Equals Unfair. And Don is going to be giving his talk on how to desocialize medicine. Please welcome Don Watkins to the stage.
Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Greg. Thanks for everybody for showing up. Someday far in the future, hopefully not that far, an historian is going to sit down at his desk to write a history of American healthcare, and he's going to have to make a decision about where to start his story. And now one possibility is he starts with Johnson signing Medicare and Medicaid into law as the real turning point that put us on the path to fully socialized medicine. But there's another possibility. He starts with this event right here today as the turning point that explains why we have a future healthcare system in America based on healthcare freedom. And it's not impossible, but it will depend on what you choose to do. The purpose of this talk is to be a call to arms and a battle plan. There is no movement for freedom in healthcare today. And if you don't create one, there's not going to be any freedom in healthcare tomorrow. So I'm urging you to take action. And what I want to do over the next 40 minutes or so is sketch out what kind of action is necessary. Now, I come at this from a philosophic perspective, and specifically I'm interested in morality and in moral movements. In my book, Roosevelt Care, for example, I show how the creation of American welfare state was not a pragmatic response to practical problems inherent in capitalism. It was the product of an intellectual movement, the progressive movement, which promoted key philosophic ideas and used those ideas to argue for a radical change in the American system. The first major victory was Social Security. Their second major victory, Medicare and Medicaid. Now, if we look at these and similar movements, what we see is that successful moral movements have three qualities. They are principled, persuasive, and practical. So that's our agenda this afternoon. I'm going to argue that a pro-freedom healthcare movement must be principled. It must be animated by an uncompromising philosophic framework with a positive moral goal. I'm going to argue that a pro-freedom American healthcare movement must be persuasive. It must know how to win the minds of people who are persuadable, but who share many of the ideas leading to socialized medicine. And I'm going to argue that a pro-freedom healthcare movement must be practical. It must strategically work to spread the right ideas and the right solutions to the right people in the right way. So let's get started. Principle. The lesson here is that socialized medicine's growth is driven by philosophical ideas and can only be opposed with philosophical ideas. Philosophic frameworks shape thought and action, and they determine the goals that people embrace and how they interpret and respond to the challenges they face. I mentioned the creation of the American welfare state. Now, it's often said that the welfare state was a response to the conditions of industrialization and the Great Depression, but that is wrong. It was the product of how industrialization and the Great Depression were explained and evaluated given the philosophic ideas that were alive in the culture. There was a dominant philosophical framework that interpreted these challenges as failures of capitalism and proposed solutions based on government coercion. Had the culture's philosophical framework been different, our response would have been different. One of the lessons that should have come through in today's talks and panels is that the same thing can be said about the rise of socialized medicine in America. So what is the framework, the philosophic framework driving socialized medicine? I would name one moral goal and four key assumptions. Start with the goal. Every healthcare decision is made in light of a moral goal or standard of value. The moral goal that explains the rise of socialized medicine is healthcare equality. This goal says that everyone is entitled to the best healthcare regardless of their choices and their ability to pay. For example, we hear a story about a new drug so expensive that only the rich can afford it. Well, that's immoral because it denies most of us access to the best medicine available. Or you oppose forcing insurance companies to cover people with pre-existing conditions. That's immoral because that means that someone with diabetes won't receive the same coverage as a healthy 22-year-old. Now, every moral goal rests on certain assumptions that make the goal plausible, that make opposing the goal seem immoral, that push us in the direction of policies advocated by the goal's champions. What are the assumptions that underlie healthcare equality? Here are 4 important ones. Assumption 1, patients are helpless to make good healthcare decisions. And they can be helpless for any number of reasons. Maybe they lack sufficient knowledge. We can't do without the FDA, for example, because I, as a patient, am not in the position to judge whether a drug is safe or effective. Or maybe they lack time. Free market only works if I can choose among competitors, but how am I supposed to choose among competitors when I'm having a heart attack? Or maybe they lack money. Little good my freedom to choose does me if I'm too poor to choose anything. Assumption 2, a good doctor is a selfless doctor. The idea here is that a doctor's own interests, financial and otherwise, conflict with the interests of the patient. During the push for Obamacare, you might remember, Obama told us that doctors were performing unnecessary surgeries on patients in order to line their own pockets. Good doctors, by contrast, are selfless servants who place the welfare of their patients above their own. A doctor who complains that a policy will hurt his financial well-being is, by that very fact, a bad doctor. Similarly, a profitable drug company is morally suspect because it's profiting off of sick people. The more we remove the profit motive from healthcare, according to this assumption, the better healthcare we'll have. Assumption 3, medical progress is inevitable. Now, this assumption is rarely made explicit, but you see it in the fact that we seldom discuss the conditions that medical progress requires, and we very rarely discuss how particular policies will impact medical progress. Medical progress, just take that for granted, and our focus is only on how the progress is to be distributed. Assumption 4, the American system is or recently was a free market. Here in pattern is how every expansion of government coercion is argued for. America is a free market economy. It has problems. Therefore, government intervention is the solution. In the debate over Obamacare, for example, we heard that the free market had made health insurance unaffordable or completely unavailable for those with pre-existing conditions, and we could either settle for the disastrous status quo or support Obama's policies, the failed free market or real solutions. Now, this, of course, was said at a time when we had Medicare, Medicaid, EMTLA, S-CHIP, the FDA, Certificate of Need laws, so many tax incentives, licensing laws, and insurance regulations that, Amish couldn't even get through them, and I certainly am not going to be able to. So what did a free market mean in this context? It meant not 100% socialized. Now, it's important to realize the opponents of socialized medicine are nearly as guilty for entrenching this assumption as the supporters. They'll point to waiting lines in Britain and Canada and say, thanks to America's free market system, we get the care that we need. Or they'll point to medical innovation and say, it's all thanks to America's free market system. This is a major concession to socialized medicine advocates. If people assume that the American system is a free market rather than a mostly socialized mixture of freedom and controls, they won't feel the need to investigate whether problems in healthcare are the result of too much freedom or too much control. They will see opponents of socialized medicine as defenders of the status quo. They will see opponents of socialized medicine. They will see advocates of socialized medicine as offering solutions and opponents as reactionaries thwarting progress. What policy implications follow from healthcare equality and these 4 assumptions? Socialized medicine as a moral ideal. Anything that moves us toward socialized medicine is good. Anything that moves us away from it is evil. What's the conventional response to this framework? Typically, opponents of socialized medicine don't charge the healthcare equality framework. They argue instead that socialized medicine is an impractical ideal. Yes, it would be fantastic if government could ensure healthcare equality, but it can't. It's too expensive, too bureaucratic. It has all sorts of practical problems that can't be helped. So what's the solution? There are no solutions, only trade-offs. We need to settle for managed markets that allow a reasonable amount of choice, competition, and innovation while doing what we can to inch in the direction of healthcare equality. Now, for sure, the problems that opponents of socialized medicine point to are real. Socialized medicine is expensive. It does lead to shortages. It does force patients and doctors into bureaucratic systems where their choices are restricted. But conceding that socialized medicine is an impractical ideal is suicidal. It grants advocates of socialized medicine the moral high ground, and he who owns the moral high ground wins the war, even if they lose a particular battle. And here in pattern is how this plays out. Since socialized medicine advocates are fighting for an ideal, they'll relentlessly point to the failures of the current system to achieve that ideal and constantly introduce proposals to move us in direction of that ideal. You'll object that each proposal is too radical, too expensive, too bureaucratic. Maybe you'll defeat one of their plans. Maybe you won't. But on the whole, you'll be reactive, defensive, overwhelmed. Occasionally, you'll work up the courage to propose your own plan, intended to roll back the most unpopular of their policies, but they'll scream that your plan will move us away from healthcare equality, since some people will not receive the best care. You'll have no answer, and the reform will die. Often what you'll do is propose some compromise half measure intended to appease socialized medicine advocates. They want free healthcare? That's crazy. How about a subsidized prescription drug program? You call yourself an opponent of socialized medicine, but the truth is that you're at best an opponent only of the next step towards socialized medicine, or maybe if you're really bold, the last step. But you don't dare advocate real freedom. Real freedom, you know, is incompatible with healthcare equality, and that is a goal you will not challenge. Am I exaggerating? A few weeks ago, I visited the website of the largest conservative think tank, the Heritage Foundation, and clicked on just the first thing on their healthcare section of their website, the national debate over government-controlled healthcare. Now, I want to stress, this is not the worst thing that opponents of socialized medicine have produced. In certain ways, it's one of the better ones. What do we find? Well, we're told there are two visions of healthcare in America. Here's the vision, according to them, of socialized medicine advocates. Quote, the proponents of Medicare for all or single-payer healthcare program claim that they want to provide all Americans without distinction with healthcare as a legal right. They promise that their program of national health insurance will provide superior care to all Americans economically and efficiently, and that care will be affordable. Advocates promise free health care for all at the point of medical service, high-quality health care for everyone, universal coverage, comprehensive benefits, covering everything from tonsillectomies to toupees, no deductibles, no copays, no premiums, no messy managed care networks, no high administrative costs, and finally, really serious no-nonsense cost control, unquote. But this, we're told, is unrealistic. It will be too expensive and bureaucratic. So what is Heritage's inspiring, principled alternative vision of healthcare? It's, quote, that of a healthcare system empowered by choice and competition. My colleagues at the Heritage Foundation, along with 90 representatives and analysts of different policy organizations, have developed the Healthcare Choices proposal as a down payment on such a system. It is a major transfer of regulatory authority over the health insurance market from the federal government back to the states. It would enable state officials to tailor their statutory and regulatory initiatives and reforms to address their particular problems within the particular conditions that exist within their borders. The proposal would repurpose existing funding to better assure access to private coverage for people who have pre-existing conditions and who need financial assistance because of their relatively low level of income, unquote. That's it. That's the vision. If this is the response to the vision offered by socialized medicine advocates, then we will lose and we deserve to lose. To desocialize medicine, we have to seize the moral high ground, which requires replacing the healthcare equality framework with a new framework. Now, I'm not going to argue for this framework. Greg and our other speakers, they did most of the work for that, but I'll summarize some of the key themes this way. Vital truth one, patients are capable. The overwhelming majority of people are able to make intelligent medical decisions in concert with their doctors and other sources of information in a culture and afford the health care they need. Vital truth two, good doctors are profit-seeking creators. They prosper by delivering quality medicine that improves and saves lives. Vital truth three, medical progress depends on freedom, including the freedom to charge high prices. Vital truth four, doctors and patients have never been fully free to create and consume medical care, and the US system has been largely socialized since the 1960s. These four vital truths underlie a radically different healthcare goal. Not healthcare equality, but healthcare quality. Patients, doctors, and medical innovators should be free to pursue medicine that is affordable, effective, and advancing. What policy does a healthcare quality framework imply? It implies that the moral ideal is not socialized medicine, but medical freedom, a totally free market in medicine, completely liberated from government coercion, no restrictions, no intrusions, no handouts, no controls. Medical freedom means that you get to pursue the best medicine has to offer, and medical providers are free to keep raising the bar so that the best gets better. So that's the framework we need to fight for, but how do we convince people to accept it? For that, we need a movement that is persuasive. What I've described is the principled framework desocializing medicine requires. But we also need to translate that framework into persuasive messaging. Many of you are fans of Alex Epstein's work in energy. Alex, for those of you who don't know, is author of Moral Case for Fossil Fuels and Fossil Future. He's been enormously effective at influencing how fossil fuel companies defend their industry, how policymakers advocate for energy freedom, and how hundreds of thousands of people think about energy issues. For many years, I worked with Alex to promote energy freedom. And the key to our approach was developing a new framework for thinking about energy issues and then translating that framework into persuasive messaging. We called this master messaging, and you can see what it looks like if you go to energytalkingpoints.com. Master messaging is the fuel that powers a movement. It's what allows journalists, politicians, business leaders, grassroots activists, and the man in the street to understand why your position is right and to argue for it effectively. Nothing like this exists in healthcare. It's not simply that nobody has assembled the persuasive messaging for healthcare that's out there. It's the material hasn't been created. Creating it will require intellectual innovation. What we need is not a repackaging of the good work that's been done by conservatives and libertarians. We need to radically reconceive how healthcare is thought about and discussed. And I want to stress this point because I know a lot of smart, ambitious young people who tend to go into fields like technology in the belief that what intellectual work consists of is repeating things that Ayn Rand said. No, what Rand gave those of us who agree with her ideas was a new fundamental technology. Her philosophy, objectivism, it's the Rearden medal of ideas. But just as Rearden medal makes possible new innovations in every field, so Rand's philosophy makes possible new innovations in fields like healthcare and energy and medicine. But these innovations require innovators. Now, why is innovation necessary here? Because existing messaging by socialized medicine opponents has been woefully insufficient, often doing more harm than good. Most messaging, as we've seen, concedes that socialized medicine is an impractical ideal. The best messaging that currently exists tries to replace healthcare equality with choice and competition as the framework for thinking about healthcare. But if you champion choice and competition without uprooting the deeper premises behind socialized medicine, you'll achieve nothing. Why not? Take choice. So long as people buy into the healthcare equality framework, they'll believe that those who lack knowledge and money aren't capable of making wise choices. Or take competition. So long as people buy into the healthcare equality framework, they'll believe that economically powerful companies don't face genuine competition. More generally, it's simply a fact that choice and competition manifestly don't lead to healthcare equality. They don't ensure that everyone gets the same level of the best healthcare. So we need to develop healthcare messaging that reflects a completely new framework. I can't give you that messaging today. Part of what I mean when I say that it requires innovation is that it takes a long time and deep expertise in the field of medicine, which I do not have. What I do want to do are give you 3 principles of effective messaging over and above the requirement that it reflects the right healthcare framework. First, your ideas have to be superior. You must make it overwhelmingly obvious that healthcare freedom is superior to socialized medicine to whatever degree and whatever form. Good messaging is guiding people in making a decision, and it does so by identifying the options that people face and evaluating them in light of a moral goal. What effective messaging does is show that your solution is wildly superior to alternatives. One mistake is to speak only about the positives of your own solution for fear of being negative. For example, one thing that Alex and I noticed was that some fossil fuel companies would be inspired by Alex's positive message about fossil fuels. And so they'd start running commercials that said something like, natural gas powers hospitals, schools, computers. So what? Your critics say that wind and solar can do it more cheaply without the pollution or CO2 emissions. The point is not that you have to be negative. The point is that you have to be superior to alternatives. If you aren't superior, you aren't good. One way this shows up in the healthcare debate is when we struggle to explain why freedom will achieve the same outcomes allegedly guaranteed by coercion. A woman shows up at a hospital bleeding but can't pay for treatment. Are we supposed to let her die? It's not enough to argue, no, she'll get charity or something like that. Freedom isn't good because it will probably achieve what coercion supposedly guarantees. Freedom is good because it allows human beings to achieve the best possible outcomes for human life, while coercion callously sentences human beings to poverty, illness, stagnation, needless suffering, and an early death. The other mistake is to speak only about the negatives of the opposition. You can point to all the flaws in the British or Canadian systems that you want, but unless you have something better to offer in its place, you've accomplished nothing. To make your conclusion overwhelmingly obvious, you have to do both. Argue for aspirational solution while tearing down the alternatives to that solution as immoral and destructive. Second principle, your ideas have to be clear, and in particular, the causality has to be clear. Opponents of socialized medicine often make one of 2 errors, sometimes both. Error 1, they argue at way too high a level of abstraction. For example, they'll say, health insurance is expensive because of government regulation. But this is experienced as an empty assertion. How does government regulation make healthcare expensive? Error 2, opponents of socialized medicine will argue at way too low a level of abstraction. What you get here is pages and pages of technical explanation that no one can understand or retain. See any white paper ever. The challenge is to make the causality clear but simple. Of course your health insurance costs more than it should. The government has made it illegal for you to buy health insurance that covers only what you want it to cover. Finally, principle 3. Your ideas have to be memorable. Messaging needs to be clear, concise, unforgettable. My favorite example of this is Steve Jobs announcing the first iPod. 1,000 songs in your pocket. That speech was more than 20 years ago for a product that's completely outdated, but I will never forget that speech, and I will never forget that line. Every crucial point in the healthcare debate needs to be formulated in a way that will stick in the mind of your audience. For example, the Heritage report that I mentioned earlier tells us that Bernie Sanders' healthcare plan will be really expensive. Quote, in his analysis of Sanders' proposal, Professor Kenneth Thorpe from Emory University, a former advisor to President Bill Clinton, estimates that the senator's plan, if fully funded, would consume about 20% of payroll. I promise that the actual cost of the single-payer system will be much larger than advertised. When Senator Sanders initially introduced his proposal, he billed the cost at $13.8 trillion over 10 years. That's all well and good, but setting aside the fact that those numbers are meaningless on their own, knowing how to make numbers meaningful is another aspect of good messaging. This is utterly forgettable. Contrast that with something like nothing is more expensive than free healthcare. That's the kind of thing that medical master messaging would provide for every essential point in the healthcare debate. So far, we've seen that desocializing medicine will require a movement that is principled and persuasive. Now I want to turn to the final point. The movement needs to be practical. Desocializing medicine will require aspirational goals, practical policies, and courageous leadership by doctors. Aspirational goals. There's an important asymmetry between moral movements and immoral movements. Immoral movements often thrive by disguising their goals and moving piecemeal towards their ideal. There's nothing wrong with moving piecemeal, but they're hiding where the pieces are adding up to. How many Obamacare advocates assured us that they did not support socialized medicine? And how many of them are now urging us precisely further in the direction of such a system? But moral movements cannot do that. A movement for freedom in healthcare has to openly, unapologetically, proudly demand full freedom. No government controls, no welfare schemes, full freedom to produce and trade. There can often be a fear that you alienate your audience by openly advocating a radical alternative. But radical views are only alienating when the audience doesn't understand why you support it, or when they think you support it because you place ideas above people. That's precisely what a proper framework and persuasive messaging will solve. By contrast, if you shy away from your conclusions, if your opponents will pick up on that fact and exploit it. By your logic, we should eliminate Medicare and Medicaid. What are you going to say to that? Instead, you should proudly embrace a free market as an aspirational goal. And as the movement becomes successful, what you'll see is that people will concede, yeah, sure, medical freedom is moral, but it's not practical. Your opponents will be the one arguing that healthcare freedom is an impractical ideal. And once that happens, it's game over and success is just a matter of time. Desocializing medicine will require practical policies. If you look at the creation of the American welfare state, one notable fact is that American progressives did not just preach the creation of a welfare state, but had actual policies ready to put in place. This was for 50 years before they ever got anything significant enacted. By contrast, observe that Republicans railed against Obamacare for 10 years, and when they finally had an opportunity to pass an alternative, they had nothing to offer. An effective movement to desocialize medicine, therefore, needs to develop practical policies. Now, some of these policies will be politically realistic. They're policies that could conceivably be passed in the next 5 to 10 years. Now, others will be politically ambitious, but they'll show that we can get to genuine freedom from where we are today. All of the policies we propose, however, must be genuine steps in the direction of freedom. Now, I can't give you a full slate of pro-freedom healthcare policies. You've heard a lot of ideas today, but this is an area that will require new thinking and innovation. I can't even give you all of the principles that would go into thinking about which policies to champion, but here are a few general guidelines. First, pro-freedom policies don't have to establish full freedom, but they cannot introduce new controls or managed markets. For example, Romney Care was proposed as a market solution to problems in healthcare. But of course, as we've seen, it was in reality just the template for Obamacare. It's good to have things in order. Second, pro-freedom policies can start with low-hanging fruit, but too much focus on low-hanging fruit often reflects cowardice, a fear of championing unpopular policies that challenge the healthcare equality framework. For example, conservatives love criticizing certificate of need laws. And yes, these laws are awful and senseless and need to be repealed, but they are hardly the most destructive laws. The main reason to focus on them is that it lets you sound like you're offering solutions without having to challenge the healthcare equality framework. So by all means, go after the low-hanging fruit, but don't evade responsibility for challenging sacred cows. Third, pro-freedom policies shouldn't be aimed at achieving any specific economic or social objective. This is a point I got from Greg. I think it's really important. The point here is that freedom is not a means we deploy to achieve some specific social outcome, like a desired amount of healthcare coverage. Freedom is the condition that allows human beings to figure out the best way to pursue their own happiness. How they use that freedom is up to them. And so we can talk at a broad level about how healthcare freedom will promote healthcare quality, but we are not social engineers trying to pull the levers needed to get the right healthcare prices or the right amount of innovation. We're trying to remove coercive obstacles society has put in the way of people achieving their values. Fourth, pro-freedom policies cannot be assessed in isolation, but need to be assessed in their full context. In banking, which is another area I've worked in or written on, we stripped away certain regulations during the late 20th century that limited risk-taking by banks while leaving in place too big to fail and deposit insurance. This meant that financial players could benefit from taking on risk while being able to impose the losses on other people. And this helped contribute to the 2008 financial crisis. And the larger lesson here is that rolling back a single control is not necessarily pro-freedom. It often amounts simply to creating a new and potentially disastrous regulatory regime. In healthcare, there may be similar risks, especially in insurance. For example, was repealing Obamacare's individual mandate while leaving in place controls forcing insurance companies to cover people with pre-existing conditions a pro-freedom step? Maybe, but that is not obvious. Genuine control can involve certain package deals of repeal. Finally, pro-freedom policies must take seriously that government has usurped certain necessary functions that are not easily replaced. We heard about the FDA, and the FDA has usurped the role that private companies would have played in a free market of advising doctors and patients on which drugs are safe and effective. You cannot simply eliminate that overnight. I've talked with Greg a little bit about ideas where you could approach privatization by first eliminating controls so that government agencies function as like government provided services that you could compete with rather than as regulators. And then we take further steps to fully privatize it. And that's plausible to me, but the larger lesson I'm trying to highlight with it is that you need a process of decontrol. And a process is a process. You want it to happen as fast as possible, but as fast as possible, no faster. I've been speaking this afternoon about what a movement to desocialize medicine would stand for, but now I'd like to say a little bit about who will make up that movement and how it should function. Now, my own belief is that desocializing medicine will require courageous leadership by doctors. You could imagine a healthcare freedom movement being led by intellectuals and grassroots activists, but I don't think that's likely. Doctors, along with nurses and pharmacists, are the most trusted professionals in society. This means that they are powerful advocates for their own freedom. And it means that they are powerful opponents if they don't champion their own freedom. One of the points we've seen today is that doctors have played a pivotal role in the socialization of medicine, both through sins of omission and sins of commission. In particular, I think they conceded that they were selfless servants of society, which was the precondition for government policies that treat them as selfless servants of society. To reverse that, we need doctors with self-esteem. Doctors willing to stand up and say, I work by my own judgment for my own profit, and I'm unwilling to pretend that I can function in a system that deprives me of the freedom to function. Every successful moral movement has been a movement fighting for justice, and it's vital that the victims of injustice speak out in their own defense. In medicine, that includes patients, but it especially includes the professionals exploited day in and day out by the system. We don't need a majority of doctors on our side, but we do need a vocal minority. A vocal minority means doctors willing and able to speak out in moral terms to their peers and to the public. One of the key jobs of intellectuals here is to arm doctors with pro-freedom arguments and pro-freedom policies. That is, arguments and policies that reflect a genuinely and consistently non-medical equality framework. And the doctors, in turn, can help the pro-freedom intellectuals understand the healthcare system and the myriad and often hidden ways that coercion cripples the medical field. Patients have an important role in supporting doctors as well. Specifically, they can provide doctors with moral cover by affirming and insisting on their right to pursue profits and to practice medicine under freedom. The central activities of this movement will be education, reform, and innovation. Education means formulating and distributing messages needed to win the minds of decision makers and the public at large. Reform means formulating and pushing for better policies and working to implement them at the state and federal levels. Innovation means looking for opportunities to, how would you put it? Look for Uber-like opportunities in medicine, and we discussed some of those today as well. Now, all of this will require money, a lot of money, but it must be money spent wisely. What does wisely mean? To answer that question would require a far longer discussion and probably debate about what an effective movement will look like. Should it be one organization or many, for-profit or non-profit? What are the best messages and the best policies? Who are the best messengers and what are the best audiences? Who can we most easily persuade and who are the most valuable audiences to persuade? These and many other questions need to be debated, but one thing that we absolutely need is a few people willing to stand up and make this their life's mission. There's a lot of talent in this room and outside this room willing and able to do their part. But most of the people are first and foremost practitioners, and rightfully so. For their efforts to add up to impact requires a tireless, strategic, well-funded, full-time organizers ready to provide the movement with leadership. Are you willing to stand up and provide that? I want to end with 2 warnings and 1 reassurance. First, beware of defeatism. Radical movements depend on a conviction that ideas matter and that good ideas can win, no matter how unpopular they are at the start. But all too often, I hear deep cynicism from pro-freedom people. Yeah, they say, you and I both know that freedom is good, but most people aren't intelligent or moral enough to accept it. This cynicism, which poses as realistic and wise, is in reality deluded and pathetic. Radical movements, good and bad, have triumphed in the past, and there is no reason. If you are capable of recognizing the truth, then so is any other human being with an intact brain. If you can convince one mind, you can convince a nation. Second, beware of moral cowardice, especially in yourself. Radical movements demand courage, including the willingness to be unpopular and even the willingness to bear personal costs. Moral cowardice will bear these costs, usually with the aid of some rationalization explaining it isn't really cowardice. Moral cowardice can show up as the desire of an intellectual to appear sophisticated to other intellectuals who view any principled stand as simplistic. It can show up as the insistence of a doctor that advocating freedom will hurt his relationship with his colleagues or patients. I have zero sympathy with these attitudes. Throughout, people have risked their lives, given their lives for their ideal, from Revolutionary War soldiers to civil rights activists. No, there's no obligation to sacrifice yourself for a cause. And if you run a company where you're beholden to the FDA, saying the FDA should be abolished, you don't have a public obligation to do that. But if you regard taking any personal risk in the name of your ideals as a sacrifice, then you have no ideal, no self-esteem, no values to sacrifice. What I'm calling for is not martyrdom, but the recognition that great values often come at a great struggle. Thankfully, a movement to liberate healthcare will require nothing like the cost borne by most pro-freedom movements. Women in Iran face death right now for taking off their veils. Why exactly are you afraid to criticize Medicare? Here then is my reassurance. This is a battle that can be won, and fighting this battle will enrich your life. You'll find allies you didn't know existed and achieve a pride you didn't know was possible. And for those intellectuals among you, you may just find that it's more profitable to be a radical than a second-rate policy wonk. So what I ask all of you is this. Today, before you leave, think of one action you can take to launch a movement to desocialize, big or small. Start an organization, cut a check to sponsor the work of someone like Ray, print up pins that say, ask me about abolishing Medicare. I don't care, whatever it is. Just think of an action and take it, now or as soon as possible. There will be no movement to desocialize medicine unless you create it. So create it. The health of this country depends on you. All right, we got 4 minutes and we'll do the panel. So if anybody's a question really specifically for me that they don't want to hear Greg or Amish say anything about, now's the time to do it.
As far as tomorrow, we possibly have the most important election history of the world in Argentina tomorrow. And we'll reverse socialism, capitalism has a good chance of winning. But what are some of the more free market countries around the world right now in healthcare? I heard Singapore, for example. You can certainly buy a lot of drugs up over the counter in Mexico. If you go down there, but you can't buy here. Here you have to buy them with prescription. Where are some of the free market areas right now?
I don't know. That'd be good for Michael Cannon. But that's part of what you'd want to do when thinking about policies and thinking about really looking through those examples. But you want to be really careful that you're clear on what you mean by freedom. Because again, oftentimes freedom gets conflated with some other regulatory regime that's a little less oppressive. And what I'm advocating for is actual freedom. Yes.
You mentioned the example I wanted to refer to, but you didn't really say how to deal with it in the context of a moral freedom. And that's the example that's always thrown at me, which is what do you do about a person who shows up at the hospital needing expensive surgery or treatment for which he or she cannot pay? Relatedly, what do you do about the people who lost the genetic record from the moment of birth on? The extraordinary care. So I'm with you, but I want to deal with these problems.
Well, you'd have to, that's again, about when they're formulating messaging is exactly how to do that, but it's not impossible. And part of what messaging does is it challenges false assumptions. So the whole setup of the question is that we collectively are making judgments about what's happening to this person. But part of the reframing is, no, in a collectivized system, we determine what happens to that person. What happens is there's plenty of people walking around not getting the healthcare that they need. And as Greg talking about, all of us are being screwed at the healthcare we need or lacking the progress. So in fact, we're all standing outside of a hospital, not able to get the care that we should have been able to get. In a free system, I don't get to tell that woman who's not able to, who's at the hospital what should happen with her life, or tell the hospital what they should be doing. She's able to navigate her life so that she doesn't end up in that situation, or so she's able to make the best of that situation, and people are able to help those that they want to help and what they judge best for their lives. That's not that's not formulated in a way that's fully there yet, but the basic point that you have to get is you need both sides. You need to take away the assumption that now we have a solution to that problem. No, we have a way worse thing that puts way more people in catastrophic situations. And then you need to challenge the assumption that this is a collective decision-making problem, where really it's an individual pursuing their own happiness problem, and that's completely solvable. And the thing is, if you have a free healthcare system, you have way less of that problem. But that's exactly what I'm arguing is you need people really thinking about how to formulate that in a really key winning way. Because demanding it of, there's a division of labor in intellectual issues, and it takes a lot of kind of thought, and it takes a certain skill set to be able to message that specific thing in a way that puts the other side on the defensive. And my view is, if you're not putting the other side on the defensive with those kinds of attacks, you don't have a sufficient answer for it yet. But there's no reason that you can't, because they're wrong. They're destroying human life and holding back human progress, and we're putting forward human progress. So if you can't, there can't be a reason why that's not answerable in a really powerful way. This just isn't my focus, so I couldn't work it out. Anybody who wants to make it their focus, I'm happy to work with them. Yes.
I was just going to sort of answer that basically a bit more concrete. If it were to be free, then all people would be catastrophic insurance, which would be very cheap to percent. I'm just saying that it's an assumption, but I've seen and things like that. And someone who does care about their health, they would get health insurance that should cover catastrophic events that are cheap to buy. It's do you care about your health? then you should fight because it will be cheaper at that point because you don't have any regulations, preventing you from doing that. That just comes to mind. Just want to mention.
But it's even I think that's a true characterization of why that kind of thing wouldn't really happen. But I don't think, like, you can't answer it that way, conceding way too much to them, because their concern is not really that 1 in a million person who is so poor and so unprepared that they couldn't achieve care. Because the view, like, what is the argument? There's going to be an occasional person who doesn't get help, so let's, like, take over the entire healthcare system, create this gargantuan system that takes half of our money or more. What the conclusions that they draw in an argument are wildly out of proportion to, yeah, well, let's make sure there's some charity around to, like, take care of that, 1 in a million situation. So you have to reveal the corruption of the whole argument. It's not an honest argument. It's really not, and that's part of what has to be exposed. So I think we're ready to do the panel part of it, but thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone, for being with us all day. We kept most of the people who came, and online, at least last I checked, we had about a similar number of people watching live and maintaining it through most of the time. So thanks, everyone, for spending so much time with us today on this. I wanted to close with a general panel. The three of us will take a question and have discussion with you guys. I just want to give Don sort of had the last word in the conference. I think it was really fantastic. I wanted to ask the two of you, and I'll say myself, is there any last thoughts you want to share before we go to discussion? Been said today, or any of what's happened, or things you didn't get in before?
I think that the biggest point that I'm with is just how complex the healthcare system is and how pervasive government is, which is sort of the theme of my talk, and how it really is going to take work to unravel that. And I think Don's talk kind of highlights how much work there is to be done here from an intellectual standpoint of doctors coupling with intellectuals to actually figure out what the best method is. And I think that his citing of Alex's work and other work that people have done is going to be really important. But it's not going to be easy. And I think the point that he made about the women in Iran are dying over taking off their hijab, that really concretizes how much, in a way, the reassurance of it, how much easier it is that we have it. The more that we speak up about it, the more that we actually think about this, it's very in the medical field. It's very monotonous right now. Everybody is all in on single payer, and I think it's just even saying you don't agree with it is enough for some people to think that this isn't just a consensus. So, I just kind of echo Don's push for advocacy in this field, because I think it is something that could really be actionable.
Capitol Hill, where and I'll just name politics is a game of inches, and it was like, to hell with that. Who wants to play a game of inches? I want to set the goalposts. And part of what you're doing when you're in a radical movement is you're trying to change the goalposts so that the inches move in your direction. So it can be overwhelming to think, God, in my lifetime, I'm never going to see a free market in healthcare, and that's almost certainly true, right? But only if you fight for that end state and reorient people in terms of thinking, no, there's a real movement here. Inches move in your direction. So it can be overwhelming to think, God, in my lifetime, I'm never going to see a free market in healthcare, and that's almost certainly true, right? But only if you fight for that end state and reorient people in terms of thinking, no, there's a real movement here advocating for something radically different, will you see inches in a better direction. And that's a worthwhile victory. Like, every inch counts. That's life getting a little bit better, the world getting a little freer. And so it shouldn't be dispiriting to think how much is stacked up against us. It should be empowering to think, yeah, well, maybe I can keep the start getting the trajectory going the other way.
I want to stress it takes intellectual work to figure out what are inches in the right direction. Even if in some sense you already know what the right end state is. What are the inches towards it? What are the particular things that would be movement in that direction? It's hard to tell. Don, you gave the example of, was repealing the individual mandate in Obamacare a step in the right or the wrong direction? I'm inclined to think in the wrong direction because it increases the other elements of force of the law, but I'm not sure. But the point is, it's not just here's one bit of force down. The way force works is that it's a system, and it's a system that's well, let me just give the example that came up today. How do we think about Medicare? And since Michael had a different view from some of the other panelists before, in what ways is it exercising force on us? Well, here's an obvious way. It's stealing all of our money. It's stealing everybody's money, whatever percent of their paycheck is, all across their lives, so that when they're older, or so that for older people now, which is actually what's happening, medical care can be given for free. So that's an obvious way in which force is executed there. But then, what else does it do? Is it also exercising force when it gives people free health care? Would it be better if it stole that money and didn't give free people health care? Free health care? What about different changes on the terms of which it gives people health care? Is it coercing when it has certain rules about what doctors can be paid for and what they can't, and what kind of doctors can't? If you get medical care payments, could you get it for dealing with the same patient or different patients? What about these procedures are paid for but these ones aren't? Is there force there? And I think, yeah, there is. It's not just that they took all this money out, which is a real issue of force. It's also that they've now reshaped and restructured a whole industry. If I want to go into business selling healthcare to old people, who are the primary people who need healthcare, right, or a large section of them, I can't do that now because the whole clientele has had all the money they would use to pay me to do it stolen from them. And they were given a free service that purports to do this, and they can't afford to use me separately. Or maybe they can for some of them who are particularly rich and particularly dedicated to getting a different kind of health care, but not any kind of economy of scale. So the kind of business I could start, right, providing health care to elderly people, is radically different in a world where socialized medicine for the aged exists, which is what we have now, versus in a world where it doesn't. And given that medicine for the aged is so much of medicine, that means it's about every kind of medicine you can do. Likewise, if you can't work in a hospital without being able to treat aged people, and nobody can run a hospital without having those people there, then any kind of work that requires being in a hospital, at least requires it under the current economic circumstances, is not something you can do free of Medicare. So I think it's really important to think about how is this force operating and ramifying throughout the whole profession, and what would it look like to change it? And so I think, for example, You don't want a situation where you're just giving people more and more Medicare dollars and they could always bid the price up and so forth. But you want to think, what would be the things that would make this system of having nationalized healthcare for the elderly, have more escape clauses for it, more loopholes to it? How can we let more old people get out of it and not pay that way? How can we let doctors who participate in it, since it exists and it's the only way to practice certain kinds of medicine, also practice other kinds of medicine at the same time, so that you can have something growing that competes with it, that you can have something like Uber and you don't have a law like, if you've ever taken a taxi cab, you can't ride in an Uber, or if you've ever driven one, you can't drive in the other. But the meta point here isn't, so this is me disagreeing with Michael on something from earlier, but the meta point is these are the kinds of questions that we have to think about. It's not obvious, even if we both have the same view of what the ultimate free healthcare system would look like, what are the particular obstacles to it now? What particular changes would be changes in the right direction? And then one other thing I want to stress, I think it's really toxic to think of any kind of career or type of business as the bad guys in healthcare. Even to think of the FDA as the bad guys in a way. In a way, I think they are. The organization shouldn't exist. But what's happened isn't that there's some group of mustache-twirling villains who are trying to ruin things, whether it's the politicians or whether it's the doctors who are trying to pad their profits, or the insurance companies who are trying to pad their profits, or the patients who want something for nothing, or whoever it might be. We're in a situation where we're not allowed to, we're not able to interact with one another in the way that human beings need to interact with one another to achieve their values in life. We're not able to figure out what we want out of healthcare, to set our goals, to figure out who we can go to get it from. If you're somebody who wants to provide healthcare, you're not able to think about, what do I want to provide? How can I find willing people to pay me for it? And so forth. Or you are in little pockets, but we need to expand those pockets. And everybody, and likewise, if you want to be someone who what you want to do with your life is figure out which drugs are safe and effective and give people advice on that and have a real impact in which drugs are taken and which ones aren't because they're safe and effective, where are you going to go to do that? If you're either going to go to the FDA or you're going to go to do it in some lab or in some company or something whose policies are wholly shaped by the FDA because they're the only game in town, because they're the only game that's allowed to be in town. So it's not that there's some concentration of bad people or people with ill will. There are some, of course, somewhere, but it's rather that none of us are allowed to live in the way we're supposed to live in this field, in the way that is life-sustaining, in the way that is benevolent, in a way that is dealing with people by trade in win-win interactions. And of course, everywhere there are some people who like that fact they're trying to get away with something. But in every field, in every profession within healthcare and in the clients of healthcare services, I think there are more people who like what they're doing, who came into this because they want to do something important and interesting with their life that creates value, and people who are consuming it looking for ways to get the greatest value out of it. And what one has to do, I think, at the fundamental level is clarify to everybody involved that that's the stake. There are values here to be produced and values here to be consumed. That's how values work. That requires the mind and it requires freedom. And in effect, you have nothing to lose from freedom but your chains and your sickness and your early death. And how can we, convey that message? How can we rally people to do that? I think these are the questions that Don's raising. But I think it's important not to vilify industries, types of business. You could vilify certain organizations like guilds that are functioning as guilds, but not like it's the doctors or it's the insurance companies or it's the big pharma or it's the people regulating, not in the sense of regulating by force, but who want to make their career goal the figuring out which things are safe and effective, which now, the problem is now we're doing that and all of these other things by force. So let's open it up.
One of the reasons why not to do that is that it has the implication of it's totally right for us to demand free healthcare and the government protect us from bad decision making, but it's the greedy doctors and companies that mess up our whole beautiful plan and make it not work. It lets us off the hook and says, yeah, you shouldn't have to demand freedom and take responsibility for navigating your way through life. And so it's unjust, but it's also it doesn't get at the real issue.
Yeah.
Okay. So I know Amos had mentioned from the beginning from the beginning of when this country was formed, I think Adams' administration and so forth and so on, medicine always was regulated, or had been regulated. There have been a lot of laws that have been eventually put in place, etc. And then also kind of looking at the world as a whole and what other countries have done. It doesn't look like even the countries who are relatively very capitalist countries and things like that. They've not really succeeded in having what we're vouching for here, like complete free market healthcare. So making the point that in healthcare, because it's someone's life, altruism is even more pronounced, making it more difficult to make change. So considering, and healthcare is tied to all the fields in the sense that it's the political system as a whole. I guess my question is it still possible? Is it still possible? Yes, is it still possible to make a difference when it has never been achieved? And particularly in this field, it's even more difficult because of different view about and what is there anything more to say in terms of specifics? What would that look like?
So there are two questions. One is that no country has achieved the kind of medical freedom or has really moved towards it in recent memory that we're talking about. Does that mean it's hopeless? Well, human beings have been around for how long now? Does anyone know the number? 400,000 years. So for all of that time except the last 200 years and a couple of other little brief glimmers of exceptions here and there, people have been ruled brutally by tribal chiefs, kings, emperors, slave drivers, and various other brutes. They've not been free to use their mind and live, and they've been poor and miserable, with almost no progress in almost all of that time. And we've had just a brief window of radical improvement in human life. That, again, led to a doubling of the human lifespan, led to a tremendous enrichment of spiritual values. I should mention, in all those times ruled by tribal chieftains and popes and kings, life was spiritually poor, despite what conservatives want to tell you. It was nasty, brutish, short, poor. It's only recently that we've had any little bit of freedom and gotten to witness what it can do. And then we've seen that freedom kind of growing and expanding in some areas and aspects of life, while it's been being pared back in others. So we've not been at trying this very long as a species. We've been trying the other way for almost all of our history, to live like beasts, brutalizing one another. And we've only just tried for a couple of 100 years living like human beings, living like creatures who live by our minds and who need to therefore deal with one another by trade and by respecting one another's rights. And we've done it imperfectly in these last couple of 100 years, and in some fields done it a lot worse than others. But we're really early in the trying to persuade people to do this. Really early if you think about the scope of human history. So yeah, I don't have much good news on the scale of the last 10, 20, 50, even 100 years here. But if you look at it on the scale of the species, on the scale of what's been tried, we haven't been at this long. To the limited extent we have been at it, we've doubled the human lifespan and made everything else so much better. And it's way too early to give up. And then the question is, what are the steps like to improve it? And Don, I think, has given us a lot of examples of what a start would be. There are other things we would need a lot of comparison of how it's been in other countries. One thing that should be discovered is, are there any places that have gotten freer in medicine recently? And not only can we learn from their example, but can we take the evidence of like how it worked then. What are the bits of good news that we can use to build on? So there's not ever really been an actual principled pro-freedom medicine movement. There's been a movement to socialize medicine that's been successful the world over. And there's been a handful of people kind of doing a sort of rear guard, maybe not so quick kind of thing. And then one or two people saying, no, we need a principled alternative, but not people who have devoted their lives to working it out, to working out the program, to working out how to fight for it. This is something that has to be started, not something that we've been at and failing at for millennia or even decades.
Just follow. So would that change happen? Is that change possible to make just working on that particular field or sector, or would that still have to come from the change the political system as a whole, and that would then trickle down to everything else?
That's a really good question.
So I'm wondering if or does it just all have to kind of happen at the same time? Just fight for them.
In other words, is it just you have a fight for freedom or a fight for capitalism? You don't have a particular medical branch of it. And then you wait for that side to win, and it'll take care of this field like every other field. Like, I don't think we think, you don't need a free market tires movement. Like, just general free market and capitalism and pro-liberty movement will take, you don't need a special, specialist in tires. The market for tires, I'm sure, has lots of controls on it in various ways it could be better. But we don't think, we don't cut that fine when we advocate for things. And do we need a movement specific to medicine? I think we do, because we have a lot of specific healthcare policy, because medicine is particularly important, and because it's been a particular target of the collectivizers. But I also think any kind of movement like that has to be integrated into a broader pro-freedom movement. So there needs to be, and there is a burgeoning, but small pro-freedom movement in the world, and it has to have some people focusing on the medical front, as there were some people focusing on other fronts.
I think I would just add to that, in my talk I put up that quote from Senator Ted Kennedy, which says healthcare is not just another commodity. Just combating that, I think, really, the fact that that's being selected out gives credence to what Greg just said, that there has to be a separate thrust in the medical healthcare field. And then I think just combating that idea in and of itself, or just enunciating it starts that process going forward, because you have to start thinking about, because you mentioned healthcare is tied up so much with altruism and all that, but you have to start thinking about this being a commodity like everything else, any other service that people do, and then that sort of gets people on thinking about it in a completely different way than they've been taught forever, that this is not something that can be considered any other commodity. So that's just one point that I think makes it clear to people where you're coming from and where the goal is.
And you have to valorize and spiritualize commodities. I mean, suppose somebody said, I don't know, about someone, well, she's not just a woman. Like, as though a woman was some awful thing to be, but she's okay because she's not. No, the problem isn't the claim. There's something really wrong in the way commodities are viewed and services are viewed by someone who says, this thing's good, it's not just another service. Services are commodities. Producing things are what life is about.
Just to put a quick spin on the point that you made, Greg, but from a different perspective. Part of how freedom is attacked is, well, look what happens in healthcare when you're free. So you need both, right? Part of the case for freedom is like the case for healthcare, and part of the way that you promote healthcare freedom is the broader case for freedom. And so I think there's a number of issues like that where you couldn't defend freedom without really specifying it and defending it in a particular area. And this is one of them, in part for the reasons you named, is that the stakes are so high.
Colleen?
Don and Amos touched on this a little bit, but like where I am in New York, I'm surrounded completely by people who both think that we should have a single payer system, and also that the system that we're currently in is a capitalist system. I think one really huge thing to combat is just that idea that we are like the failing capitalist system, which we aren't, right? And I think this is the point even just saying over and over again, our system is not capitalist for the following reasons, it may help to kind of move the needle a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's important. That's kind of what the theme was to show that this isn't a free market system. And I think in many ways the U.S. has in some ways the worst of both worlds. Sometimes I say that we're not, there's not single payer, but then we've got all of these other kind of quasi-government things that make it even harder to navigate than it would be if it was a single payer. So it's just a really mongrel mix of socialized medicine with some slivers of freedom, and I think most people don't get that. They still think it is, and that's why they oppose Obamacare. So the Republicans will oppose Obamacare so vociferously. But if you say something about Medicare, that's all off. Medicare, nobody's going to touch your Medicare. That's what.
Ray?
Ben asked the last panel why there was more thinking about rethinking healthcare during the pandemic, and I was very curious what Amish thought about that.
And I want to hear both Amish and Colleen on that, as people who've both been.
So I think that the pandemic did create a lot of thinking during the pandemic. So we knew that our system wasn't going to be able to hold, and they had to expand capacity. They had to suspend certificate of need laws and allow people to open beds. They had to expand telemedicine, because before Medicare wouldn't pay for telemedicine. They had to expedite training, graduate medical students faster. They had to allow licenses to be used across state lines.
Eventually they fudged EMTALA a little bit, that rule that Amish brought up about the emergency, you must see everyone, you must provide emergency, you must provide care to everyone who comes in an evaluation. We actually ended up turning people away, but we were never sure about it, right? Like when they sort of like waived EMTALA, but then we were like, well, I don't know. Like if we really waive EMTALA, they're gonna come and get us in the end. So we like played with it a little, but we did meet people at the door and said, you have COVID, go home. You're not sick enough.
Yeah, so there was lots of that, and then even expanded scope of practice. We had pharmacists prescribing Paxlovid, pharmacists giving vaccines. In some states, they weren't allowed to give vaccines to children, but that got waived. We had, I think, and then obviously Operation Warp Speed and the way the FDA moved very proactively with the manufacturers all the way through, so things got done very quickly using emergency use authorizations pretty liberally. Home tests for COVID, which it took. The last home test we had for an infectious disease was HIV, which took 10 years to get through FDA. This got through very, very quickly as all of us were advocating. So all of that happened, and some of that is going to stay. And then so that's all the good stuff that happened during COVID, if there were anything good, those types of innovations. And on the other side of it, they did expand Medicaid in many states. So as part of the ACA or Obamacare, states could expand Medicaid, and some states hadn't, but they all expanded Medicaid during COVID. And that's a lesson that the other side has taken, that look, this was important because those people got health care. So there has been a lot of thinking about this. And I would say even in the last week, there's been movement on telemedicine where Medicare is saying they're going to keep that. And we have Project Next Gen, which is about vaccine development, moving it faster, which is a carry-on of Operation Warp Speed. There are people saying there should be Operation Warp Speed for every disease, and that the FDA should work that way all the time. So I think that there is some rethinking of healthcare, but not wholesale. It's just little things that made things work better during COVID-19, but not anything that is going to be as radical as let's lift limits on healthcare savings accounts. Let's allow people to work outside the Medicare system and not be beholden to these certain rules.
And even the licensing component, right? That they relaxed the licensing component, right? Like doctors and nurses that were able to work outside of their state and things like that. Those things have, now that the pandemic is over, those relaxed rules are gone. And it's interesting because it's possible that if there had been a push for it, we would have been able to keep them because there were no real bad outcomes as a result of it. But it's just kind of, I think, Greg, you said medicine is ossified, and it's just part of the ossification of medicine that things kind of revert back to where they were. And I also think, like I was saying a little bit, like on the ground, when it comes to things like all of the reasons for burnout, I think I'm talking loud.
Well, I wanted the world to hear it.
Like, we talk a little bit about, like all these things go around about like burnout in medicine all the time. And a lot of that is actually, Greg, what you were getting to, of like the impossibility of having of trading value for value, right? Of going into a patient interaction as a physician and providing a value and providing like the clinical care that you intend to provide because of like whatever is going on in the system. And conversely, as a patient, the difficulty of getting some value, the value that you're looking for out of that interaction. I think that's kind of where a lot of the unhappiness in medicine is. And a lot of that is built into many of the like little aspects of the system, like how awful residency is and how difficult it is to like work in a hospital system, and none of those things have been addressed. I think.
One of the things also that would need to be addressed to draw lessons from COVID is what are the features of our medical system that made it so vulnerable? Why was it the case that hospitals could get so overrun? With a type of event that we knew could happen, you were involved in all kinds of planning exercises for this, and you knew exactly what hospitals were going to get overrun before they did, right? So, why is it that this kind of thing could happen? Why don't we have the kind of flexibility in the system to bounce back more quickly? There has to be a post-mortem from the perspective of medical freedom on the failures in COVID. And I think particularly the failures of the hospital system, why we were under such stress that we thought we had to social distance to maintain capacity in the system. Why didn't we have a more flexible medical system? What things would have made it more flexible? And there's not been much reading or research or writing on that, and that's a topic that I think is ripe for someone to do. I know you have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, so I think the lesson that the people are drawing is the wrong one. They'll say that hospitals are now like hotels, and they want to move everything quickly, fast. They want to keep their beds as full as possible, no excess capacity, and they want to move lots of things outpatient that could be inpatient, so that decreases their footprint, so they're lean, mean, and kind of have these just-in-time principles that they took from Toyota or wherever it might be, so that they become more corporate, and that's what left us vulnerable. And they don't spend so much time talking about how hard it is for a hospital to expand capacity, how hard it is to hire nurses, how hard it is to get personnel and licensures and health departments that license, state health departments that license health hospitals. All of that stuff is kind of gone. This is the result of corporatization of medicine, even though it's not really the whole story. And medicine hospitals became like hotels in response to, I think, some of the other the government insurance market forces that were out there. But no one is looking at that as a solution. I think there has been some pushback on people understand the hospital capacity as being a problem, but they haven't come up with a good solution to it. And now, on top of that, post-COVID, we have a healthcare workforce shortage, which has made it much harder for them to even think about expanding capacity, doctors and nurses, but yet they don't think about, well, why don't we loosen immigration rules so that we can get more nurses from other countries? That's not even on the table. Or doctors, yeah.
We have 10,000 person gap between the number of residency spots and the number of graduating medical students, right?
And some of us in the field say this is what they knew this was going to happen, and it wasn't bad enough for them to change. Even though 1.1 million people died in the United States, that it wasn't bad enough. They only cared about it because it was affecting their political power. That the Trump administration, the Biden administration, it's still not that important to them, only so much as it's a political issue. As it's a political issue, that's when they then they wanted to take care of it, but they want it off their plate now because it's not as important as negotiating with China or North Korea or whatever, all of those other issues that politicians like to talk about, that this isn't something that they want to fix, that it's still not a big enough of a problem, and they took care of it, they think, and until the next time. And they have this idea that this is a 100-year event, but the microbial world doesn't like have a clock and say, okay, we're going to go to sleep for 100 years. It could be happening now. So it's very frustrating because I'm in these discussions every day.
I wanted to give you a chance, Don, to expand on the idea of one of the mistaken premises of current framework of how we think about healthcare is that the interests of doctors and patients are fundamentally misaligned. Because I think that's one of the reasons this area has been so vulnerable to collectivization is people fundamentally don't trust the profit motivation, the profit motive when incentives are misaligned. And naively, between me and my dentist, it looks kind of like the incentives are misaligned because he only makes money when I have a cavity. So could you speak more to that?
Well, in a certain perspective, it's just it's the conventional view of selfishness in general, right? It's that incentives are always misaligned because my good does not consist of dealing with you as an independent equal, but it's I'd benefit from your sacrifices and you'd benefit from my sacrifices. And then in the medical context, it's that you have a situation in which one side is seen as having, the knowledge, the wealth, right? They're wealthy doctors broadly that will often be, but like that's the powerful side, and it's the patient who's vulnerable and lacks the kind of knowledge and capability of dealing with it. And so that's the conflict, is that one side is in need and the other side is capable of fulfilling those needs. And so that puts them in the position to extract rewards and advantages to their interests. And so the only thing unique about it is the kind of particular contours of the way in which they're supposed to have interests at odds with the person. But it's altruism in ways that we see it throughout, any business and its customer. It's the same kind of dynamic.
I don't think it's any more plausible that, the oncologists are out there rooting for there to be more cancer so they could have more business than that the, glaziers are the ones smashing windows and the, supermarkets are promoting famine so that they could, but it's, anybody wants to sell you something, you have to lack the thing for them to want to sell you it. But it's part of human life that there are lots of things we lack all the time. They have to be produced. We don't automatically have any of the things we need. And people go into business producing them. And that's how human interests are satisfied. It's a harmony of interests, and it's always changing what the needs are. And responsible people in their fields are looking to change. If fewer people are getting cancer, that's good. Let's switch to another specialty, particularly in a world where you're more free to switch specialties or do a different kind of cancer or a different kind of treatment. So I don't think it's true that there's a misalignment of interests or even a larger perception of misalignment of interests in medicine than there is in other fields. And I don't really think those were the arguments that were used to advance socialized medicine in the past. I think it was more these kind of edge cases of the woman who shows up at the hospital and can't afford treatment, and the people who have to rely on charity and how that's undignified because they couldn't find enough people dying in the corners to claim that was the issue. It's not precisely that the doctors are greedy or you can't trust them, but it's that everyone describes themselves when they're being good as not being on a profit motive and not being selfish. And that colors how people view all these things. But I don't think it's that there's a particular distrust for doctors.
No, I think it works the other way. So I don't think it's that we mistrust the doctors. I think it's that the doctors, their self-image as like I care about my patients, prevents them and prevented them in the past, or let's pushed against standing up and saying, look, this is bad for my business, this is bad for my freedom. It was much more, it made them, it disempowered them than I think it made us view them as kind of these monsters. And that's why I thought it was so shocking. Like, it really stuck with me when Obama, in his push for Obamacare, was attacking doctors and their motives. I hadn't seen that before. I hadn't seen a politician say, doctors are performing unnecessary surgeries to make more money. Like, that was, I thought, new. I mean, I don't follow it as closely as you guys do, but I had never seen that before. I think it was more the disempowering of the medical profession of standing up for its ability to seek profits.
Art, did you want to? Oh, the Garden of Eden. Yeah.
Obviously, like, food is a necessary good, and we haven't yet socialized that.
Well, we tried, and there were famines, and so the question is, food is a necessary good, and we haven't yet socialized it. But there were several attempts to socialize the production of food, and lots of people starved to death. very suddenly, not even able to do the kind of work that people had been able to do under earlier forms of force. So what was retreated to was a more modest form of socializing food. So we have SNAP in the US and other kind of provisions. And farm subsidies, yeah, which is a big one. Mm-hmm.
Just that it became effective, that's why people felt it should be a right, or based on the history stuff, did you have another
So I do think it was when it became efficacious, because then that caused the rise of hospitals, and that caused some prices to go up because this was now something valuable that people would pay for. And you can think about, what don't they care about in medicine? They don't care if they don't want to socialize breast implant surgery or cosmetic Botox or LASIK surgery in your field. They don't, because they don't think of that as that value. It's not life or death. So when it became something that was instrumental for life or death, that's when people started to want it. That's when prices went up, and that's when and at the same time that was happening, they were socializing it like bit by bit. It wasn't like all of a sudden, like with Greg made this example, he just made this on your own Brook show a couple of days ago about the socialization of food, which he just mentioned. That we already knew that food could be grown and stuff, and then they socialized that, and then you saw famines. They didn't do that with healthcare. It was just like tit for tat. That innovation happened, and then there was socialization of that innovation. So it wasn't. So I think it wasn't that drastic, but it really was only when it became something that wasn't seen as frivolous, as a luxury for rich people who had a physician on call or a physician in the king's court, that type of thing. Once it actually had the ability to cure people and change their life for the better, that's when it became something they wanted to control. Just like the internet. I made that comment in my talk that nobody cared so much about internet until all of a sudden then it became, everybody should have broadband, because now it's so valuable to people's lives, and now it's instrumental in how you live your life. Then the government wants to have broadband access for everybody and control that and pay for it with taxes.
And this goes to Don's point about equality being the principle, the egalitarianism being the principle that's driving socialism in general and socialization of medicine in particular. People should be equal in their access to the things that are important in life. Everybody should, if something's important and it matters, everybody should have it, and everybody should have it equally, and they shouldn't have to do anything to get it. That's the premise. And so that's premise, if you're on that premise, it's annoying when anybody has anything anybody else doesn't. But so long as the thing's not that important and it doesn't work, if Elon Musk wants to spend a lot of money trying to get to Mars, I mean, what a fanciful thing that he can do or whatever, and that you can't get to Mars doesn't matter because no one thinks he's really going to do it or it's really going to matter. But if he does get to Mars, and then a few people are getting to Mars, and a lot of good things are happening from their getting to Mars for them, and some other people aren't participating in it, then there's going to be a right to get to Mars, and it's going to be really important. So, this is how things work. Once the thing works and it's making a real difference in people's life, whether they have it or not, then it becomes, particularly if it's a life and death difference, then it becomes a matter of great moral import that some people lack it.
Just think about organ transplant. The fact that they want that to be, this is the point he's making about equality or equity is how they say it in healthcare. They've made it impossible. It's illegal to compensate an organ donor. So if you donate your kidney, that you'll go to jail, even if you save somebody's life by donating your kidney for $5. That would be illegal because it's all baked into this whole equity. There's even talk now, that. Right, but they don't understand that would actually increase. They actually know the modeling shows that if you actually start increasing compensation, you will decrease donor lists because more people will donate, and we won't have people dying. 125,000 people die every year on donor lists. You wouldn't have that happen. They know that, but they don't want to. They don't want to give any kind of credence to the idea that people should be compensated, or that rich people, some people will be able to buy a kidney or buy part of a liver lobe, and other people won't. And there's even talk, when people think about developing a drug for a disease, if it's going to cost a lot of money, some people will just say, well, it shouldn't even be developed then, if it's going to cost that much money. And when you see a news story about a breakthrough, almost within the first paragraph is something about what's the access to this drug going to be? Not that this was awesome. They figured out this major scientific discovery, like an RSV vaccine, that they figure all this stuff out, and they saw it took them decades to figure that out. Nobody talks about that. The articles about the RSV vaccine is, insurance companies are lagging, putting it on their list, and people having to pay $300 out of pocket. Not that this is something we didn't even have last year, and we have this year. It's so much baked into it that it has to be for everybody, or it shouldn't be at all. It's like when you're a little kid. If you don't bring enough gum for everybody, you can't chew that in classroom. That's what's happened with a lot of medical innovation. They don't even care about the innovation part. It's just everybody needs to be equally shabby.
The premise is if we all have to have it for everyone to have it, then there can't be anyone who's willing to put his resources, his time, his life into risking being the first for this, into paying extra to have it first when he thinks it can happen and other people don't, in investing in it for himself, for his friends, and then the thing doesn't come about. And we're all dying for lack of the things that haven't come about for just this reason. Not just in medicine, but in so many other fields. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to bring up the issue of regulatory capture. I was talking to a lady a few days ago who told me, she said, my product competes with marijuana, and I sell it in states where marijuana is illegal because the marijuana industry has outlawed it. I mean, marijuana went from being illegal to lobbying to regulate the competition out of existence. I mean, we have to face up to the fact that for every Henry Reardon, there are 100 Oren Boyles now. We don't have any capitalists anymore. We just have people who want to lobby for corporate welfare. And that's part of what's keep making healthcare so expensive. What do we do about this? How do we get back to having actual capitalists instead of these cronies?
So I don't like the term regulatory capture because it implies that there's some alternative to it. Like there's such a thing as this priestly class of people who know enough to regulate an industry, but aren't part of that industry and don't have any interests. And somehow those people end up not being the regulators. It end up being people who have some interest at stake and probably who came from the industry. Who else could it possibly be who's the regulator, and who else has it ever been, right? It's always, but I don't like this idea that we used to have capitalists and now we don't. We used to have kings and vicomtes and, it's just in the past 200 years that we've had anything like capitalism. There was a period where in some industries we had a lot more of it than we do now, but it's not clear to me that, and at that time, a lot of the regulations that came in now, antitrust law and other things, came at the behest of some of the business people at that time. The issue isn't that there aren't any real capitalists now and there used to be in the past. The issue is that we as a species don't understand that values come from the mind and the mind needs freedom. We don't understand that the right way to interact with one another is by trade to mutual advantage, by mutual consent with no victims. And so long as we as a species don't understand that, so long as most people don't understand that, most business people aren't going to understand that, and most voters aren't going to understand it. And so long as we're on that premise, there's going to be all kinds of temptations for all kinds of people to push for ways to get regulations passed that'll line their pocket and it'll hurt the next guy. Just like it's the same problem as why there's, petty crime. So long as people don't understand well enough what life is about and what living good is for, there are going to be people tempted to these things and people are going to do them. And what we need is enough people who really understand what human living is about. Not everyone, not even most people, but enough. And enough of a move in the general consensus about what human life is about to counter those trends when they happen, to make it less likely that the people pushing for these kinds of regulations will succeed, to make it more likely that we'll be able to undo the regulations there are. And what we need more and more is the idea that life is not a competition. Life is not a zero-sum game. Life is not something that consists of people winning over other people who lose in order that the winners should win and profit. Human beings are not a species that competes with one another fundamentally. We're fundamentally a species that cooperates, that collaborates, and to do it, we need to be free. We need to be able to create more and then to figure out who to work with to do that and who not to. And the more that perspective catches on, the more it's understood, the more people grasp the truth that there are no conflicts of interest between rational men who don't regard the unearned as possible and don't regard subjugation as practicable, sacrifice as practicable, the more this kind of thing will go away. But there's no substitute for that. There's no way to take people who believe that the way to succeed is to smash your club down on the next guy or get a whole bunch of other people together to vote for somebody to smash his club down on them. So long as people believe that, there's no hack to living well or to freedom. But what's striking is how few people believe that now relative to who did in the past. How much more pro-freedom the world population is now than they were 300 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, or pretty much any time in history, but you can quibble about whether 75 years ago they were a bit better, or 80 or 150, and you'll find they were better in some respects and not in others. This defeatism is crazy when one thinks about the fact that people have lived in subjugation and force and feuding for all of human history until just like the last blink of an eye. And we're thinking about how we can maintain it, how we can grow it, how we can push back on the rolling back of it that we find in certain areas of life. We really have to appreciate how new and novel the idea of freedom is, how little understood it's ever been by anyone anywhere. And then think about what got it to the point where it was understood by enough people to double the human life expectancy, to enrich our lives tremendously on so many axes, and then how we get it the rest of the way there. By what was really successful? Alex, yeah.
Is that he's focused on somewhat the limited issue, like about, like he's out there talking about why we need more fossil fuels and why renewables won't replace that. And he brings up broader issues, but for the most part, he's not making so many arguments about capitalism in general. Do you think that, and do you think that a challenge in arguing about how to desocialize medicine is that it's pretty obvious to many people that there's more fundamental issue there, which is freedom versus government control in general. So do you think there's value in trying to formulate arguments that can be specifically applied to medicine that don't bring up a broad argument about regulation in general, or trying to get behind specific, like start movements behind specific issues, like specific regulation or specific, maybe like a movement about sugar that doesn't bring up a whole lot.
I don't think that the issue, so there's two things being blended together. I think both, Alex is like focused on energy issues, and I think there's a virtue in a healthcare movement where you have people who've really specialized and thought about freedom in this one area. I think the thing that makes energy a little bit easier, and it's easy to overstate, now that Alex did it, it's obvious how you would do it and how you would argue for it. But there is one more difficulty, which is that the front and center moral issue in energy is humanism versus anti-humanism. And more people will regard it as obviously better to be humanist than anti-humanist once the issue is made explicit. Whereas in healthcare, the fundamental moral issue is much more on the altruism, egoism axis, which in the end, the only way to be a humanist is to be an egoist. But that's not, it comes up less in the energy debate, though it does come up and Alex has to deal with it. And that makes it harder, I think, in healthcare. And there's also, so there's things like that pose unique challenges, but that's true in every area of freedom has unique challenges, and it's easy to overstate, well, it's easier in this area. But if the Alex Epstein of policy had come in healthcare first, we'd be saying, oh, well, obviously now that he's figured out how to do this, it works here, but how are you going to do it in energy where people don't even value human life? So I don't think that you can make that like harder, easier kind of distinction.
I also worry about overstating Alex's success, right? The overwhelming majority of the world still believes that we need to stop burning fossil fuels post-haste, or else the planet's going to catch on fire in 15 minutes. And cost is no object in doing that. So if we have to, starve to death 2 billion people, well, so be it. We'll all die, an hour and a half later if we don't do it, and plus the algae will be better off, right? That's still the dominant view of energy. What Alex's achievement is on this is that it's now not the only view in energy, right? There are some people saying things counter to that, and the people who are around trying to say something counter to it before are saying it a lot better. But we're still, his side is still quite away from winning that fight. It's just, it's shocking to see any progress there after so long. And I think it will continue, and he's continuing to do good work, and I think there'll be more progress made there. But in order to make the more positive progress, to say, well, what is a proper policy? We can reject the policy of let's throw out tomorrow the thing that all of us are living on right now without a plan for how to fix it. That's not a good idea. All right, that is low-hanging fruit in the energy debate. And it took a lot to even get people to recognize that point. But then what should the policy be? What does and Alex is calling it an energy freedom policy that he's advocating for. But what does that look like? How will it work? That he's going to have to address these same kind of issues to get past that one point. And he is addressing them to get past. But the more he's focused on moving forward on that issue, the more these other questions about individualism and rights and so forth are going to have to come more center stage. And so just in the healthcare question, those are more center stage first.
One area that's narrow in healthcare that's been successful is reproductive healthcare, where they've been able to focus on something very narrow and get the people behind them. If you look at the referendums after Roe v. Wade was overturned, you can see what's happened with every referendum. They've won, the pro-choice, pro-abortion side has been able to win. And that also applies to having oral contraceptives go over the counter, Plan B go over the counter, the mifepristone, which is a pill that can induce an abortion, that was something that had been banned, and people advocated directly on those things and were able to do that. And I think there might be lessons there. And I think a lot of people isolate reproductive healthcare from the rest of healthcare, but I think their success, I think the fact that they're successful, I think there's lessons to be drawn from how they were successful in the language they use. And often they do use the language of individual rights and freedom in a way that that you wouldn't expect them to. There's organizations like the Center for Reproductive Rights. They're very clear about it. So I think there are places like that. And I think part of what, from Don's talk, we have to find areas like that where you can find a wedge issue like that something like that's to get your foot under the door and expand that and to use that language. And just one little anecdote is when there was a case here in Texas about abortion providers having to having to be on hospital grounds, or they have to have privileges. To admit, I got asked by the Center for Reproductive Freedom because they read something I wrote in Forbes to join an amicus brief to the Supreme Court, which we wrote together, and we won that issue on that issue, and they used my language in that brief about freedom, that doctors have to have autonomy, they have to be able to, and patients need autonomy. This is an individual rights issue, and they're restricting trade by doing that, and it works. So there are ways to do this. You just have to find them all.
Yeah, the danger, or not the danger, the problem, or I think the opportunity in reproductive health was created, I think, by a really negative phenomenon in the culture, which is it had a tribal alliance behind it that would be open to, got animated by it. But there's not a tribal alliance on many better sides in the healthcare debate, whereas they're on the negative side. And so it's tricky to find those, but
I don't think the wanting reproductive rights is a tribal alliance. It's, there are people who are tribal about it, like there is about every positive value, but it's one of the positive, good, actual concerns about individual rights that some people have that get wrapped up then in tribalism as every other concern does. What I worry about, so I think two areas where the people who care about them in medicine are really concerned about individualism and individual rights are reproductive rights, reproductive medicine, and end of life. But the horror in using that to fight for freedom of medicine is that, for what I think are somewhat accidental historical reasons, and we can talk about what the reasons are, is that people who tend to be more pro-capitalism, or they're not pro-capitalism, the people who tend to hate capitalism less, are mystics who don't like reproductive freedom and don't like the freedom to end your life when you're suffering. And so long as that's the case, the areas of healthcare in which people are most sensitive to actual individual rights issues are going to be areas where there's not going to be an alliance to the people who are most market friendly. And we can think about how it came to be that there's this odd alliance between religionists and semi-free marketeers for so much of recent history. It's not an alliance that ever made sense, and it's not an alliance that could ever affect freedom. But nonetheless, it is, how the political parties have shaked out for a while. Now I think the last of the free marketeers are being jettisoned from the right anyway, so I don't think even that semi-alliance will be there in 10 years. But nevertheless, so long as you have this, it's going to be very hard to use those as a wedge issue to make progress towards medical freedom, but it is the area where people are most, I think, concerned about individual rights issues in medicine. Yeah. The subject of what? Tactics.
In the area of Medicare, one of the things that is trying to convert Medicare into a defined benefit program, meaning, that's technical. Trying to convert Medicare into a cash program where you give seniors the money. Instead of paying providers to deliver services, just give seniors the money. And if seniors had the money, then they could do things that they want to do, or that they cannot do under Medicare currently. For example, Medicare doesn't pay for nursing home services, but if Medicare just gave seniors money, like Social Security gives seniors money, they could spend it on whatever they want, including nursing homes. And it strikes me that there's a moral value in there, or at least an easy theme that you could campaign around, which is trust seniors. Right? That these are not newborns. These are people who've lived their whole lives. They, they're educated. They know what they want. Why do you become resistant towards them? Now the question is, would that be a step in the right direction? You would, by doing that, give an immediately enormous boost to the retail medical sector. Right? People would go out and be buying stuff directly with all that cash that is now routed through third-party payers. But would that be, as you pointed out, Greg, I think quite intelligently, sometimes what looks like a step in the right direction can turn out to be a step in the wrong direction. So that's kind of my question for you. There is a moral value there. There's an easy campaign that could be run on the basis of that would give us some experience with consumer-controlled healthcare. A step in the right direction.
I think it would have to be tied to capping the program. So the question is, would it be a step, because I don't know if people can hear, would it be a step in the right direction to transition Medicare to a system where seniors are given, written a check, right? And then they could use that check to buy health insurance or for any other purpose. Maybe it would be put in an HSA for them or something so that it would be limited to the medical field. Would it be a step in the right direction or a wrong direction? This is the kind of thing that requires some study and thought about. I don't think you could say, just on a moment's reflection, but I think it would really depend on whether it's tied to capping the expenses of the program. So if the idea is we're now going to let the average amount somebody gets from Medicare over their life is however many dollars, you can probably tell me, but it's $12,000 a year. So we're going to write everybody who wants to $12,000 checks, but if they end up having greater expenses, they can go back and get them, and other people can still get more than $12,000 if they want. So we're going to give everybody the average, but the people who expect they're going to have greater costs don't take it, and so that then you're just going to have Medicare costs going up and up and up, and you're just going to have expanded the entitlement. But if it's considered and sold and understood all along as a part of changing and reforming this entitlement, so we're freezing the Medicare budget at what it was this year, there's a defined amount that people can take out in Medicare benefits, and we're not going to pay for anything. We're only going to pay for up to $12,000 or whatever number it is a year, and it's capped. But now you can take it in cash and do whatever you want with it. And then you sell that as trust seniors and so forth, and trust seniors and make our, entitlement state more responsible and so forth. I think that could really be a step in the right direction. But it has to be tied to not creating new entitlements and letting things grow. And ideally to a plan to shrink it in the longer term. So trust current seniors and also trust young people to opt out long term and so forth.
Although I would never have trust seniors as a message. Like the whole perspective is I get to sit around